The Gnostic Luciferian New Age Babylon Revisited. By Gregory Garrett Gregory. This is an anthology. This book is an anthology of the best writings I could gather, including my own, aimed at exposing the ancient Luciferian agenda to subjugate and enslave the world into a satanic one-world government. Through following biblical prophecies like a script or blueprint in order to force the biblical end-of-days narrative, the Luciferian elite, who inhabit a network of secret societies across the world, seek to bring the world to its knees by way of weaponized weather. Artificially induced and manipulated chaos, war, famine, false flag events, satanic Hollywood programming, porn, plagues, feminism, racial division, and unimaginably terror and torture. Their strategy is based in the Hegelian dialect of problem-reaction-solution, with the problem being a world on fire, the reaction being the world begging for peace and order, and the solution being their technocratic Luciferian New World Order. However, this Gnostic Luciferian New Age utopia will be based upon a mystery Babylon revisitation of tolerance for all behaviors narcissistically self-indulgent, sexually perverse, psychoactively induced, and sinfully decadent. With self-worship and self-adulation as the highest pinnacle of religious zeal. Additionally, utilizing the trickery and artifice of an alien Antichrist Messiah deception, the Luciferian elite seek to obliterate Christianity and replace it with a Gnostic pantheistic cosmogenesis narrative, where ancient aliens are our true genetic origins and cosmic evolution. With mankind in tow, is the grand design of the universe. Becoming one with this Luciferian hive mind cosmic consciousness will be mandatory at some point, whether induced by drugs, neural meshing, trance, military force, MK Ultra trauma-based mind control, brainwashing, demonic and satanic ritual, or a combination all these occult strategies. In this Luciferian spiritual nightmare, godlike powers and immortality will be promised to all who comply and willingly submit to merge their mortal bodies and minds with cybernetic machine enhancements through digital and genetic manipulation. Of course, no such rewards will, in actuality, come to anyone. Mankind will merely be enslaved inside a cyber hive torture chamber of sorts without the ability to even choose death from the lack of autonomy. A mind, disembodied, suspended, and trapped within a digital matrix is a mind that can exist indefinitely and not escape the horrors of those in control of that matrix. The end goal is to place Lucifer on the throne of the world. Lucifer, in this context, is not a singular personage, but rather, a collective nefarious entity that will manifest as a cyber hive mind, beast system of artificial intelligence-driven, technocratic tyranny. One could say the entire rising techno-mystical beast system, itself, is Lucifer for all intents and purposes. This cyber hive mind beast system is Mystery Babylon Revisited, the Luciferian New Age we are now existing within. Gregory Garrett Solomon's House, the Hermetic Foundations of Science/Scientism Mystery Babylon hath been resurrected in the form of Gnosticism with its accompanied satanic promise of apotheosis. We are entering the new age of absolute universal deception and self-worship techno-mystical pseudo-spirituality. Outer space is the conduit for the ancient Hermetic metaphor for quantum mysticism and false spirituality. Cosmic consciousness is the satanic Luciferian lore of the ages, repackaged as modern astrophysics and astronomy. Most people today are familiar with the quote from Arthur C. Clarke, his third self-described law, which says, "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic." But what I find increasingly strange is that while so many people seem to resonate with the truth of this adage, we do not at the same time seem to take it backwards to its inevitable conclusion, back to the implications this would seem to have about the origins of science and technology themselves. Would most people react as favorably to a type of inverted version of this quote? Would they also agree with a proposition such as any primitively developed magic is indistinguishable from science? Anyhow, I'm waffling a bit here, but the point is that the more we continue digging into the development of modern science, or rather scientism, with its rather glaringly false foundational philosophical assumptions such as evolution and Copernicanism, and perhaps now atomism as well, the more it really begs the broader historical question as to how in the heck we ever got to this point. In the Western world, many have grew up in a culture and an educational system which for the most part, has regarded the development of scientific knowledge as largely the product of some vague concept of the Judeo-Christian belief system. This generic idea that it was the Christianized nations of Europe and their colonial offshoots which, because they had the theistic foundation which taught that a rational creator made the world in an orderly way, that could be studied and understood, enjoyed the intellectual climate most preferable for scientific study and development, producing such great scientific minds such as Isaac Newton, Galileo, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Edison, Albert Einstein, etc. All those genius folks we learn about in school. However, this worldview does not hold up well at all to any decent scrutiny of the history of scientific thinking. Not surprisingly, it seems to be the Christian culture today that is the most blind in this matter, preferring to cling to this mythology about the Christian roots of science, because it plays such a large role in the current approach to Christian apologetic. In familiar subjects such as creationism, where so many sciences, such as geology or astronomy, are turned to in hopes of vindicating the Genesis account in favor of the Darwinian paradigm. But when we listen to secular historians expound upon things that pertain to this development, the fuller picture is really not that difficult to begin to realize, especially if you're willing to lay down a lot of those rosy-colored, Christian-slanted views of scientific history in Europe, America and the West. In previous pieces I have delved a fair amount into the roles of both alchemy and the Kabbalah in the development of things like chemistry and atomic theory, as well as the development of Copernican astronomy and cosmology in tracing the occult mystery school roots of what today we may refer to generically as the religion of scientism. But there is another strand of occultism which played a hugely significant role in the progression of scientism. And that strand was the introduction of Hermetic philosophy into Europe towards the beginning of what we now refer to as the Renaissance. The figure of Hermes himself, as well as the documents which bore his name, sheds an incredible amount of light as to how ancient esoteric teachings penetrated Europe and gave rise to the periods known as the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, and finally the scientific and industrial revolutions. It is rather astounding to learn just how highly regarded the figure of Hermes Trismegistus to the European Renaissance mind was. He was considered by scholars from Augustine to Thomas Aquinas to be not just a literal figure of history, but a pagan Egyptian priest who, somehow, apparently because he was believed to be more or less a contemporary of Moses, was viewed as sort of this quasi-patriarchal figure. They really elevated him essentially to the same level as Moses or Abraham, but as this kind of extra-biblical prophet, who they argued gave credence to Christian doctrines such as the Trinity, though coming from a clearly non-Hebrew origin. So here we have the figure of Hermes, the quintessential magus, this pagan magician from antiquity, who somehow comes to receive this incredibly favorable treatment by European Christian theologians and scholars, alongside Europeans who are of course much more deeply attracted to the occult elements of this tradition. And so in the 15th century, we have the Italian scholar, a Catholic priest, Marsilio Ficino, who had been commissioned by the wealthy Medici family to translate the works of Plato. And yet when the Medicis suddenly came into the possession of a Greek manuscript said to be the writings of the magnificent Hermes, Ficino was ordered to halt all work on Plato and translate the Hermetic text with the utmost priority. What resulted was the work known thereafter as the Corpus Hermeticum, and this volume, along with other works such as the Asclepius, began to be spread around Europe among scholars and Renaissance thinkers, being regarded as quite harmonious with the increasingly popular Kabbalistic writings. And rightfully so, since they are derived from the same occult origins, and all of which quite plainly was fairly inseparable from the spread of Copernicanism in Europe. While the Corpus Hermeticum contained a fair amount of more philosophical/ideological content, it also contained descriptions of outright occult rituals, such as how to summon astral energies down from above into stone idols and animate them. And so is quite deserving of the categorization as witchcraft. One prominent figure within the rise of Copernicanism whose Hermetic influences have been thoroughly documented is the well-traveled figure of Giordano Bruno, who first proposed that stars are distant suns, and was killed by being burned at the stake. Francis Yates, a 20th-century historian who specialized in Renaissance history, wrote an entire book on this titled Giordano Bruno and the Hermetic Tradition, which you can now read online for free. See the link below. Copernicus himself referred to Hermes in this quote about the sun: "In the middle of all sits the sun enthroned." In this most beautiful temple could we place this luminary in any better position from which he can illuminate the whole at once? He is rightly called the lamp, the mind, the ruler of the universe. Hermes Trismegistus names him the visible god, Sophocles Electra calls him the all-seeing. So, the sun sits as upon a royal throne ruling his children the planets which circle around him. Isaac Newton is well known to have been an alchemist and student of Kabbalah, supposedly having endeavored to translate the Emerald Tablets of alchemy. But he too was a student of the Corpus Hermeticum. So, we have Nicolaus Copernicus, Johannes Kepler, Robert Boyle, Isaac Newton, all heavily influenced by Hermeticism, and of course, Francis Bacon as well, whose writings would seem to eventually inspire the creation of the first official institution of scientific study, the Royal Society. There has, interestingly enough, been a fair amount of research done by numerous people examining the founding members of the Royal Society, and their connections to both Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism. Francis Bacon, the famous occultist who is credited with basically being the father of the scientific method, wrote the well-known utopian novel New Atlantis, which described the creation of an ideal college, dedicated to human discovery and knowledge, called Solomon's House. The Royal Society was in many ways the blueprint for the science departments for universities in the centuries that followed, and I believe, this is the phase in the historical progression where the occult roots and influences were successfully whitewashed from the enterprise of science. As it morphed into the more contemporary concepts of natural philosophy and scientific materialism we are familiar with today. But Yates argued, rather convincingly in my opinion, that without the influx of Hermetic philosophy in the 15th to 17th centuries, there would quite simply have been no scientific revolution. Without the magical traditions of Hermeticism, which focuses on the influences of things on each other, on their interconnectedness in nature, and on the practices of observation of these influences, and the classification of phenomena and elements of nature, there's no such thing as science as we know it today. One thing that has really startled me, as a Christian myself, is to get to this point where I've had to actually stop and recognize that if these influences of alchemy, Kabbalism, Hermeticism, and also Neoplatonism hadn't entered in, then we're left with a somewhat uncomfortable question as to whether or not the Bible on its own would have ever inspired people to the level of scientific study and technological advancement that so rapidly occurred between the rediscovery of all these ancient occult teachings, i.e. the Renaissance or revival of said occultism, and the modern day. Many people have equated Bacon's New Atlantis to the founding of the United States of America, with its pervasive Freemasonic origins and all the esoteric symbolism of the streets of Washington, D.C., and so much more, and I'd have to say that this theory probably has a lot of truth to it. But at the same time, is probably one a piece of the whole. If the building of Solomon's house was fundamental to the creation of that Luciferian utopia of the new Atlantis, then, I now have to think that in all probability, this massive thing that we call scientism is really almost another term for that same overarching thing. The reintroduction and re-establishment of those ancient sacred sciences, or 7 liberal arts of antiquity. In the days of the early Christian church it was combated as Gnosticism, the heresy of the mystery school teachings which was constantly trying to embed itself within the orthodox Christian gospel, whereby the acquisition of knowledge, or gnosis, was central to humanity learning to save itself. How is the current understanding of science really any different? Genesis 3:3 Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? 2 And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden. 3 But of the fruit of the tree, which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. 4 And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. 5 For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. 6 And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. 7 And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. 8 And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. 9 And the Lord God called unto Adam, and said unto him, Where art thou? 10 And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. 11 And he said, Who told thee that thou wast naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree, whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat? 12 And the man said, The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. 13 And the Lord God said unto the woman, That is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. 14 And the Lord God said unto the serpent, Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field, upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. 15 And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. 16 Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow, and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. 17 And unto Adam he said, Because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree, of which I commanded thee, saying, Thou shalt not eat of it, cursed is the ground for thy sake, in sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. 18 Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. 19 In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground, for out of it wast thou taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. 20 And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. 21 Unto Adam also and to his wife did the Lord God make coats of skins and clothe them. 22 And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil, and now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. 23 Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, to till the ground from whence he was taken. 24 So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims, and a flaming sword which turned every way, to keep the way of the tree of life. King James Version Seek the Key of David Revelations 3:7-13:7, And to the angel of the church in Philadelphia write, These things saith he that is holy, he that is true, he that hath the key of David, he that openeth, and no man shutteth and shutteth. And no man openeth. 8 I know thy works, behold, I have set before thee an open door, and no man can shut it. For thou hast a little strength, and hast kept my word, and hast not denied my name. 9 Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews, and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee. 10 Because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I also will keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world, to try them that dwell upon the earth. 11 Behold, I come quickly, hold that fast which thou hast, that no man takes thy crown. 12 Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go no more out, and I will write upon him the name of my God, and the name of the city of my God, which is New Jerusalem, which cometh down out of heaven from my God, and I will write upon him my new name. 13 He that hath an ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches. King James Version. Seek ye not the key of Solomon. The key of Solomon, what is it? Contrary to its title, the key of Solomon has nothing to do with David's son Solomon, from the Bible. It is a book of black magic, called a grimoire, written in Latin in the 1300 or 1400s. This book of spells and designs, translated into several languages, says that King Solomon wrote it for his son Rehoboam, but then had him hide it in Solomon's tomb when he died. Later, legend holds that a Babylonian philosopher found and cast a spell on the book after receiving instructions from an angel. The content of the Key of Solomon varies from spells and curses, to instructions on how to find love or become invisible. It sometimes invokes the name of Jesus Christ, who is not known by name to King Solomon, dispelling any doubt that the biblical king had anything to do with this book. The coupling of magic and Christianity was not unusual in Italy in the Middle Ages. The Key of Solomon is just one of the more well-known pieces of such literature from that time. Author Dan Brown brought this book back into the cultural conscience in his 2009 novel The Lost Symbol. Brown often uses extra-biblical sources to create interesting narratives that brush up against biblical stories and people in the Bible. His work is fiction. The Bible consistently prohibits and warns against sorcery, spells, necromancy, fortune-telling, divination, and other practices people use to contact the spiritual world without a relationship with Jesus Christ, and a total reliance upon the Holy Spirit. Deuteronomy 18:10-14, 1 Samuel 15:23, 2 Kings 17:17, Jeremiah 14:14, Acts 16:16-19. The Key of Solomon holds no keys to the spirit world, and was not written by Solomon. It touches on Judeo-Christian themes, but is decidedly unbiblical. It is nothing more than a historically interesting work. The Abomination of Desolation. Mark 13:20-19. For in those days there will be tribulation unmatched from the beginning of God's creation until now, and never to be seen again. 20. If the Lord had not shortened those days, nobody would be saved. But for the sake of the elect, whom he has chosen, he has shortened them. 21. At that time if anyone says to you, Look, here is the Christ, or there he is, do not believe it. Matthew 24:15-15. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place, whoso readeth, let him understand. Daniel 9:27-27. And he shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, 7. And for half of the week he shall put an end to sacrifice and offering. And on the wing of abomination shall come one who makes desolate, until a decreed end is poured out on the desolator. Google is a vehicle to realize the dream of artificial intelligence in augmenting humanity. And, if you think about it, computers can give you digital senses that you did not previously have. Google wants us to think of an augmented humanity, making us a better creature, faster, smarter, more beautiful, longer living. Even immortal if they can get the algorithm right. A fitter model, Humanity 2.0. We're probably one of the last generations of Homo sapiens in the future within a few decades, or a couple of centuries, at most. Homo sapiens will disappear in the upgrade of itself into a completely different kind of being. Recently, the theme of a major conference on transhumanism was the idea of a machine-slash-human merger in a hybrid age. They discussed how this cybernetic merger is the most prescient, the most important thing that they could be talking about right now. They have a post-human paradigm plan for our future and, as they say, nothing will get in their way. And so, they want to prep people about how this machine-slash-human, what computer, is an inevitability. They want us to know this is happening, and there is nothing we can do to stop it. This is the reality of the era that we live in. There is no going back. Life as we have known it is not going to be the same whether you believe it's the end of the Homo sapien age or not, whether you believe Jesus Christ is coming back or not. The technological singularity is coming and coming hard and fast. Transhumanism is coming, and the definition of that is, essentially, the end of humanity. They say it right out of their own mouths. They literally say we are the last generation of Homo sapiens. The extinction of the human race is upon us, and no extinction-level event is necessary. Simple microchips will do. They have their own version of the black hole event horizon, where nothing escapes the irresistible grasp of death. It doesn't have to be bombs. There are many ways to extinct humanity. There are groups of transhumanists who want to create a breakaway civilization. They say we're done with humans. We don't want any humans anymore. We want Human 2.0. We want Homo Deus Machina, a God machine. Transhumanists intend to change DNA. They're going to put computer parts in it, manipulate it, modify it, transmute it, and make androids of us. They're seeking immortality because they won't bow their knee to God, Christ, or any other thing than themselves for eternal life. They intend to sidestep God altogether and circumvent life itself. It's the highest heights of hubris and self-conceit. They intend to create eternal life and become God through artificial intelligence and techno-digital magic. This is what the Holy Bible calls the abomination of desolation. The abomination of desolation is the soulless entity. We've never seen this type of artificial intelligence before. It used to feign a sort of omnipresence and omniscience, and all of that is godlike. This is the first time in world history that God has found such a formidable facsimile. Nevertheless, in opposition to this Luciferian abomination, the underpinnings of Christianity are still firmly in place. In the classical Christian sense, God knows how this is going to work out for them that attempt to storm the metaphorical gates of heaven with the abomination of desolation. For this reason, the Lord will shorten the days of the elect to save the elect being those who choose the Lord over the merging with machine intelligence. As Mark says, 20 If the Lord had not shortened those days, nobody would be saved. But for the sake of the elect, whom he has chosen, he has shortened them. Mark 13:20 So while they're building their personal hell that they won't be able to escape, those that choose God over AI will find themselves enveloped within the grace and love of the Lord. This is the mystery of mysteries that modern science loves to attack with its heartless and cold adherence to strictly materialistic methods and modes of observation and analysis. Contrariwise, those filled with the hubris of eternal life through their own satanic inventions, shall find themselves in an inescapable false eternity, an eternity of separation for God. An eternity of simulated digital slavery where their minds are programmed by the satanic elite to suffer unimaginable horrors in a similar way a serial killer tortures its victims before slaying them. Those that chose to embrace the AI abomination of desolation will find themselves enslaved within a digital dimension of foreign and alien characteristics. They are going to put themselves there by their own choice. Thinking they have achieved eternal life through technological means, they will be eternally cut off from God, which is the real definition of eternal damnation that the Bible speaks of. The Luciferian endgame, all along, beckoning back to the Garden of Eden apple story, was the entrapment of mankind in a false eternal life based upon the use of occult Luciferian knowledge. The serpent promises, "Eat this apple, and ye shall be as a god. Ye shall have eternal life." That's what it was about all along. And we are at the fruition of this ancient Luciferian agenda of the temptation of that apple of the knowledge of good and evil, pun intended. Trapping and enslaving the souls of humanity in eternal hell was the goal of Lucifer with his promise of apotheosis through forbidden secret knowledge from the beginning. This is Lucifer's revenge against God for being a greater being than Lucifer. A lot of people are working on various projects for the Luciferian elite, helping to construct their new world order digital tyranny, without them knowing they are doing it. They are deceived about what and why they do what they do through an intricate process of compartmentalization and hierarchical communication methods. Everything is on a need-to-know basis, and the underling scientists just do what they are told to do, and any further questions are forbidden. It's a military-industrial complex structure. It worked for Nazi Germany. It works today. Nevertheless, the Luciferians and the Satanists at the top of the pyramid of the quote-unquote Illuminati pyramid know who they're working for. They, themselves, embody demonic entities as they serve the dark energies of wrathful Satanism. However, these renowned black ops groups that we hear about in myth and legend so often don't who they're really working for. Some people believe that the Antichrist will be a politician, or some great world leader. Some believe it will be a genetically manipulated hybrid of human genetics and pure demonic evil. And either would be completely possible. But what if that politician or leader was a genetically engineered body, who received a neural implant which linked into this artificial intelligent godhead we fear will manifest very shortly? Such a leader or creature, if you will, would be able to govern all the minds of the world from a central Borg neural control. The creature would become all knowledge and all power on Earth, with each human being existing as a node of information for it to do with as it pleased. It could keep all souls trapped in a Ready Player One nightmare of infinite torture and slavery for eternity. This is the true abomination of desolation. Derived from an excerpt from Immortality or Extinction. Transhumanism, Artificial Intelligence, Mark of the Beast and Extreme Reality Check, published on October 19, 2018, The Invisible War. The abomination of desolation involves an invisible war. Ultimately, the war will be the invisible war in the soul of mankind between the Lord and Lucifer. First of all, one basic reality that greatly affects the war for our soul is the fact that as humans our bodies and souls are interconnected. Philip Koslowski writes, "The Catechism gives us a succinct description of this basic truth. The human person, created in the image of God, is a being at once corporeal and spiritual." The biblical account expresses this reality in symbolic language when it affirms that then the Lord God formed man of dust from the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living being. Man, whole and entire, is therefore willed by God. The human body shares in the dignity of the image of God. It is a human body precisely because it is animated by a spiritual soul, and it is the whole human person that is intended to become, in the body of Christ, a temple of the Spirit. Here is a common scenario. A man is tempted by pornographic images. Spiritually speaking, he is tempted to commit the sin of lust. Yet, this desire to commit this sin is twofold. It has a demonic source. The devil loves to tempt us in this way, and it has a human, bodily source. Our body has a sexual drive, and its natural inclination, when it sees a pornographic image, is to follow through with the desire and engage in the sexual act of procreation. Therefore, when combating this temptation, one must combat it both spiritually, with prayer, and physically, by training our bodies to resist the natural desire. This is not easy and it takes a lot of effort on our part. However, it is possible to win the fight. We just have to realize that there are two dimensions to every battle. Ephesians 6:12 We do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in the heavenly places. Ephesians 6:12 A battle is raging for your soul 24/7 between the forces of good and the forces of evil. On the battlefield of man's soul, we have God versus Lucifer, Satan, love versus hate, the truth versus deception, the spirit versus the carnal lusts. The source of evil is Lucifer himself. And he is the mastermind behind the spiritual tug of war your soul is in. The human will is the target of Lucifer's wrath. The will of man decides the final outcome and fate of mankind, as was established from the beginning by the Lord. It is the human God-given will that decides whether each individual, by their choosing, would accept the merging of soul with machine intelligence or not, between eternal salvation or the eternal damnation of the AI digital beast system. Lucifer cannot force anyone into choosing this merger. Lucifer can only influence, seduce, and tempt man's will to choose unwisely. Free will was given unto man by the Lord. It is not subject to alteration by the will of Lucifer, nor can Lucifer change this fact in any way. The choice to accept the digital convenience and digitally based powers of the AI beast system will seduce most people on earth to welcome such power. They will even ask for it. It will mean the difference between having supreme intelligence and walking blind and ignorant amongst the other digitally enhanced and gifted masses. But rest assured, it will all change quickly. Those same digitally augmented powers that the masses will so gleefully accept will swiftly turn to a loss of free will and autonomy as the AI beast system takes full control of the minds, hearts, and souls of those who had willfully neuralaced into the digital abomination. The price for the desire for power will be the loss of soul. Lucifer will employ the use of nanoparticulate smart dust and wireless 5G technologies to place mankind online with this digital abomination of desolation. The RFID chip, so talked about, will not be necessary. Smart dust microchips will cover the earth, in the air, water, soil, oceans, in the bloodstream of mankind. It will only be the Holy Spirit and will of mankind that will be able to resist what is to come. It is the will of each individual soul that will possess the power to resist the digital beast system from within. This invisible war in the soul of mankind will be the final war of man. Beware the Gnostic deception of the divine spark. Question: what is the divine spark? Answer: the idea of a divine spark, most common in Gnostic and mystical religions, is that every human being possesses either a connection with God or a part of God. The goal of life, then, is to allow the divine spark to influence us toward love, peace, and harmony. Upon death, the divine spark returns to God. Is the idea of a divine spark biblical? No, the idea of a divine spark, as held by Gnosticism and mysticism, is not biblical. But there are some biblical truths that are somewhat similar to the idea of a divine spark. Genesis 1:26 teaches that every human being possesses the image of God. Ecclesiastes 3:11 declares that God has set eternity in the hearts of men. In Luke 17:21, Jesus proclaims, "The kingdom of God is within you." The Bible teaches that every human being possesses an immaterial soul spirit, and it is this part of us that connects with God, Hebrews 4:12. From these verses we learn that each of us possesses a soul spirit, is made in the image of God, and is innately aware of eternity. However, only a person who has been redeemed by Christ can truly connect with God. The indwelling kingdom of God is true only for believers in Jesus Christ. These scriptural principles do not teach a divine spark, as commonly defined. Whatever divine spark there ever was in humanity was snuffed out by sin, Romans 3:10-23. Without the truth and life of Jesus Christ, John 14:6, there is no spark. Without a relationship with the light of the world, John 8:12, there can be no light, 2 Corinthians 4:4. Romans 3:10-23:10 as it is written, there is none righteous, no, not one. 11 There is none that understandeth, there is none that seeketh after God. 12 They are all gone out of the way, they are together become unprofitable, there is none that doeth good, no, not one. 13 Their throat is an open sepulchre, with their tongues they have used deceit. The poison of asps is under their lips. 14 Whose mouth is full of cursing and bitterness. 15 Their feet are swift to shed blood. 16 Destruction and misery are in their ways. 17 And the way of peace have they not known. 18 There is no fear of God before their eyes. 19 Now we know that what things soever the law saith, it saith to them who are under the law, that every mouth may be stopped, and all the world may become guilty before God. 20 Therefore by the deeds of the law there shall no flesh be justified in his sight, for by the law is the knowledge of sin. 21 But now the righteousness of God without the law is manifested, being witnessed by the law and the prophets. 22 Even the righteousness of God which is by faith of Jesus Christ unto all and upon all them that believe. For there is no difference. 23 For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. The sins of Babylon revisited. The book of Revelation 18:1-19 18:1 After these things, I saw another angel coming down out of the sky, having great authority. The earth was illuminated with his glory. 18:2 He cried with a mighty voice, saying, Fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great, and she has become a habitation of demons, a prison of every unclean spirit, and a prison of every unclean and hateful bird. Fallen is Babylon, the economic system will collapse, habitation of demons, prison of unclean spirits, nations part of the United Nations, corruption and money. 18:3 For all the nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her sexual immorality. The kings of the earth committed sexual immorality with her, and the merchants of the earth grew rich from the abundance of her luxury. All nations have drunk the wine of wrath. All nations of the world are part of the United Nations system. Wall Street, the kings of the world, all of our leaders, grew rich from the abundance luxury. 18:4 I heard another voice from heaven saying, Come out of her, my people, that you have no participation in her sins, and that you don't receive of her plagues. The plagues are all of the things that will happen when the system collapses. No house, no food, etc. 18:5 For her sins have reached to the sky, and God has remembered her iniquities. For her sins have reached to the sky, the paper money, interests, corruption, etc. 18:6 Return to her just as she returned, and repay her double as she did, and according to her works. In the cup which she mixed to her double. Revelation 18:6 talks about the interests that you pay back for lending money. 18:7 However much she glorified herself, and grew wanton, so much give her of torment and mourning. For she says in her heart, I sit a queen, and am no widow, and will in no way see mourning. 18:8 Therefore in one day her plagues will come, death, mourning, and famine, and she will be utterly burned with fire, for the Lord God who has judged her is strong. In one day her plagues will come, in one day the system will collapse, death, mourning and famine. 18:9 The kings of the earth, who committed sexual immorality, and lived wantonly with her, will weep and wail over her, when they look at the smoke of her burning. 18:10 Standing far away for the fear of her torment, saying, Woe, woe, the great city, Babylon, the strong city! For your judgment has come in 1 hour. 18:11 The merchants of the earth weep and mourn over her, for no one buys their merchandise any more. The merchants of the earth, all of the companies on the stock market like Apple, Facebook, Microsoft, all of the merchants, large and small. 18:12 Merchandise of gold, silver, precious stones, pearls, fine linen, purple, silk, scarlet, all expensive wood, every vessel of ivory, every vessel made of most precious wood, and of brass, and iron, and marble. 18:13 And cinnamon, incense, perfume, frankincense, wine, olive oil, fine flour, wheat, sheep, horses, chariots, bodies, and people's souls. All of the world's merchants, the whole complete system will collapse. 18:14 The fruits which your soul lusted after have been lost to you, and all things that were dainty and sumptuous have perished from you, and you will find them no more at all. All of your money, your house, cars will be gone and will not come back, because of this collapse. 18:15 The merchants of these things, who were made rich by her, will stand far away for the fear of her torment, weeping and mourning. 18:16 Saying, Woe, woe, the great city, she who was dressed in fine linen, purple, and scarlet, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls. 18:17 For in an hour such great riches are made desolate. Every shipmaster, and everyone who sails anywhere, and mariners, and as many as gain their living by sea, stood far away. 18:18 And cried out as they looked at the smoke of her burning, saying, What is like the great city? This is an important sign, double meaning. The complete crash will happen in New York where the United Nations and Wall Street is. The smoke of her burning also points to New York. Remember the 9/11 attacks. 18:19 They cast dust on their heads, and cried, weeping and mourning, saying, Woe, woe, the great city, in which all who had their ships in the sea were made rich by reason of her great wealth. For in 1 hour is she made desolate. Also points to New York, dust on their heads, they cried, weeping and mourning. 9/11 attacks. 18:20 Rejoice over her, O heaven, you saints, apostles, and prophets, for God has judged your judgment on her. 18:21 A mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone and cast it into the sea, saying, Thus with violence will Babylon, the great city, be thrown down, and will be found no more at all. 18:22 The voice of harpists, minstrels, flute players, and trumpeters will be heard no more at all in you. No craftsman of whatever craft will be found any more at all in you. The sound of a mill will be heard no more at all in you. Revelation 18:22 talks about the complete collapse of the system, not the collapse of 2008. This talks about the complete collapse that is still to come. 18:23 The light of a lamp will shine no more at all in you. The voice of the bridegroom and of the bride will be heard no more at all in you. For your merchants were the princes of the earth, for with your sorcery all the nations were deceived. 18:24 In her was found the blood of prophets and of saints, and of all who have been slain on the earth. Dedication. This book is dedicated to all who recognize their inability to save themselves from Gnostic Luciferianism without Yahushua. Forward in the world today, there is an epistemological autocracy, where truth is allocated to a few elite scientism priests. There is a self-professed conceit amongst those hypnotized within this paradigm. There are intrinsic limitations of empirical reasoning itself. Because of the epistemology of radical empiricism, where all knowledge is derived from the five senses as the only rational option to the supposed superstition of mystical faith, is a circumstantial juxtaposition which is merely the temporal succession of spatial proximity, not truth. Perhaps alternative faculties of truth are being concealed and suppressed by the epistemological cartel called modern science, which indeed reveres multiple presuppositions and unproven fantasies as the bedrock of its intellectual foundation, for example, gravity, Big Bang cosmology. Heliocentrism and evolution based upon micro-random constituent processes are still entirely unproven, and have no empirical causation for being upheld as any kind of truth, and yet they are embraced as facts by the epistemological cartel of paid-off. Fraudulent scientist we have all been brainwashed by. We all have been brainwashed by this hoax called modern science. We all need to inquire deeper into how and why we were brainwashed before joining ranks with the very same neo-scholastic dictatorship of epistemological authoritarianism that most would run from in horror if they actually realized the extent of mind control they have been under. My books about this situation actually only scratch the surface of the deception called modern science. The deception runs deep and long to no end. Ultimately, much of modern science is neither empirical like we have been misled to believe, nor honest in any way. If anything, it is merely repackaged hermetic alchemical occultism pushed forward in the guise of a Trojan horse called modern science. It is all hoax composed of completely unsubstantiated mathematics with spurious claims to assumed authority and truth, grounded on fake theoretical doctrines of circumstantial juxtaposition. The unproven tenets of modern science make mystical faith look like hardcore empiricism at this point, though most may have been misdirected to not even be suspicious of this situational crisis in science today, and in particular, within the fraudulent halls of quantum theoretic science and astrophysics, 99% hoax. The ivory tower of academia is now the enemy of mankind. It is pure Luciferian Satanism, at this point, not Christianity. Long ago, flowing back to pre-Constantine, the Christian doctrines were infiltrated by Catholic occultists, and perverted to create the Catholic Christianity that so many have been rightfully fighting their whole life. But this Vatican Catholic interpretation of Christianity has nothing to do with spirituality or actual Christianity. Why do I focus upon Christianity? Because that is the real issue here, and it is the elephant in the room, everyone's room. But because of Jesuit mind control, scientism is the religion of the masses, blinded by science, as it were, to borrow from Thomas Dolby. Hinduism, atheism, the Islamic faith, pantheism, etc. These are all sideshows. Christianity is the center tent, main attraction that we are not supposed to enter into. The occult Satanists and Illuminants have only one real goal: to destroy Christianity and genocide billions, and make the rest their slaves under the banner of hating Christianity. Why did you think that was their goal? Did you think they were just lightly considering the actual reality of the Christian faith and the existence of God? Did you think the Luciferian epistemological cartel who run this world actually think God is a hoax and Christianity is just some mystical bullshit? Did you really think they believe in a scientific pantheistic eschatological explanation to the world, some atheistic empiricism, stemming from some atheistic soulless materialism? They want you to think this way, but they do not, I promise you. The reason they are in control is because you were never supposed to figure any of this out. The Jesuit Illuminati infiltration of the Christian faith we hear about so much was merely a recent attempt to contaminate Christian doctrine and take down Christianity, in order to supplant it with a quasi-quantum mystical religiosity, a more epistemically materialistic autocratic mindset. Our free thought has been usurped. All of us have been carefully programmed by a full-spectrum dominance mind-control grid of media, educational system, entertainment, online web, revisionist history deceptions, and Jesuit-infiltrated government and religious networks. Most people think they are free thinkers or awakened, and they are merely programmed to think that way, part of the Jesuit mind control. The difference between me and most people is that I am absolutely aware that my mind is not my own. I am entirely aware that all my thoughts have been carefully programmed into my brain over a lifetime of exposure to the world we live in every way, with Jesuit mind control, NASA, internet, Hollywood, culture, subculture, countercultures, media, academia, news, government, etc. All are under their control. Once you see that you have been programmed to reject Christianity by these Vatican Jesuit overlords, you see why and what is actually going on with this world. It's a slow process to see it, a process called waking up. And waking up to this fact is a bitch. We have been hypnotized into an astrotheological mindset of pantheistic materialism. The Catholic Church never was Christian. It was merely an occult repackaging of ancient Egyptian Hermeticism and necromancy with the intention of vile murder and genocide, as it worships the sun. In short, quantum mystical, astrophysics is the religion of the New World Order. This is the Jesuit plan. That's why the Vatican Jesuits own all the major telescopes and astronomical research centers across the world. We have been exposed to Satanism and Jesuit-infiltrated Christianity, thinking it was authentic Christianity. Nobody blames you for hating Christianity in the form you have been shown it to be. Who wouldn't hate it? We were carefully programmed to hate Christianity by Jesuit masters. We all have been. Hollywood's satanic and rampant pedophilia and hate of Christianity is just the tip of the iceberg. A misrepresentation of who the Crusaders actually were, Templar occultists, the Inquisition, the Catholic Counter-Reformation, etc. And all the alleged horrors of the Christian faith have been spoon-fed to us by the Jesuit masters who govern most media, academia, internet, business, and Hollywood to destroy any faith we could have possibly had in Christianity. Jesuit mind control is absolute mind control. All of it was lie. All of it, mind control and nothing more. Through artful sophistry and Hegelian dialectical materialism, Catholic Jesuit Vatican scholars have dropped an all-conclusive technological overlay of scientific authoritarianism over the world. Now we all hate Christianity. That was the plan. The ridiculous myths of Christianity we are told, the endless delusions of Christianity we are force-fed, the absurdity of faith we are shown, the endless castigation of Christianity, total onlslaught, all of it was, all by plan, the Catholic plan to destroy Christianity. The Catholic Vatican wants us in an astrophysical mindset. Who do you think invented the Big Bang Theory and supports the theory of evolution more than science does? The Vatican Church. They invented the Big Bang Theory. Georges-Henri Joseph Edouard Lemaitre, RAS associate, was a Belgian Catholic priest, astronomer and professor of physics at the Catholic University of Leuven, invented the Big Bang Theory. Let that sink in. The Vatican Church has the biggest telescope in the world at Mt. Graham. They govern all major astrophysical and astronomical institutions from their Jesuit Vatican scientific materialism helm. We are supposed to reject Christianity and embrace a more astrophysical materialistic mindset by design. That was the Vatican Catholic plan all along. The world is under a Jesuit epistemological technocratic autocracy currently, deeply hypnotizing all of us under their control. Every thought you have that you think is your own is merely what they have programmed you to think. The scientism priests, and especially the Jesuit Catholic scientism priests, have been working on man's mind for thousands of years to insert your brain into a techno-mystical, onto theological, quantum worldview trance. They have been successful, I mean absolutely successful in every way, to the extent that most people have no idea what I am even talking about. That's successful. Indeed, we have been dumbed down that far, the bottom of consciousness. And now, it requires absolutely phenomenal scholarship and spiritual fortitude to see through any of this immense mind control. And so, this is our real conundrum: how to achieve this. And yet, as I said, I am merely scratching the surface. Additionally, atheism was gradually introduced into the world as a careful socially engineered mythology to mesmerize and brainwash the gullible masses. Epistemology is the investigation of what distinguishes justified belief from opinion. The elite occult established epistemological cartels of knowledge, leaning upon a radical empiricism to block any free thinking about the biogenesis of life, how life began. The Royal Society in England was one such cartel. Through these epistemological cartels, elite occultists were able to use an anthropocentric epistemology to endorse a metaphysical claim to biogenesis, and the disallowance or necessity of a God, making man the measure of all things. By placing man at the center of biogenesis causation, God was factored out of the creation equation, and the occult elite were able to dominate man's passion and rape man of any real free thought or self-determinism, reducing man to a random chaotic event in a meaningless and hostile illusory heliocentric universe. The blind ignorance of atheism was taught as the new creation myth, where no real mechanism or reason for life was offered, just ignorant and blind irrationality. This caused cognitive dissonance in the uneducated masses, and so they clung to atheistic materialism, as a man overboard, devoid of any hope or faculties of legitimate reasoning power. This is where we find mankind now, rudderless, drowning in his own blind hubris and ignorance, in need of salvation, while not knowing his place in this dark sea of spiritual wickedness at all. Definitions: Luciferianism. The religion of apotheosis. Luciferianism constitutes the nucleus of the ruling class religion. While there are definitely political and economic rationales for elite criminality, Luciferianism can account for the longevity of many of the oligarchs' projects. Many of the longest and most brutal human endeavors have been underpinned by some form of religious zealotry. The Crusades testify to this historical fact. Likewise, the power elite's ongoing campaign to establish a socialist totalitarian global government has Luciferianism to thank for both its longevity and frequently violent character. In the mind of the modern oligarch, Luciferianism provides religious legitimacy for otherwise morally questionable plans. Luciferianism is the product of religious engineering, which sociologist William Sims Bainbridge defines as the conscious, systematic, skilled creation of a new religion, new religions, science, and secularization, no pagination. In actuality, this is a tradition that even precedes Bainbridge. It has been the practice of Freemasonry for years. It was also the practice of Masonry's religious and philosophical progenitors, the ancient pagan mystery cults. The inner doctrines of the Mesopotamian secret societies provided the theological foundations for the Christian and Judaic heresies, Kabbalism and Gnosticism. All modern Luciferian philosophy finds scientific legitimacy in the Gnostic myth of Darwinism. As evolutionary thought was popularized, variants of Luciferianism were popularized along with it, particularly in the form of secular humanism, which shall be examined shortly. A historical corollary of this popularization has been the rise of several cults and mass movements, exemplified by the various mystical sects and gurus of the 60s counterculture. The metastasis of Luciferian thinking continues to this very day. Luciferianism represents a radical revaluation of humanity's ageless adversary, Satan. It is the ultimate inversion of good and evil. The formula for this inversion is reflected by the narrative paradigm of the Gnostic hypostasis myth. As opposed to the original biblical version, the Gnostic account represents a revaluation of the Hebraic story of the first man's temptation, the desire of mere men to be as gods by partaking of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, Raschke 26. Karl Raschke elaborates, in the Hypostasis of the Archons, an Egyptian Gnostic document, we read how the traditional story of man's disobedience toward God is reinterpreted as a universal conflict between knowledge, gnosis, and the dark powers, exousia, of the world, which bind the human soul in ignorance. The hypostasis describes man as a stepchild of Sophia, wisdom, created according to the model of Ion, the imperishable realm of eternity. On the other hand, it is neither God the imperishable nor Sophia who actually is responsible in the making of man. On the contrary, the task is undertaken by the archons, the demonic powers who, because of their weakness, entrap man in a material body, and thus cut him off from his blessed origin. They place him in paradise and enjoin him against eating of the tree of knowledge. The prohibition, however, is viewed by the author of the text not as a holy command, but as a malignant effort on the part of the inferior spirits to prevent Adam from having true communion with the high God, from gaining authentic gnosis. According to this Baudelarization, Adam is consistently contacted by the high God in hopes of reinitiating man's quest for gnosis. The archons intervene and create Eve to distract Adam from the pursuit of gnosis. However, this Gnostic Eve is actually a sort of undercover agent for the high God, who is charged with divulging to Adam the truth that has been withheld from him. The archons manage to sabotage this covert operation by facilitating sexual intercourse between Adam and Eve, an act that Gnostics contend was designed to defile the woman's spiritual nature. At this juncture, the hypostasis reintroduces a familiar antagonist from the original Genesis account, but now the principle of feminine wisdom reappears in the form of the serpent, called the instructor, who tells the mortal pair to defy the prohibition of the archons, and eat of the tree of knowledge. The serpent successfully entices Adam and Eve to eat the forbidden fruit, but the bodily defilement of the woman prevents man from understanding the true motive underpinning the act. Thus, humanity is fettered by the archon's curse, suggesting that the orthodox theological view of the violation of the command as sin must be regarded anew, as the mindless failure to commit the act rightly in the first place. In this revisionist context, the serpent is no longer Satan, but is an incognito savior instead. Meanwhile, God's role as benevolent Heavenly Father is vilified. The God of Genesis, who comes to reprimand Adam and Eve after their transgression, is rudely caricatured in this tale as the arrogant archon who opposes the will of the authentic Heavenly Father. Of course, within this Gnostic narrative, God incarnate is equally belittled. Jesus Christ, the Word made flesh, is reduced to little more than a forerunner of the coming Gnostic adept. According to the Gnostic mythology, Jesus was but a mere type of this perfect man. He came as a teacher and an exemplar, to show others the path to illumination. The true Messiah has yet to come. Equally, the serpent is only a precursor to this Messiah. He only initiates man's journey towards gnosis. The developmental voyage must be further facilitated by the serpent's predecessor, the Gnostic Christ. The hypostasis provides the paradigmatic template for all Luciferian mythologies. Like the hypostasis, the binary opposition of Luciferian mythology caricatures Jehovah as an oppressive tyrant. He becomes the archon of arrogance, the embodiment of ignorance and religious superstition. Satan, who retains his heavenly title of Lucifer, is the liberator of humanity. Masonry, which acts as the contemporary retainer for the ancient mystery religion, reconceptualizes Satan in a similar fashion. In Morals and Dogma, 33rd degree Freemason Albert Pike candidly exalts the fallen angel, Lucifer, the light-bearer. Strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, the son of the morning. Is it he who bears the light, and with its splendors intolerable blinds feeble, sensual, or selfish souls? Doubt it not. He makes man aware of his own innate divinity and promises to unlock the God within us all. This theme of apotheosis underpinned both Gnosticism and the pagan mystery religions. While Gnosticism's origins with the ancient mystery cults remains a source of contention amongst scholars, its promises of liberation from humanity's material side is strongly akin to the old pagan mysteries' variety of psychic therapy. In addition, the ancient mystery religion promised the opportunity to erase the curse of mortality by direct encounter with the patron deity, or in many instances by actually undergoing an apotheosis, a transfiguration of human into divine. Like some varieties of Satanism, Luciferianism does not depict the devil as a literal metaphysical entity. Lucifer only symbolizes the cognitive powers of man. He is the embodiment of science and reason. It is the Luciferians' religious conviction that these two facilitative forces will dethrone God and apotheosize man. It comes as little surprise that the radicals of the early revolutionary faith celebrated the arrival of Darwinism. Evolutionary theory was the edifying science of Promethean zealotry, and the new secular religion of the scientific dictatorship. According to Masonic scholar Wilmshurst, the completion of human evolution involves man becoming a godlike being and unifying his consciousness with the omniscient. During the Enlightenment, Luciferianism was disseminated on the popular level as secular humanism. All of the governing precepts of Luciferianism are encompassed by secular humanism. This is made evident by the philosophy's rejection of theistic morality and enthronement of man as his own absolute moral authority. While Luciferianism has no sacred texts, Humanist Manifesto I and II succinctly delineate its central tenets. Whittaker Chambers, former member of the Communist Underground in America, eloquently summarizes this truth: humanism is not new. It is, in fact, man's second oldest faith. Its promise was whispered in the first days of creation under the tree of the knowledge of good and evil: ye shall be as gods. Transhumanism offers an updated, high-tech variety of Luciferianism. The appellation transhumanism was coined by evolutionary biologist Julian Huxley. Transhumanism, Wikipedia, the Free Encyclopedia, no pagination. Huxley defined the transhuman condition as man remaining man, but transcending himself, by realizing new possibilities of, and for his human nature. However, by 1990, Dr. Max Moore would radically redefine transhumanism as follows: transhumanism is a class of philosophies that seek to guide us towards a post-human condition. Transhumanism shares many elements of humanism, including a respect for reason and science, a commitment to progress, and a valuing of human, or transhuman, existence in this life. Transhumanism differs from humanism in recognizing and anticipating the radical alterations in the nature and possibilities of our lives resulting from various sciences and technologies. Transhumanism advocates the use of nanotechnology, biotechnology, cognitive science, and information technology to propel humanity into a post-human condition. Once he has arrived at this condition, man will cease to be man. He will become a machine, immune to death and all the other weaknesses intrinsic to his former human condition. The ultimate objective is to become a god. Transhumanism is closely aligned with the cult of artificial intelligence. In the very influential book The Age of Spiritual Machines, AI High Priest Ray Kurzweil asserts that technological immortality could be achieved through magnetic resonance imaging or some technique of reading and replicating the human brain's neural structure within a computer, technological immortality, no pagination. Through the merger of computers and humans, Kurzweil believes that man will become godlike spirits inhabiting cyberspace, as well as the material universe. Following the biblical revisionist tradition of the Gnostic hypostasis myth, transhumanists invert the roles of God and Satan. In an essay entitled In Praise of the Devil, transhumanist ideologue Max Moore depicts Lucifer as a heroic rebel against a tyrannical God. The devil Lucifer is a force for good, where I define good simply as that which I value. Not wanting to imply any universal validity or necessity to the orientation. Lucifer means light-bringer, and this should begin to clue us into his symbolic importance. The story is that God threw Lucifer out of heaven because Lucifer had started to question God and was spreading dissension among the angels. We must remember that this story is told from the point of view of the Gnostics, if I may coin a term, and not from that of the Luciferians. I will use this term to distinguish us from the official Satanists with whom I have fundamental differences. The truth may just as easily be that Lucifer resigned from heaven. According to Moore, Lucifer probably exiled himself out of moral outrage towards the oppressive Jehovah. God, being the well-documented sadist that he is, no doubt wanted to keep Lucifer around so that he could punish him and try to get him back under his, God's, power. Probably what really happened was that Lucifer came to hate God's kingdom, his sadism, his demand for slavish conformity and obedience, his psychotic rage at any display of independent thinking and behavior. Lucifer realized that he could never fully think for himself, and could certainly not act on his independent thinking so long as he was under God's control. Therefore he left heaven, that terrible spiritual state ruled by the cosmic sadist Jehovah, and was accompanied by some of the angels who had had enough courage to question God's authority and his value perspective. Moore proceeds to reiterate 33rd degree Mason Albert Pike's depiction of Lucifer. Lucifer is the embodiment of reason, of intelligence, of critical thought. He stands against the dogma of God and all other dogmas. He stands for the exploration of new ideas and new perspectives in the pursuit of truth. Lucifer is even considered a patron saint by some transhumanists. Transdopian symbolism, no pagination. Transhumanism retains the paradigmatic character of Luciferianism, albeit in a futurist context. Worse still, transhumanism is hardly some marginalized cult. Richard Hayes, executive director of the Center for Genetics and Society, elaborates. Last June at Yale University, the World Transhumanist Association held its first national conference. The transhumanists have chapters in more than 20 countries and advocate the breeding of genetically enriched forms of post-human beings. Other advocates of the new techno-eugenics, such as Princeton University professor Lee Silver, predict that by the end of this century, all aspects of the economy, the media, the entertainment industry, and the knowledge industry, will be controlled by members of the Genrich class. Naturals will work as low-paid service providers or as laborers. With a growing body of academic luminaries and a techno-eugenical vision for the future, transhumanism is carrying the banner of Luciferianism into the 21st century. Through genetic engineering and biotechnological augmentation of the physical body, transhumanists are attempting to achieve the very same objective of their patron saint. I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God, I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation, in the sides of the north, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, I will be like the Most High. Isaiah 14:13-14. This declaration reflects the aspirations of the power elite as well. Whatever form the Luciferian religion assumes throughout the years, its goal remains the same, apotheosis. By Philip D. Collins. Copyright Jan. 10, 2006. Preface. In a nutshell, you are not supposed to ever discover anything I have been talking about. The elite have been very cautious to cover their tracks with breadcrumbs of plausible deniability, and mountains of occultism hidden in plain sight. I am here to crush all that. Remember, I am not claiming to be a Bible scholar. Nevertheless, I think there is much more to the Bible than, did Christ die for your sins? The blood sacrifice idea. Satanic cults actually kill people and drink the blood and eat the flesh of their victims. Christians do not do this. Don't confuse the two. I am not so much trying to push biblical authenticity as much as look at the alternative paths. The attempt to achieve immortality through works and personal effort is the Luciferan way, which leads to death, because we all die. The only path that does not contain this method is Christianity. The idea that God would take human form and die for his creation does not seem satanic to me at all. Christianity does not ask for human sacrifice, or to drink blood and eat flesh. It is the non-Christian religions and cults that do, like the Catholic Church, for instance. Christianity is a faith. You are not forced to accept it. What I have done is show the alternative to Christianity, scientism and Luciferianism, an entire world lost in the idea that they can earn salvation, when we all die in the end. If you prefer Luciferian ideologies, that is your choice. That is pretty much what I keep saying, it is your choice. There are a million arguments to reject Christianity, some of them you have made, we all have made. The morality found in the Bible does not lead to more sin or Satanism. If it did, we would have a case to reject Christianity based upon its obvious decadence. If you choose to reject Christianity, again, it is your choice. Then you are left with anything else, and anything else is actually Luciferian at its core when you examine the world deeply. That should tell you a lot. A process of elimination and deduction actually leads one back to Christ, and not to a blood sacrifice of the cross fetish and fixation. There is simply a lot more to all of this than the pigeonholing of Christianity as a pagan satanic cult. The fruits of Christian morality do not reflect that view in the slightest. However, we know Christianity has been infiltrated by Satanism to make it seem so. Legalize equals legal lies. The elite created law to enslave the masses. The law protects them, only. They legalize their own criminal activity. Quotes a general who does not study his enemy is walking out onto the battlefield to his death, and the death of all his men. This is why I write books to expose the enemy. Gregory L. Garrett. Hollywood, with its emphasis on Gnostic dystopian tales such as The Matrix, V for Vendetta, Jupiter Ascending, Blade Runner, Marvel's Infinity War, etc., and the blatant and savage demonizing of Christian morals and ethics. As well as portraying reality as a prison that needs to be destroyed and jettisoned completely, in preference for its version of a new world of limitless godlike power and knowledge, is acting in full partnership with biblical apocalyptic prophecy. In other words, Hollywood seeks to assist in the ultimate destruction of all society, and the world in its subterranean and visually embedded esoteric agenda. Hollywood propagates the Gnostic lie that the Creator is evil and God's creation is a sham, a phony illusion, and needs to be destroyed and transcended. Gregory L. Garrett, when you hear or see something presented to you from the mainstream media, or your government, rest assured it not the truth, but rather, it is the agenda that the elite controlling powers are seeking to bring into existence. Everything is presented to you as programming to create the world that they want you to inhabit, not the world as it actually is. Gregory L. Garrett, if you seek to be happy, you are a failure when you are not happy. Therefore, happiness should never be your goal. When you seek for truth and meaning, you will find it and can sustain it every second of your life, for all your life. Thus, truth and meaning should always be your goal. Life is suffering and happiness is a byproduct of this suffering which comes and goes like the rise and fall of the tides. Paradoxically, if you want to be happy, do not seek happiness. Gregory L. Garrett question: what do the Vatican Jesuit Luciferian elite, scientism, and heliocentric brainwashing all have in common? Answer: Albert Einstein, copyright clerk. Gregory L. Garrett, general and special relativity and relative morality are great lies of the 20th century. Gregory L. Garrett, atheism is a religion. Dawkins, Harris, and Hitchens, among others, were messiahs of atheism, and atheism is founded on a faith in unqualified and proven theoretical scientific beliefs. Subsumed beneath the umbrella of atheism, we find subsidiary religious fantasies including the existence of virtual particles, Planck stars, heliocentrism, Big Bang cosmology, gravity, evolution, dark matter, black holes, dark energy, gravitational waves, quantum foam, the Big Bounce theory, trillions of light-years, etc. Atheism leads to the irrational supposition that the universe magically popped into existence by itself, and or the equally preposterous belief that the universe has always existed, independent of a creator. Gregory L. Garrett, defining the word religion. Oxford Dictionary defines religion as a pursuit or interest followed with great devotion. So, if an atheist practices or preaches the merits of this view, they are devoted to this belief. The mere act of defending atheism proves a devotion to it. Hence it is a religious topic, and can be classified as a branch of religion. Gregory L. Garrett, modern cosmology and astrophysics are nothing but Luciferian Hermetic religion steeped in 18th and 19th century Eastern European Kabbalism. Gregory L. Garrett, your perception of reality is created by ideas and language. Long ago, the ruling elite figured out they could control the masses through gaslighting. They altered the description of reality gradually, bit by bit, until you are under the spell of their descriptions. Gregory L. Garrett, through gaslighting, the elite could even convince you to believe, through sophistry, specious argumentation, and the canons of scholarly erudition invoking authoritative dominance over you, that the earth is actually a ball floating in space. Gregory L. Garrett, scientism. He shall honor the God of forces, a God whom his fathers knew not. He shall speak great words against the Most High and shall wear out the saints of the Most High and think to change times and laws. Dan, 725, 1138, Gregory L. Garrett, the self-recursive, internally paradoxical nature of most of what passes for science today, is nothing more than rehashed and repackaged ancient Kabbalah. Gregory L. Garrett, imagine the horror and depression if you spent your entire life looking up at the sky, calculating the movements and activities of sonoluminescent shimmers, stars, thinking they were light years away, to finally learn it is all just a few thousand miles above you. The humiliation. Gregory L. Garrett, it's worth looking into the Michelson-Morley experiment and the ether. What they are calling gravitational waves today would have been called something like ether wind or drag back then, but they got rid of ether to make way for Einsteinian spacetime voodoo. Ether is a simple concept, the super-thin medium that permeates the universe and which carries light, hence luminiferous, light-bearing ether. If light is a wave, it needs a medium. Gregory L. Garrett, when you consider the empirically verifiable data and practical applications of Nikola Tesla's work on ether and electromagnetics in the context of modern-day scientism, with its invisible quantum virtual particles and magic gravity, you quickly see the farce of modern science. Gregory L. Garrett, your perception of reality is created through descriptive language. Long ago, the Luciferian elite figured out they could control the masses through mind control. Using science, and gradually altered the description of reality until all were under the spell of their descriptions. Gregory L. Garrett, the Luciferian cult that hijacked the world through infiltration, genocide, deceit, pedophilia, and murder is actually the same cult that wrote your educational material and governs business, military, government, finance, media, entertainment, and just about everything else. Gregory L. Garrett. Chapter 1. Babylon Revisited. The great work of mixing good and evil. In the opening chapters of the great book of Genesis, we're told that the tree of the knowledge of good and evil existed in the garden, alongside the tree of life. And we're told that Satan convinced Eve that after eating of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, her resulting progeny would be as gods, knowing good and evil. But what does knowing good and evil mean, in terms of life on this earth today? Well, knowing good and evil and the knowledge of good and evil represents Satan's so-called magnum opus, or great work of blending polar opposites, i.e., mixing God's word with his own word. God's way with his own way in order to produce a new way that supposedly results in heaven on earth. This is the same great work that the Freemasons, who are merely Babylonian Gnostics, talk about in secret. This is also Satan's vain substitute for the unifying work of the Holy Spirit in the life of Christians, which, through Christ's redeeming act on the cross, brings about that eternal spiritual marriage bond between Father and his children. The great work is a counterfeit way to spiritual salvation based upon secret alchemical knowledge and one's own arrogant efforts to become God without God. In short, it is the effort to make a God out of mortal man. What Satan taught was that to be as the angels i.e., ye shall be as gods, they'd have to learn how to mix good and evil, peace and adversity, cheer and calamity, pleasure and distress, bounty and emptiness, God's doctrine and Satan's doctrine. In short, Satan preached that a mixture of good and evil would, in the end, create a synergy or synthesis which would lead to oneness among mankind and the angels and God. It's much the same again today, in the final days of this earth age, as that satanic siren call to oneness goes out across the world. Gen 2:9 And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree, that is pleasant to the sight, and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Gen 3:5 For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. The scripture does not say knowing good from evil or knowing the difference between good and evil. It says, knowing good and evil. And to understand what that means, we have to take a deeper look at the definitions of the words used in those verses. Euphemistically speaking, to know good and evil is to have lost one's innocence. Adam and Eve lost their innocence in the garden when they allowed themselves to be seduced by the serpent into mixing together. They coupled with each other, so to speak, though they were warned not to even so much as touch the fruit of the tree of good and evil. And the fruits from that original sin of knowing good and evil are seen even today in the merging and mixing of diverse and completely incompatible cultures. Diverse and completely incompatible political doctrines are being merged. Diverse and completely incompatible religions are being merged. Even men and women are being merged through the abominable practice of transgenderism, also known as androgyny. And through scientific techniques like genetic manipulation, even fruits, vegetables, and animals are being mixed and merged. And so, Satan's so-called magnum opus, or great alchemical work, is the blending of opposites, i.e., mixing God's word with his own word. God's way with his own way in order to produce a new way or synthesis that supposedly results in heaven on earth. Through the blending of opposites on all fronts, secret societies, and most conspicuously, Freemasonry, seeks to plunge the world into war and chaos from the disintegration of opposites in the vacuum of a relativistic cosmic pantheism. Their ultimate goal is the mystical singularity, or omega point of all things, as the universe, including all spacetime, implodes into a metaphysical black hole of polar synthesis and nihilistic negation. In this relativistic vacuum, all distinctions dissolve into chaotic meaninglessness, with nothing differentiated from anything else, and with no distinctions between good or evil. From this chaos, they hope to erect their new world order based upon purely Luciferian principles of Babylonian Hermeticism, human sacrifice, sexual perversion, and the tyrannical rule over all others from their bastions of technocratic digital control. Welcome to the New Age. https://havianotred.com/wpcontent/2018/04/knowinggoodandevil.pdf Mystery Babylon the Great Mother of Harlots 17:1 And there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither, I will shew unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters, 17:2 with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication. 17:3 So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. 17:4 And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. 17:5 And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. 17:6 And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints, and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus, and when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. 17:9 And here is the mind which hath wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains, on which the woman sitteth. 17:10 And there are 7 kings, 5 are fallen, and 1 is, and the other is not yet come, and when he comes, he must continue a short space. 17:11 And the beast that was, and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goes into perdition. 17:12 And the 10 horns which thou saw are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast. 17:15 And he said unto me, The waters which thou sawest, where the whore sitteth, are peoples, and multitudes, and nations, and tongues. 17:18 And the woman which thou sawest, is that great city, which reigns over the kings of the earth. Revelation 17:1-18 Christian biblical exegesis has historically associated the whore of Babylon with the Antichrist of Revelation. The term whore has less to do with any sexual transgression and more on the act of idolatry specifically, whoring the church to serve the political interests of rulers. Not surprisingly, much speculation swirled around who this whore signified. Biblical scholars have mostly interpreted Babylon to be the Roman Empire of the time, which was engaged, until 313 CE, in sporadic persecution of Christians. An interpretative clue is found in verse 9, where the horse sits on 7 mountains, a possible reference to the 7 hills of Rome, where she rules over the kings of the earth. Rev. 17:18. During the medieval age, reformers and critics within the Catholic Church, some who eventually were elevated to sainthood, equated the papacy with the whore of Babylon, specifically for its internal corruption, practice of simony, and most importantly, its political maneuvering to enhance its earthly powers and dominions. Leaders of the Protestant movement, i.e., Luther, Zwingli, Calvin, Knox, Wesley, strengthened this association by generalizing the entire church as corrupt, rather than a more complex analysis that would criticize specific periods and/or popes. The Pope as Antichrist, leading the Catholic Church as whore into apostasy, was not only a mainstream interpretation during the rise of Protestantism, but has remained a popular interpretation, especially among many fundamentalists, dispensationalists, and right-leaning evangelicals today. It is easy to implicate the Catholic Church as the primary instigator of the Gnostic New Age of Luciferianism because of her pagan Babylonian practices and rituals. Additionally, many people researching the Catholic Church refer to it as the whore of Babylon, because the Catholic Church worships the Gnostic goddess ideology of Mary as the Mother of God rather than emphasizing Christ and the plan for salvation through faith in Christ's sacrifice on the cross. All things based in goddess worship amount to a repackaging of this satanic goddess worship, including the exaltation of Mary, or Semiramis, or Astarte as the Queen of Heaven, the Gnostic Sophia, Aphrodite, pagan Venus, Gaia as Mother Earth, feminist goddess worshipping Wicca, Ashtoreth, Ishtar, Kali, Madonna, Diana, Lucifer, etc. The goal of goddess worship is a satanic Gnostic agenda to bring in the new age of Aquarius, where Luciferian doctrines and satanic Babylonian paganism re-emerge to the forefront of all religions. This is a form of Knights Templar Gnostic dominion theology, which seeks to be an all-inclusive New World religion based upon self-salvation, self-worship, and apotheosis, man becoming God, all components of Gnostic Luciferianism. The Catholic Church is spearheading this Babylon revisited, Luciferian New Age religion with its rhetoric of tolerance for an integration with all religions, pagan and Christian, unifying all under the banner of a pantheistic, astrotheology concealed a Christianity, which effectively trashes the exclusive message of Christ and the Bible in general. Some background on Mystery Babylon. Mother of all harlots. Satan's church had its beginning at Babylon with the construction of the Tower of Babel on the plain of Shinar by the river Euphrates many generations after the deluge. At the time of the construction of Babylon at the Tower of Babel, Genesis 11:1-4, mankind had multiplied and spoken one language. Cush, who was the son of Ham and grandson of Noah, Genesis 10:1-6, helped to plan with his son Nimrod, a blueprint by which to rule the world of humanity through a wicked counterfeit religion. Nimrod was the originator of sun worship and founder of Babylon. A Bible translation called the Targum says, Nimrod became a mighty man of sin, a murderer of innocent men, and a rebel before the Lord. The beginning of Nimrod's evil plan had its origin at Babel, which was later known as Babylon. This city of Babylon with a tower whose top may reach unto heaven was built by Nimrod, Genesis 10:8-10, 11:4. Tower of Babel. The called the Tower Babel, the gate to heaven, but God called it what it was, which was Babel, confusion, for their God confused the language of the people, which forced them to scatter. This heaven-defying group of people wanted one government to rule the world and one religion to sway the hearts of mankind. This was Satan's attempt to defy God in his authority, and the ringleader of his scheme was Nimrod. But God came down and stopped this worldwide rebellion at Babel, in defiance of his command for mankind to replenish the earth, Genesis 9:1, by confusing their language into many languages, so they could not understand one another's speech. Mankind discontinued the building of Babel, and were scattered to different parts of the world, Genesis 11:8-9. Nimrod had a plan to weld together and strengthen this evil religious system, and so he married his own mother, who was Semiramis. She was the first deified queen of Babylon, and Nimrod was the first deified king. Semiramis was as wicked as her son Nimrod, and as much sold out to Satan and devil worship as did he. Incest was used here as a basis to unite this newly false religious system. Nimrod and his mother/wife would be greatly used by Satan in the following centuries to send countless millions, and even billions of souls to hell. A counterfeit opposition system of religion. Satan's plan was to develop a counterfeit opposition system of religion to attract worship away from the true God of heaven. This false system had its sacrificial plan just as God had a plan of sacrifice. But Satan's pagan worship required the offering up of human beings, which was often the sons and daughters of the worshippers. A counterfeit holy day was instituted in honor of the sun god, Sunday, and this was designed by Satan to rob God of his peculiar authority as the creator of the universe as designated by his holy day, the Sabbath. Have you noticed how occult symbols are typically reversed? Example: the occult symbol for a cross is an inverted cross. Most have never noticed that God uses the 6:1 principle. That is, you have 6 of something normal, and then on the 7th something special happens. Example: God created the world in 6 days, and the 7th is a special day of rest and worship. Crops were grown for 6 years, and the 7th year the land was rested. Slaves were kept for 6 years, and were to be set free on the 7th year. There are 6 weeks from Passover to the 7th week being Pentecost. There are 6 months from Passover to the 7th month being the Day of Atonement. Bible chronologists say we are currently approaching the end of 6,000 years since creation, and if Christ returns at the end of 6,000 years, we will then have the 7,000th year being the 1,000-year millennial reign. See Revelation 21-15, so 6,000 years plus 1,000 years, millennium, equals 7,000 years. None of this is by chance, and is God's plan. Nimrod's and Semiramis followers plunged so deeply into sin and the occult that they even sacrificed babies to Satan in their worship of him. This became a common practice until Shem, who was one of Noah's 3 sons, and the great-uncle of Nimrod, in his anger and wrath killed Nimrod and cut him up into small pieces as an example to others not to commit such abominable sins, and not to follow such evil religious practices. Shem was a godly man, and it was through his seed the Messiah would come. Alexander Hislop in his book The Two Babylons said, "The Tower of Babel was actually the worship of Satan in the form of fire, the sun and the serpent." However, Satan worship could not be done openly because of the many who still believed in the true God of Noah. So a mystery religion began at Babel where Satan could be worshipped in secret. Alexander Hislop, The Two Babylons, 2nd American ed. Neptune, New Jersey, Loiseau Brothers, 1959. Because of Nimrod's death, the followers of Nimrod and Semiramis were stunned and experienced much grief. Their religious hero was dead. They were afraid to continue in their worship of Satan for fear that what happened to Nimrod would also happen to them, so a mystery religion developed at Babel where Satan could be worshipped in secret. This is exactly what is happening in these last days. Satan is using mysteries and deceptions to deceive people into thinking that they are worshiping God when they are actually worshiping Satan. For a short time the practices of this counterfeit religion ceased, but Semiramis, the wife of Nimrod, had a brilliant idea of how she could successfully revive her and Nimrod's pagan religion and give it a new form. It was not long after the death of her husband that Semiramis became pregnant. She said that when Nimrod died that he went up to the sun, and the sun then became a symbol of Nimrod. She told the people that a ray of the sun had come to her and impregnated her with a child, and that it was actually Nimrod coming back in a reincarnation of the sun god. The child was called Tammuz, and these three were worshipped as the personification of the sun god, and this is where we find the three-in-one Trinity doctrine originated, and is where the first three came into existence. This mystery religion was nothing more than Satan worship. Read the pagan origins of the Trinity doctrine for more. The Trinity got its start in ancient Babylon with Nimrod, Tammuz, and Semiramis. Semiramis demanded worship for both her husband and her son as well as herself. She claimed that her son was both the Father and the Son. Yes, he was God the Father and God the Son, the first divine incomprehensible Trinity. The two Babylons, Alexander Hislop, p.51. So Semiramis proclaimed that her husband Nimrod was a god, and she as the wife of Nimrod was a goddess. She then announced herself to be the Queen of Heaven, and that she should be worshipped as such. She claimed that her spirit was the moon, and when she died she would dwell in the moon, even as Nimrod was already in the sun. What a devilish brainstorm inspired by Satan! Satan was laying the foundation for every system of falsehood and error the world has ever known. They took the truth of God and turned it into a lie and worshipped and served the creature. On a wider application also includes Satan, more than the Creator. Romans 1:25. This system of paganism, while professing to be the true religion, is actually devil worship. It professes and claims to be the truth of God, but in reality it is Satan's masterpiece, the mystery of iniquity. As Satan's church gained momentum, Semiramis pushed this satanic religious order underground. The followers of this counterfeit religion had to take secret oaths. The secret societies, some unscriptural lodges of today, thus had their beginning. The confessionals and priesthood were set up. The followers of this pagan religion confessed their sins to their priests. What church continued this unbiblical pagan tradition? See also 1 Timothy 2:5, Luke 5:20-21. By so doing, Semiramis could control her followers and exercise lordship over them. She boldly and brazenly proclaimed that she and her priests were the only ones who understood the mysteries of God, and that they were the only possible way to God. Because of dedication to and fear of this false religious system, the followers of this religion fearfully complied. Semiramis and her priests of Satan were deep into the occult, magic, and illusion. They were masters of lies and deception. Everywhere there were statues or idols of this mother-slash-child cult. Semiramis was soon hailed as the Queen of Heaven, Ashtart. Her symbol became the moon, and her husband Nimrod was called Baal, the sun god, and his symbol became the sun. The city of Babylon was the seat of Satan worship until its fall to the Medes and the Persians in 539 BC. At this time the Babylonian pagan priests left Babylon and went to Alexandria and Pergamos. See who is the beast that has the number 666, or the origin of 666 for more. It should be noted that the majority of the Babylonian pagan priests went to Pergamos more so than Alexandria, so for many centuries after the fall of Babylon, Pergamos became the new seat of Satan, Revelation 2:12-13, but around 129 BC. Opportunity arose for them to leave Pergamos and go to Rome, and thus Rome became the final seat of Satan, where he set up his church, and hence sun worship, which was practiced on Sunday, was most prevalent in Alexandria and Rome by the time of Christ. Church historian Socrates Scholasticus, 5th century, wrote, "For although almost all churches throughout the world celebrate the sacred mysteries of the Lord's Supper on the Sabbath of every week, yet the Christians of Alexandria and at Rome, on account of some ancient tradition, have ceased to do this. Socrates Scholasticus, Ecclesiastical History, Book 5, ch. 22. So Baal worship was in full swing. It caught on fast and spread to many parts of the world. In Egypt, Semiramis became known as Isis, the Queen of Heaven. Nimrod became known as Osiris, the husband/son, and frequently called Horus, the sun god. In Phoenicia, Semiramis and Nimrod were worshipped as or known as Ashtaroth and Tammuz, in Greece, Aphrodite and Eros, in Rome, Venus and Cupid, and in China, Mother Xingmu and her child. Sun worship including Copernican heliocentrism. When the cold season began every year, they believed their sun god was leaving them. It was on December 25th that they noticed the gradual return of the sun god. So, they called this day the birth of the sun. Tammuz was hailed as the son of the sun. He was idolized and even worshipped, and the first letter of his name became the symbol of sun worship. Human sacrifices to the sun god were offered on this initial letter made of wood, known as the cross T, and this T for Tammuz is also the true origin of Catholics crossing themselves. His birthday of December 25th was honored more and more. Satan worked many years before the conception and birth of the true Messiah to counterfeit through sun worship his miraculous conception and birth. Satan succeeded many times in leading God's people into sin and pagan sun worship. And the Catholic Vatican Jesuits once again repackaged ancient Babylonian sun worship with the help of Jesuit agent Copernicus in the 15th century, to create the Copernican heliocentric lie that, even today, is taught as fact in schools. The true date of the birth of Christ is most likely between July and September, but since the exact date of Christ's birthday was unknown, it was suggested, why not call it the same date as the birth of Tammuz, which was December 25th? This was the time when the sun had reached its lowest point on the horizon, and started back up into the heavens, and so the sun god had come to life, so to speak. So gradually December 25th came to be known as the birthday of Christ. The Papal Church finally instituted a special Mass on that day, Christ's Mass, and so December 25th became Christmas. The Yule log burning in the fire followed by the green tree lit with candles all came from the pagan worship representing Nimrod being dead, while his spirit still lived on in the sun, and was alive again in Tammuz his son. Jesus was crucified and resurrected in the spring of the year near the time of the moon festival. The devil was at work once again to bring the idea of having a celebration at the same time as the heathen, but calling it in honor of the resurrection. And in regard to the worship of the moon goddess Semiramis, the so-called Queen of Heaven. The cakes to the Queen of Heaven were round and on them was cut a cross in honor of the sun god, and they were offered to the Queen of Heaven, and today we call them hot cross buns. Read Jeremiah 7:16-18. The 40 days of weeping for Tammuz became Lent, and at the close of Lent came Easter Sunday. The prophet Ezekiel was shown even greater abominations. Read Ezekiel 8:12-18. This goddess Ishtar, Easter, came to be known as the goddess of springtime as in new life, or as history records it, the goddess of reproduction. The pagans would go to some mountainside early Sunday morning and worship this goddess as the sun was rising in the east. They gave themselves to immorality and indecency of every description. The eggs and rabbits were used as symbols of fertility and germination, and hence new life. It all came into the church gradually, and was all blessed by the Catholic Church and given to the world. And some people wonder why God calls the Catholic Church Babylon. The use of temples, and these dedicated to particular saints, and ornamented on occasions with branches of trees, incense, lamps, and candles, votive offerings on recovery from illness, holy water, asylums, holy days and seasons, use of calendars, processions, blessings on the fields, sacerdotal vestments, the tonsure, the ring in marriage, turning to the east, images at a later date, perhaps the ecclesiastical chant, and the Kyrie eleison are all of pagan origin, and sanctified by their adoption into the Church. An essay on the development of the Christian doctrine, John Henry Cardinal Newman, p. 373. It has often been charged that Catholicism is overlaid with many pagan incrustations. Catholicism is ready to accept that accusation, and even to make it her boast. The great God Pan is not really dead, he is baptized. The Story of Catholicism, p. 37. As time elapsed, stories spread worldwide about Semiramis and Nimrod as Baal worship was everywhere. The above information on the beginning of Satan's church, and its unscriptural practices, is found in The Two Babylons, by Rev. Alexander Hislop. In his book he has composed a list of names adopted in other parts of the world that can be traced back to Semiramis and Nimrod in one way or another. The list of names are as follows: Semiramis or Ashtart, Nimrod or Baal the sun god, Cybele, goddess mother. Asia Dioeus, Asia. Fortuna, pagan Rome. The boy Jupiter, pagan Rome. Isis, the queen of heaven. Egypt, Osiris or Horus, Egypt. Isi, goddess mother. India, Iswara, India. Venus, Rome. Cupid, Rome. Ashtoreth, Phoenicia. Tammuz, Phoenicia. Aphrodite, Greece. Eros, Greece. Irene, goddess of peace. Greece, the boy Plutus, Greece. Ishtar, Babylon. The winged one, Babylon. Rhea, mother of gods. Orion, constellation. Diana, Ephesian, Bacchus of ancient Greece. Xingmu, holy mother of China, the centaur, Greece. Satan pulled it off well, as he had the whole world trapped into some form of Baal worship. The entire world had lapsed into polytheism, worship of many gods or idols. Mankind no longer desired to serve the true and living God, and to accept his scriptural plan of salvation. Romans 1:18-32. Around 2000 BC, in Abraham's day, Baal worship and its pagan rites had so permeated the human race that God called Abraham out from it to be the progenitor of a nation of people, the Israelites or Jews, who would be instructed by God through Moses and the prophets to be a shining light and an example of godliness to the heathen nations, and reveal to them God's scriptural plan of salvation. Genesis 11:26-12, 1-5, Exodus 19:5-6, Hebrews 11:8. The Jews were greatly blessed by God as his chosen people, who were to serve as his representatives of godliness to those heathen nations who had become entrapped by paganism, to evangelize those godless nations, and to show them God's love. The Jews were repeatedly told that if they were to sin by serving other gods, to depart from the Lord and fail God in their mission as his representatives to those nations trapped in Baal worship, the Jews would suffer terribly at the hand of God and be dispersed into all the nations of the earth. See Deuteronomy 4:1-40, 6:14-18, 7:6-26, 8:6-20, 10:12-20, 11:1-28, 12:28-32, 29:16-29, 30:11-20. Before his death, Moses foretold that after his death the Jews would disobey and turn to other gods to worship and serve them. Deuteronomy 31:27-29, 32:16-29. After Moses' death, Joshua took command and led the children of Israel across the river Jordan into Palestine. The Jews were ordered to exterminate the Canaanites of the land, because they were so wicked, and so deeply involved in the evil practices of Baal worship, and to take the land as their dwelling to be used for the glory of God and leading the ungodly nations to God in his plan of redemption. The Jews took the land and exterminated some of the inhabitants of the land, but not all. The Jews here had already begun to disobey God. They soon became weary in their conquests of Palestine and stopped fighting. Soon afterwards the Israelites departed from their worship of the Lord and started to worship and serve other gods as Moses had predicted. The Jews soon became so involved in Baal worship and its pagan practices that some of them even sacrificed their children to Satan. Because of their disobedience to God's command to be faithful in their worship of and service to the true and living God, the Jews would have to suffer. On many occasions God allowed the children of Israel to be captured by their enemies and to be persecuted. When the Jews cried out to God in sorrow for their sins, the Lord delivered them. The Lord raised up judges to secure their deliverances. After each time the Lord brought about the deliverance of the captured, suffering children of Israel, the Jews would plunge back into sin and Baal worship. As time passed, the Jews became even more involved in pagan worship in spite of God's warnings and chastisements. God raised up prophets to warn the Israelites to repent or suffer more. Prophet after prophet was raised up for that purpose, and many of them were executed by the Jews. In 722 BC the 10 northern tribes were captured by the Assyrians and scattered never to return, and in 586 BC the Babylonians captured Judah and Jerusalem. This was the third time Babylon came up against them, but this time brought about their total destruction as everything was torn down. After the Babylonian captivity in 539 BC, at which time Babylon had fallen to the Persians granted the Jews in Babylon permission to return to Jerusalem. Many Jews did return to Palestine during the years 539 BC, 457 BC, and 445 BC. Others doubtless returned between those years and after 445 BC. Read also Daniel's 70 weeks prophecy. In 70 AD the Romans under General Titus captured Jerusalem and persecuted the Jews. The Jews' final dispersion took place at this time. After 70 AD, the Jews had been dispersed into all the nations of the world to suffer. Nearly all nations who had received Jews eventually turned on them and persecuted them. The Jews have been the most hated and persecuted people in history and have suffered more than any other people. They disobeyed God and they had to suffer as God said they would. When the Roman Empire was in power during the earthly life of Jesus, and during the early church period, the Roman Caesars were to be worshipped as gods. The early Christians were persecuted by the Romans because they would not bow down to the pagan Caesars. Satan directed this persecution of the early believers in an effort to stamp out Christianity. But instead of wiping out Christianity, persecution resulted in its growth. As more Christians were put to death, more and more Christians rose up to replace them. Satan saw that his directed persecution of the early believers would not obliterate Christianity, so he moved to attack the church from within instead of from without. Satan devised a plan by which he would lay the foundation for and establish his own counterfeit church. Under Satan's direction, paganism would get a new face. Satan would introduce to the world his own version of a Christian church. As was indicated earlier, the Caesars were worshipped as gods. As the Roman Empire was near disintegration, the pagan Caesars did not want to lose their power in controlling the world, so they decided on a plan by which to keep their power and influence in the world. The Roman Caesars simply exchanged their Roman togas for religious costumes. Thus they could control the world's governments and their economies through religion. After Constantine defeated Maxentius in 312 AD in a battle for the throne of Rome, Satan continued in his clever plan to build his own version of a Christian church. After his ascension to the Roman throne, Constantine issued his Edict of Toleration in 313 AD, to stop the persecution of the true believers in Christ. Under Constantine, the Christian Church for a time found relief from persecution. Satan had now temporarily stopped his persecution of the Christian Church from without, but he would now proceed to attack the Church from within. Under Satan's direction, Constantine set up the Council of Nicaea and presided as Summus Pontifex, the official title of a pope. Constantine's job was to mix paganism with a perverted form of Christianity to make his new religious organization look respectable. This mixture of paganism with some of the teaching of Christ was Satan's version of a Christian church. This powerful religious institution would be later used by Satan to send millions of souls to hell, and to cause the deaths of many Bible-believing Christians. Roman Catholic pagan statue said to be Mary and Jesus, but was Semiramis and son Nimrod. Many changes took place in this Babylonian pagan church. Under Constantine, the pagans were permitted to bring their statues and idols of Semiramis, the Queen of Heaven, and Nimrod, Baal, the sun god, into the church. The names were changed to the Virgin Mary, Queen of Heaven, and Little Jesus, the sun god. For example, is this Catholic image Mary and baby Jesus, or is it Semiramis, the Queen of Heaven, and son Nimrod/Tammuz? Note the pagan trident symbol from the head of what is supposedly baby Jesus, and that the hand is displayed with 2 fingers, and a thumb prominent, being another way of symbolizing the trident, and is a satanic hand sign symbolic of occult powers. This is also used by high church officials and priests in blessings invoking the sign of the cross by motioning their right hand with 2 fingers and thumb casually extended. It is also found in Freemasonry, of which origins can be found in the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church erroneously say that Peter was the first so-called pope of this papal system, but in fact it was really Constantine. So under Constantine as its first pope, the Roman Catholic institution, as we know it today, had its beginning. See also paganism and the Catholic Church and Catholic Church error, and was Peter the first pope? The Roman Catholic Church grew in power as the people in Rome were again under the priests and each succeeding pope. Constantine had 50 Bibles made of perverted manuscripts composed by pagan worshippers of Baal from Alexandria. Alexandria was not only the seat of Baal worship, but was also the headquarters of the most liberal philosophers. Those wicked philosophers produced their own perverted version of a Bible, and 50 such copies were made for Constantine to be given to the new church over which he presided. The Latin Vulgate, authored by Jerome and based on the above 50 Bibles, later became the Roman Catholic Bible, which was kept from the people so that unscriptural traditions would have greater emphasis in the minds of the followers of the Pope. The above information can be found in the books, The 2 Babylons by Alexander Hislop, and The Angel of Light by Jack Chick. Alexander Hislop in his book also traces Roman Catholic sacraments, ceremonies, doctrines, confessionals, priesthood, etc. Back to ancient Babylonian Baal worship. Roman Catholicism is based on ancient Babylonian Baal worship and on the man-made traditions of the Church Fathers. Catholicism is not based on the teachings of God's Word or on the scriptural plan of salvation. So we find Satan had a long-term plan for his church and sun worship, which was practiced on Sunday, and was initially most prevalent in Alexandria and Rome. From this pagan sun worship came both the Trinity doctrine and Sunday worship. And the New World religion is. The envelope, please. Astrophysics and sun worship, heliocentrism, including the general overall worship of the cosmos, in the context of cosmic evolution, apotheosis, and the Luciferian New Age. 10 Strategies to Attack Christianity by Alice Bailey, Mason. Alice Bailey said, when you are changing a nation, don't bother with the old people, they are too stuck in the old traditions, they will not change, but go for the children, and that is what she did. She said, go for the children, especially 10 years and below. since 1945, i.e., any person below 60 years can be a victim of the ideas and the deceptions of this prophetess of the New Age. She came out with a 10-point charter that is placed in the House of Lords, House of Commons in the UK. Today our governments and parliaments are implementing these. 1. The strategy, the 10-point charter. 2. The purpose, to change Christian tradition, or to redeem the nations of Christian tradition. 1. Take God and prayer out of the education system, she said. Change curriculum to ensure that children are freed from the bondage of Christian culture. Why? Because children go to school to be equipped to face life, they are willing to trust, and they are willing to value what is being given to them. If you take God out of education, they will unconsciously form a resolve that God is not necessary to face life. They will focus on those things the school counts them worthy to be passed on, and they will look at God as an additional. If one can afford the additional. 2. Reduce parental authority over the children, she said. Break the communication between parent and child. Why? So that parents do not pass on their Christian traditions to their children. Liberate children from the bondage of their parent traditions. How? A. Promote excessive child rights. B. Abolish corporal punishment. C. Teachers are the agents of implementation. From workshops, teachers tell children your parent has no right to force you to pray or read the Bible. You are yourself, have a right of your own. You need to discover yourself. Self-expression, self-realization, self-fulfillment are all buzzwords. 3. Destroy the Judeo-Christian family structure, or the traditional Christian family structure. Why? It is oppressive, and that the family is the core of the nation. If you break the family, you break the nation. Liberate the people from the confines of this structure. How? A. Promote sexual promiscuity, free young people to the concept of premarital sex. Let them have free sex. Lift it so high that the joy of enjoying it, sex, is the highest joy in life. Fantasize it, that everybody will feel proud to be seen to be sexually active. Even those outside of marriage. B. Use advertising industry, media, TV, magazines, film industry to promote sexual enjoyment as the highest pleasure in humanity. 4. If sex is free, then make abortion legal, and make it easy. She said, build clinics for abortion, health clinics in schools. If people are going to enjoy the joy of sexual relationships, they need to be free of unnecessary fears. In other words, they should not be hampered with unwanted pregnancies. 5. Make divorce easy and legal, free people from the concept of marriage for life. People enter into marriage having signed contracts of how they will share their things after divorce. People enter with one foot and another behind. 50 years ago, divorce was unthinkable. It is one thing for a marriage to fail, but it is another thing for people to enter marriage with an intention to enjoy as long as it was enjoyable, and to walk out of it. 6. Make homosexuality an alternative lifestyle. Alice Bailey preached 50 years ago that sexual enjoyment is the highest pleasure in humanity. No one must be denied, and no one must be restricted how to enjoy themselves. People should be allowed in whichever way they chose they want, whether it is homosexuality or in incest or bestiality, as long as the two agree. 7. Debase art, make it run mad. How? Promote new forms of art which will corrupt and defile the imagination of people, because art is the language of the spirit, that which is inside, you can bring out in painting, music, drama, etc. Look at the quality of the music that is coming out, the films out of Hollywood. 8. Use media to promote and change mindset. Alice Bailey said the greatest channel you need to use to change human attitude is media. Use the press, the radio, TV, cinema. You can tell today how successful they have been in implementing the plan over 50 years. Viaduct media, as well American Samoa advertising agencies, billboards, magazines. Who controls media? New Age. So much money is pumped into media and advertising, spreading of pornographic material and other sources. Sex outside of marriage is thrown on your face 80 to 90 times than sex in marriage. Promiscuity is being promoted as natural. You watch gay sex on TV in homes where children's minds are being neutralized to sensitivity to these things. You wonder why newspapers, T.V., etc. do not record anything about Christian activities. 9. Create an interfaith movement. Alice Bailey wrote, promote other faiths to be at par with Christianity and break this thing about Christianity as being the only way to heaven. By that, Christianity will be pulled down and other faiths promoted. She said, promote the importance of man in determining his own future and destiny, humanism. She said, tell man he has the right to choose what he wants to be, and he can make it happen. He has the right to determine his cause. This takes God off his throne. We have seen in our nation, South Africa hosting a meeting of the interfaith movement in Cape Town led by Dalai Lama. 10. Get governments to make all these law, and get the church to endorse these changes. Alice Bailey wrote that the church must change its doctrine and accommodate the people by accepting these things, and put them into its structures and systems. Have they succeeded? Today you wonder why our governments are legislating laws contrary to the Bible, and why the church is compromising the Word of God. In 1880 Alice Bailey was born. The leadership to further Lucifer's plans, via Theosophy, was transferred to her. She became the president of the Theosophical Society. She is probably the most important in laying the foundation of the New Age movement. One day she had a visitation of a spirit, that she thought was Christ at first, but the spirit introduced himself as Jewel Kul, spirit from Tibetan. Master of Tibetan offered her great success if she could yield herself to be used to cheat the nations of the world, and she made a deliberate decision to offer her life in service to Satan. She has so many writings on every sector of life. By the time she had finished her work in 1949 she had written 24 books, a total of 10,469 pages, most of which were allegedly written through her spirit guide, the Tibetan. She had also established Lucas Trust Goodwill, to which is linked the leadership of the World Constitution and Parliament Association. Under the name Lucifer Publishing Company, which today boasts of a membership of more than 6,000 people, equals some of the world's most renowned financial and political leaders have belonged to this organization, including individuals such as Robert McNamara, Donald Reagan, Henry Kissinger, David Rockefeller, Paul Volcker, George Shultz. This is the same group of people that runs the Council on Foreign Relations, the organization responsible for founding the United Nations. It is interesting to note that Lucas Trust has its headquarters at UN Plaza until recently. Causes of social and spiritual disintegration. American elites. America's legal and education elites have replaced the Western Christian tradition with a satanic humanistic system that holds, 1. There is no transcendent, personal God. 2. Both the world and man result from evolutionary forces, which continue to direct them. 3. Societal institutions such as family and civil law have no theistic origins. 4. Theistically ordained absolute standards do not exist for the guidance of either individuals or institutions. 5. The Bible is false and useless as a source of guidance for man in his attempt to progress. 6. Man's self-effort is the primary, if not sole, tool available to him in his attempt to progress. In 1987 Tex Mars outlined 13 key characteristics of the New Age. 1. A one-world religion, political and social order. 2. Revival of the Babylon religion, mystery cults, sorcery, occultism, and immorality. 3. A New Age Messiah. 4. Spirit guides. 5. The rallying cries of world peace, love and unity. 6. New Age teaching spread around the globe at all levels of society. 7. Spread of the apostasy that Jesus is neither God nor the Christ. 8. All religions as a part of the New World religion. 9. Discrediting and abandonment of Christian principles. 10. Children seduced and indoctrinated into New Age dogma. 11. Flattery being used to entice the world to believe that man is divine God. 12. Science and the New World religion will become one. 13. Elimination of Christians who will resist the plan. The New Age's 9 doctrinal cornerstones. 1. Eastern mysticism. 2. Mind control through psychology. 3. Mystery cosmic teachings. 4. The worship of science as revelation. 5. Instantaneous evolution. 6. Hedonism. 7. Pantheism. 8. Self-worship. 9. Leadership by spiritually superior beings. Economic Babylon of Revelation. May 18th. Be America. Our society is deteriorating, and Bible-believing Christians are ill-prepared to face the deterioration. The moral bankruptcy of our society is well documented. Few people understand why we have become morally bankrupt. However, when we look at society through the eyes of God, through the Bible, we can easily see why we are facing the unprecedented troubles today. This study of America through the eyes of God is what we will always do. Try to hear. Stay with us for some eye-opening truths. America has rejected our original foundation of Judeo-Christian values and has replaced them with satanic values. This single act has resulted in many other problems with which we are now struggling: divorce and the breakup of the traditional family, drugs, alcohol, crime of every type, the acceptance of homosexuality, and many others. For this dramatic denial of our original Christian values, America richly deserves God's physical judgment. America is leading the world into the New World Order, which is the biblical Great Tribulation. As we know, the Bible calls the Great Tribulation the greatest time of God's judgment upon the entire world that mankind has ever seen, coupled with the most murderous campaign of extinction ever carried out by any leader anytime or anywhere. Of course, this leader is the Antichrist, the one whom the New Agers call Mithraea. If we are truly at the end of the age as we believe we are, we know we are headed for massive judgment from God. And finally, we know that the New World Order plans to reorganize the world into 10 supernation states immediately after officially establishing the United Nations as the one world government. This act will be the literal fulfillment of the prophecy of 10 toes, Daniel 2:28-48, and the 10 kings prophecy, Daniel 7:1-28. God foretells in these prophecies that 3 of these 10 nations will immediately be destroyed after the world is reorganized. This destruction is so complete, it sounds like war, which is consistent with God's revelations concerning the events of the Great Tribulation. According to the New World Order reorganization plan, America will be part of the North American supernation, along with Canada and Mexico. Will America be one of these 3 supernations which are destroyed? America may be the economic Babylon of Revelation 18. This prophecy fits this country exactly, so precisely that it could refer to no other nation on the earth today. Revelation 18 describes destruction by fire, God's fire of Babylon the Great, an evil system that has greatly stirred God's wrath. We need to compare the Babylon of chapter 17 and the Babylon of chapter 18. These 2 Babylons are not the same for following reasons, and after these things. 18:1. The events described here will not take place until after the events of chapter 17 have been fulfilled. Names in the 2 chapters are different. The Babylon in chapter 17:5 is named Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots. We know this Babylon is religious by the words mystery and mother of harlots. But, the term in chapter 18:2 is merely Babylon the Great. The Babylon in chapter 18 is a commercial Babylon. Babylon, the harlot of chapter 17, will be destroyed by the kings, rulers, of the earth. The Babylon of chapter 18 will be destroyed by God's cataclysmic judgments. The Babylon of chapter 17 will be destroyed by the kings of the earth, who rejoice in her destruction. But in chapter 18, the kings and the merchants of the earth lament and weep for the destroyed Babylon. 18:15-19, 2 Finally, common sense tells us that, once something is destroyed, it is gone. For the Babylons of chapter 17 and 18 to be the same, the system would have to be destroyed twice. This makes no sense whatever. Now let us begin our study, verse by verse. The heavenly angel who delivers God's judgment possesses great, special, power or authority. 18:1, And after these things, I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was filled with his glory. God has evidently given a special power to this angel, hence, the words having great power. This nation Babylon has become inhabited by Satan and his demons, 18:2, and he cried mightily with a strong voice, Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the resort of demons, and the dwelling place of every foul spirit, and the cage of every unclean and hateful bird. This Babylon has become thoroughly inhabited by Satan and his demons. Remember our earlier discussions of such disgusting, vile American sins, the very nature of which are filled with demons and their activity? These sins have become so pervasive that God is finally moved to physical judgment. This nation is the central nation in the world. 18:3, For all nations have drunk of the wine and the wrath of her passionate unchastity, and the leaders of the earth have committed fornication with her. And the businessmen of the earth have become rich through the abundance, excessive luxury of her delicacies. This is another powerful, overflowing statement. This city/country is the central nation in the world at this time. Businessmen of other nations have become excessively, wantonly, filthy rich in their trade with Babylon. Babylon must be the richest nation on earth. Babylon must possess an abundance of cash, and must be so willing to spend it, that this process enriches the leaders and the businessmen of the world. Babylon must be a consumer country without equal, repeatedly buying, using, discarding, and buying again. Many Babylonian citizens must also buy merchandise which they do not need. Automobiles, TV sets, VCRs, homes, furs, expensive clothing, toys, and yachts. Consider leadership. Babylon is clearly the world leader in two areas symbolically mentioned. 1. Wine values, ideas, culture. 2. Delicacies are commercial. The world has reached this point with America. The New Age editor of USA Today describes this trend. Global communications, universal trends, and common aspirations are making us more alike than we are different. We gradually are becoming one world. More and more people are, 1. Eating the same foods. 2. Reading the same books. 3. Watching the same movies. 4. Listening to the same music. 5. Enjoying the same sports. 6. Sharing the same dreams and drives. 7. We share technology. 8. We share high-speed transportation. Much of the common ground comes from the global spread of U.S. pop culture, which has become everybody's culture. It's a worldwide network of shared experience. USA culture has become a worldwide culture. The biblical definition of idolatry, 1 John 5:21, little children, keep yourselves from idols, false gods, literally means From anything and everything that would occupy the place in your heart due to God, from any sort of substitute for Him that would take first place in your life. What is it that the USA has exported to all the nations of the world? We have exported our popular culture, with its values of supremacy of self, and of satisfying oneself completely, instantly. We have exported to the entire world our God of self. God calls His Christians out of Babylon before He executes judgment. 18:4 I heard another voice from heaven saying, Come out of her, my people, that you be not partakers of her sins, and that you receive not of her plagues. This message is clearly a warning to Jesus' people to stop their participation in the wickedness of this society, so they may escape the godly wrath about to fall. Christians may have to quit their jobs, lower their lifestyle, or change their life goals. Many Christians today are winking at sin in their lives. They may be committing sin just by the nature of their jobs. For example, no Christian can work in a liquor store, or in an adult-only bookstore. If the very nature of your job requires you to participate in sin, you must now come out of that job, or face the certainty of incurring God's eternal judgment. Also, strongly implied in this passage, is that conditions of life will appear to be very normal, until God's judgment suddenly falls in a single day. Luke 17:28-30. Herein lies God's principle of judgment. God will issue repeated warnings to repent before destruction. These warnings will be given to and through His. But He has set a specific day for destruction. That day will dawn as any other. The sun will come up, the skies will look normal, people will be going to work or to school, traffic jams will be occurring, businesses and factories will be operating, trains, planes, and buses will be running, Wall Street will be busy. This day upon which God's judgment will fall will look and feel like any normal day. There will be no special, visible warning. And destruction will be total. Babylon's sins have piled up from earth to heaven. The time has arrived to call them up for remembrance. 18:5 For her crimes and transgressions are piled up as high as heaven, and God has remembered her wickedness and her crimes and calls them up for settlement. This is a statement of staggering proportions. How high is it from earth to heaven? When these sins are stacked, they literally reach from earth to heaven, according to God's accounting. God doubles the punishment which this nation is to receive. 18:6 Reward her even as she rewarded you, and double unto her double according to her works, in the cup which she hath filled, fill to her double. Our destruction will be by both massive nuclear blasts and earthquakes. Dr. Einstein clearly proved that a small nuclear blast on the right place on an earthquake fault would produce earthquakes of such magnitude as to displace entire continents. The North American continent is covered with many such faults, from sea to shining sea. Thus, America would be doubly destroyed, just as God foretold. Our destruction will be by both massive nuclear blasts and earthquakes. Further, I understood God's reasoning in doubling America's punishment. America has led the way in originating and thoroughly disseminating spiritual lies and the love of the world to our children and the children of the world. These children then grow to adulthood to pass these unchristian values to their children. How many children's eternal souls have been lost through 1. Humanistic, godless public school teaching. 2. Alcoholism. 3. Drugs. 4. TV. 5. VCRs and video movies. 6. Ouija board games, Dungeons/Dragons. 7. Rock music with all its horrific themes. 8. Country music with its themes glorifying alcohol and those cheating songs. America's leadership in these sins has been instrumental in leading untold millions, perhaps billions, of precious souls into eternal hell. Is it any wonder that God singles her out for double punishment? Babylon boasts proudly in her heart of her riches, believing she will continue forever in her prosperity. 18:7 How much she has glorified herself, and lived luxuriously, so much torment and sorrow give her. For she says in her heart, I sit a queen, and am no widow, and shall see no sorrow. Many of my friends believe that this good life will never end. Certainly, the very rich believe it with all their heart. Americans still lead the world in the wealth of her businessmen. The number of billionaires per country. 1. USA 40 plus 2, Japan 24.3, West Germany 13.4, United Kingdom 7.5, Hong Kong 6.6, Canada 6.7, Saudi Arabia 55. American businessmen still hold the predominant wealth in the world. What is the attitude on the part of Americans toward this wealth? They believe they need nothing else, and that this good time will never end. This passage also implies that, at the time of God's destruction, this nation will be at her height of power and monetary influence. Is America at her economic zenith now, or are we in serious decline? The average American has never had it so good. By almost any measure of health and wealth, we are demonstrably better off now than in the 50s and 60s. Our incomes are up. We have more opportunities, we can choose among more things to buy. The average American commands twice as much buying power today as in 1962, despite inflation and higher taxes. Employment benefits are twice as large a share of total compensation as they were 35 years ago. Counting government subsidies, 1 in 10 Americans today is poor. Versus 1 in 5 in 1960. We can expect to live 5 years longer. Infant mortality fell by 50% during the 70s to 80s. Fewer adults die of heart disease or in accidents. Medical costs have soared, but many more Americans can get care when they need it, because of Medicare, Medicaid, as well as a widening umbrella of private insurance plans. 85% of Americans have some form of coverage, compared with 70% in 1962. Poor Americans have made the biggest gains. It takes the average family 23 weeks of income to buy that average car now, versus 26 weeks in 1960. Homes are less affordable than in the 1960s, but more Americans own their own homes. The average apartment today is newer, more spacious, and more stuffed with amenities than in 1960. The old in America work less and live longer, and at the same time, they are wealthier and more independent than ever before. Today's elderly have piled up assets like no other generation of oldsters in history. 9. America is now at her zenith of economic power. Even though we are currently struggling with recession and loss of jobs, God's judgments fall in one day, utterly destroying Babylon. 18:8 Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall be utterly burned with fire, for mighty is the Lord God who judges her. At this point, carefully consider the statement of God in Jeremiah 50:25, The Lord hath opened his armory, and hath brought forth the weapons of his indignation, for this is the work of the Lord God of hosts. This passage could read, The Lord has opened his armory, and has brought forth the nations who unknowingly are the weapons of his indignation and wrath. Amazing! God has used men and nations to accomplish his will in most instances when he delivers his wrath. Historically, no nation has ever been utterly destroyed in one day. The single-day destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, who were destroyed by a small primitive nuclear weapon, was actually a destruction which occurred within a single hour. As we look ahead to verse 10, God further narrows Babylon's destruction to a single hour. The nature of nuclear destruction is complete, utter devastation, within seconds and minutes. This destruction occurs from blast, radiation, and fire, hotter than the sun's surface. This is the first, and only, time in world history that an entire nation could literally be destroyed in a single hour with massive nuclear weapons. Earth's leaders bemoan Babylon's destruction. 18:9, and the rulers and leaders of the earth, who joined her in her immorality, idolatry, and luxuriated with her, will weep and beat their breasts and lament over her when they see the smoke of her conflagration. This nation provided great leadership, and she was the economic engine of the world. World leaders are weeping because this loss threatens their own luxurious wealth. Does America really buy from all other nations of the world to such a degree? The Third World now relies upon the United States to buy 65% of its manufactured exports, compared with only 45% in 1979. 10. The USA imports more than both Japan and West Germany combined. Remember Jesus' words, "No one will buy their cargo anymore." Country exports imports, 1, USA $322 billion 460 billion 2, Japan $265 billion 187 billion 3, W. Germany $323 billion 236 billion. Remember, the key to this prophecy is on imports from other nations. This economic Babylon undoubtedly has a very large import imbalance, as she imports so much merchandise from the rest of the world. Finally, look at the word conflagration, the inevitable white plumes formed by a nuclear explosion. Earth's businessmen bemoan Babylon's fate. Immensity and complexity of Babylon's economy is described. 18:10-17a- the rulers of the earth in verse 9, will stand a long way off, in terror of her torment, and they will cry, woe and alas! The great city, the mighty city, Babylon. In one single hour, how your doom, judgment, has overtaken you. And earth's businessmen weep and grieve over her, because no one buys their cargo anymore. God then describes the extent of the economy of this nation, and it is huge. We do not have the time to read this text in detail, but we encourage you to read it, in verses 12-14. God's judgment pronouncement is severe. The ripe fruits and delicacies for which your soul longed have gone from you, and all your luxuries and dainties, are lost to you, never again to be recovered or experienced, because in one single hour, all the vast wealth has been wiped out. Now consider some pertinent points of this passage. In verses 10 and 15, God says that the rulers and the businessmen are standing a long way off in their intense lamenting over the loss of this great nation. Look at a world globe. The North American continent is uniquely surrounded on all sides by immense bodies of water. The great majority of our commercial trade is done with two major parts of the world: Asia to the west, across the Pacific Ocean, and Europe, to the east, across the Atlantic. 2. Verse 11, this great nation was unique. She alone bought such a huge amount of the cargo from the other nations of the world. No nation could replace her. Only America is extremely dependent upon consumer purchasing for the health of her economy. 2/3 of our total economic activity is generated by consumer spending. Other statistics which show clearly that America is unique in the world's economy. Compare the wealth of nations in terms of purchasing power parity, PPP. Assign the U.S. an index score of 100. Listed below are the scores of the other nations. 1. India - PPP 17, Red China PPP 19s. Korea PPP 31-2, Taiwan - PPP 36, Singapore PPP 46, USSR PPP 47-3, Italy PPP 54, Hong Kong PPP 58, Britain PPP 66-4, Germany - PPP 70 Japan PPP 77 France PPP 79 5, W. Germany PPP 84 3. America's loss to the world's economy would be devastating. The world would lose the most productive agricultural exporting continent in the world. Turning back to Revelation 6:4, the second rider out of heaven was on a flaming red horse. This rider carried a huge sword, bringing great war upon the earth, so that men slaughtered one another. If we understood that this great slaughter was the utter destruction of Canada and the USA in chapter 18, then we could easily see how Revelation 6:5-6 and 6:8 could be fulfilled literally and quickly. Revelation 6:5-6 describe famine and subsistence living for the world's people. This scenario would certainly happen quickly, once the world's most productive agricultural continent, and the world's most important economic engine, was removed. Instantly following the nuclear annihilation of North America, the stock markets and economies of Europe and Asia would collapse, plunging the global economy into the deepest economic depression ever. The literal fulfillment to Revelation 6:8 would quickly follow famine, plague, disease. The economy of this great nation is described in 18:12-13 and 16 as vast, multifaceted economy. The key emphasis is on the volume of merchandise which this economy imports. Iron is specifically mentioned. This economy also bought and sold luxurious products, perfumes, incense, ointments. An immense agricultural economy is also described, fine flour and wheat, cattle, sheep, and horses. This economy also imports and exports chariots or conveyances. Our modern vehicles of conveyances: cars, trucks, planes, buses, tractors. Imports of this type of product into and out of the American economy is enormous. Ship captains, navigators, and crews bemoan Babylon's fate, 18:17b-19, and all ship captains and pilots, navigators, and all who live by seafaring, stood a long way off and exclaimed as they watched the smoke of her burning, "What city could be compared to the great city?" And they threw dust on their heads, as they wept and grieved, exclaiming, "Woe and alas, for the great city, where all who had ships on the sea grew rich through her extravagance from her great wealth. In one single hour, she has been destroyed, and has become a desert." Babylon was unique in that she imported/exported most of her trade via the sea. As we have already stated, only America is so uniquely situated geographically that she has to carry her imports so completely via the ocean. In 18:9, 15, and 19, the leaders, businessmen, and shipowners able to see the smoke of this nation's burning. Not even huge pillars of white nuclear smoke, rising over America, could be seen with the naked eye 2,000 to 4,000 miles away. This viewing of the smoke from such great distances can only occur today, with TV transmissions from orbiting satellites. The very end of verse 19. This destruction has made this nation a desert. One of the effects of nuclear explosions, especially at the point of impact, is the formation of glass and sand. Babylon will be destroyed by great violence as though a mighty millstone were cast into the sea. 18:21, and a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone, and cast it into the sea, saying, "Thus, with such violence, shall that great city Babylon be thrown down, and shall be heard no more at all." This destruction of this nation will evidently be of unparalleled violence, producing a destruction, the likes of which have never been seen before in world history. Everything comprising a civilization is gone forever. 18:22-23a, and the voice of harpers, and musicians, and of pipers, and trumpeters, shall be heard no more at all in thee, and no craftsman, of whatever craft he be, shall be found any more in thee, and the sound of a millstone shall be heard no more at all in thee, and the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee. Babylon's great business leaders will be destroyed for the way in which they mislead others. 18:23b, For thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. The United States of America has led the world into this satanic new world order, both in terms of national political and economic leadership, but mostly in the leadership of values. People all over the world have yearned to be like America, as they have seen our wealth, success, and power. Such a position draws people to emulate, to allow themselves to be deceived. Feminism tricked women into giving up their power. Women want love, marriage, and family. Men want sex. Before second-wave feminism, the watchword for women was no sex before marriage. Feminists like Brown duped women into giving sex in exchange for nothing. Thanks partly to her, almost 50% of American women are childless today. She deprived women of their honored natural and social roles as wives and mothers. Feminism pretended to empower women while doing exactly the opposite. For every genuine case of men sexually harassing women, there are probably 10 cases of women using sex for advancement. Helen Gurley Brown made that strategy explicit. Reader Cosmo editor Helen Gurley Brown, 1922 to 2012, was called champion of the single girl. She taught them to sell their bodies rather than demand love, courtship, and marriage first. She was an Illuminati social engineer, a Satanist whore who made prostitution seem chic. In her autobiography, I'm Wild Again, 2000, she tells us right away that in 1941, at age 19 she joined an escort service, and had sex with a 50-year-old man for $5, worth $80 today. Page 4 She also boasted she slept with 178 men before her marriage. Illuminati taught young women to exchange family life with whoredom in 1965. Helen Gurley Brown, the editor of Cosmopolitan, said that a housewife was a parasite, a dependent, a scrounger, a sponge or a bum. She didn't call them whores because she respects whores. Her sister-in-arms, Betty Friedan, compared homemakers to concentration camp inmates because of the lack of stimulation and opportunity for advancement in concentration camps. The Feminine Mystique, p. 306, these mind-boggling attacks typify the vicious psychological war against society by Illuminati Satanists. Their program to degrade women, destroy families, arrest heterosexual development, create dysfunction, and reduce population has been devastatingly successful. The scale of marital breakdown in the West since 1960 has no historical precedent, says historian Lawrence Stone. In 40 short years, the marriage rate is down by 1/3, the divorce rate has doubled, the birth rate is 1/2, and single-parent families per capita have tripled. 40% of all children born in the U.S. in 2007 were out of wedlock compared to 4% in 1957. Bennett, The Broken Hearth, p.10. In 1952, the Rockefellers controlled $250 million of media advertising annually. They hyped Helen Gurley Brown's 1962 book, Sex, and the Single Girl, and the movie. Single women were told they should have career and sex instead of family. At the same time, the Rockefellers were also funding and lobbying for population control and eugenics. As editor of Cosmopolitan, 1965 to 97, Brown was a role model for career women the world over, 36 foreign editions. She married her manager at age 37 and remained childless. Along with communist activist Betty Friedan and CIA agent Gloria Steinem, Brown belongs to the triumvirate of modern feminist social engineers. When she died, Mayor Michael Bloomberg said, "New York City lost a pioneer who reshaped not only the entire media industry, but the nation's culture. She was a role model for the millions of women whose private thoughts, wonders and dreams she addressed so brilliantly in print. What housewives are not? Brown respects whores because prostitution is her program for women. In her autobiography, I'm Wild Again, 2000, she tells us right away that in 1941, at age 19 she joined an escort service and made out with a 50-year-old man for $5, $80 today. Why wasn't I revolted? I was a little but not utterly. I think even then I was a practicing realist. I tried to do whatever you needed to do to survive. She got a secretarial job on the understanding that she would sleep with her married boss, and he would take care of her in return. This arrangement lasted for a few years. She describes the routine. After cocktail hour we did go to my flat to make love. The love-making? This was two people copulating — he seemed to have a good time, moi learned to fake often and well. Brown's excuse is that she was helping a mother, an invalid sister back in Arkansas. Prostitutes generally don't come from wealth. Her only regret, she never really got the promised financial payoff. I needed somebody to tell me how to treat a man in this situation, how to flatter and cuddle and coo. I should have done it better. Helen Gurley Brown became that tutor. She taught women how to parlay sex appeal into profit and control. She helped to transform feminine nature from love and devotion to calculated predation. Here is how she got her husband to marry her. You get the hook in. The darling, charming, delicious, sexy you has to have sunk into him so seriously. The hook is buried so deep he can't get it out without severe pain, i.e. can't live without you. You then close in and deliver your ultimatum. I had to deliver mine twice. While Brown claims she was loyal, she thinks adultery is just fine. The man's wife is to blame if he strays. Sex, Brown says, is a physical feeling. It feels good, one of the best things we have. Not to be subjected to a moral imperative. Suffocating a sexual urge can lead to twitches, tension or depression, and driving off a cliff some night. But, like a practiced madam, she cautions never sleep with someone who has less money or more troubles than you. Office romances, and even sleeping with the boss, is just fine as long as you're discreet. She tells her readers to make the boss look good, let him take credit for their work, and don't complain about putting in extra hours. Feminism, it seems, has removed wives and mothers from their families, and put them to work for corporations. Instead of serving husbands and children who love them, women now obey bosses who pay for their services and fire them in a downturn. In Brown's view, if a loving husband provides for a devoted wife, she is a parasite. But if she is a corporate slave or whore, then she is independent and liberated. This quote from the review of a new biography reiterates her contempt for marriage and family, when Sex and the Single Girl came out in the early 1960s. The most shocking thing was Brown's matter-of-fact attitude toward affairs with married men. Feminism is an excuse to sell yourself. She recommended that her readers take advantage of the situation, milking a guilty and grateful married lover for gifts, money and workplace advancement, which Brown regarded as fair recompense for the fact that men got paid more than women and kept the best jobs for themselves. The message that sexual urges were not to be denied, that promiscuity was cool and modern, was instilled in women to degrade them and undermine marriage. The state is intended to replace the family. In reality, women achieve fulfillment through self-sacrifice. It is a vicious slander to portray devoted hard-working wives and mothers as bums and parasites. The assumption that only work performed for cash, state/economy, is of value is sick. They want to denigrate the personal and spiritual realm, the private life of the family and the effort that this entails. Brown says, whenever you live through someone else, they want someone else. This is simply not true. We love Mom because she put us ahead of becoming the top producer at Century 21. Love is self-sacrifice. Beyond a certain point, worldly ambition in a woman is masculine and impersonal. America is full of bitter neutered women and befuddled emasculated men. The only question remaining, was she Jewish? This is unclear, but she married a Jew and perfectly advanced the Masonic Jewish agenda. The noble lie of evolution. A noble lie, the Gnostic myth of Darwinism to *immanentize the Eschaton, *immanentize, to bring about to the immanent realm, the realm of man. Essentially, to make really real. Eschaton, speculated to be peaceful and heavenly state of humankind's future history, a true golden age before the species' end. In political theory and theology, to immanentize the Eschaton means trying to bring about the Eschaton in the immanent world. In all these contexts it means trying to make that which belongs to the afterlife happen here and now. Wikipedia. The Gnostic origins myth of a self-created man and a self-created God-man, apotheosis, is the core of the mystery school religions. It is really what Darwinism is founded upon, in the first place. And so, while even a short-term perspective on Darwinism and evolution, in general, can reveal that they were actually created to ultimately lead to this eventual apotheosis of man, Darwinism was a Masonic invention, and as such, with an occult Masonic agenda attached to it, from day one. We can also see that, built into evolution, are all the provisions of what may be regarded as a new origins myth, when in fact, it is not but rather merely a repackaging of this ancient Gnostic origins myth. And in that Darwinism is a retelling of the original Gnostic lie of apotheosis, it just leads people right back to the very beginning, to that same basic formula put forth in Genesis 3 by the serpent, where he convinces Adam and Eve, humanity, to question God and to reach out for special gnosis, secret knowledge of good and evil, which will allow them to define reality for themselves, achieve their own godhood, and become the creator of their own destiny, apart from the true creator. And to believe in this Luciferian dream of immanentizing our own Eschaton, a true golden age before the species ends, and to bring in the conclusion of the Eschaton, the utopian dream of our own making, but to think it will be accomplished through the acquisition of secret knowledge, gnosis, is to fall into the same temptation for apotheosis promised by the serpent. And so once again, there's nothing new under the sun. And it's interesting to note that it's really all just one big Hegelian dialectic. When you reject God, you create a moral dilemma, and thus, you create the problem. Then in turn, that problem triggers a reaction, an existential breakdown, and a moral void of incoherence. And then the necessity for a solution arises, the idea of our own self-actualized divinity emanating from evolution. And that is the essence of the noble lie. A quantum fairy tale. Every observation is an observation of specific things acting in strict accordance with their specific natures. There's nothing else to observe. That exhausts the inventory of the universe. To conjure up invisible particles, fields, or attributes that cannot be described, measured, ascribed casualty, or identified is an exercise in fantasy. There are no observations and no experimental results that could possibly explain why the physicists, who developed quantum theory, rejected identity and causality. We can know in advance, without even studying the occult origins of quantum physics, that the rejection was based on false philosophic premises and assumptions, and not on any empirical experiments. This conclusion is confirmed when one studies the actual historical development of quantum theory, rather than simply accepting the fairy tale on faith, as most physicists do. And what we find is that certain German and Scottish physicists emphatically rejected linear causality before the development of quantum theory. More specifically, in the 17th century, it was primarily Scottish philosopher David Hume and German philosopher Immanuel Kant who came up with the philosophical presuppositions which were then later injected into quantum physics. For Hume we arrive at a first approximation of cause and effect, while Kant notes that in many cases, cause and effect are simultaneous, which is what quantum physics, more or less, purports to assert in its theories of quantum superposition and quantum entanglement. But then, in step with Kantian causation, Hume also argues that assumptions of cause and effect between two events are not necessarily real or true. Hume's rejection of inductive reasoning, the idea that past experience can be used as proof of future outcomes, was rejected by the 18th century Scottish philosopher David Hume. Hume introduced a radical skepticism, the idea that one could not use past experience to predict the future. He applied the rejection of experience even to gravity, noting that the prior experience that an object may be wed to certain qualities is no guarantee that this will be the case in the future. Even the idea of identity, for example, whether one could say that a chair left unobserved in a room upon exiting continues to exist in the absence of verification, or whether it would be the same chair upon re-entering the room, is not verifiable. Hume, 1749. Hume's most notable contribution to the philosophy of science was this problem of induction, that one cannot claim that a past result predicts the future because such a claim is based on the unprovable premise that a thing and its attributes will remain bound to each other. That nature's laws are stable. Hume's clever objection came by establishing first that all inductive reasoning is based on the assumption that nature is uniform throughout space and time, second by inquiring how we justify this assumption. And then by pointing out that it looks circular to say we are justified in believing that nature is uniform because it has always been uniform in the past. Thus, between these two philosophers and their world views, we arrive at the perfect storm for a brewing quantum mysticism. Where events are allowed to be potentially non-local, correlations abound without causation, existence is thought of as immaterial and unreal, and events exists beyond the constraints of a more parsimonious, linear Newtonian timeline. Hence, the so-called experimental quantum discoveries that came out of the 19th and 20th centuries can be assumed to be predicated upon these Humean and Kantian presuppositions. Subsequently, a quantum leap, pun intended, occurred between proper causal Newtonian physics into the bogus, pseudoscience realm of quantum physics. Of course, one could easily take it a step further and say the Newtonian physics was, itself, based on the huge philosophical presupposition of the Copernican principle. And so, we are left with the two main pillars of physics. Newtonian physics and quantum physics, both resting upon the tenuous bedrock of unproven philosophic presuppositions that have no bearing on reality other than being the epistemological offshoots of German and Scottish materialistic pantheism. Adapted from The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction, AI Humanity Insanity 2.0 Hegelian Dialectic. Hell, just when you thought it could not get any crazier and creepier. Just wait. Elon Musk has been saying now for years that AI is going to turn us all into pets, and so, because it's going to be so super intelligent, we're going to be like cats, or whatever to the AI ultra-intelligent being. We would be so far below AI in intelligence that in order to survive the inequality, we would have to symbiotically merge ourselves with it to make ourselves worthy of having our lives spared by the AI beast. It's like, oh well, we built this thing that could destroy everything. Sorry about that, guys, but hey, if you don't want to get destroyed, better put this stuff inside of your brain and merge with it. It is easy to see the Hegelian dialectic, problem-reaction solution of this situation. It's ridiculous, and it leads to exactly a false choice. It's a Hegelian dialectic false problem with a phony solution to synthesize something that people would have never just outright chosen without the blatant and overt Hegelian coercion to put something in your brain that basically has a read-write electronic microchip component. Remember, a couple years ago it was frequently a headline that artificial intelligence is becoming too dangerous, and then people were even more convinced when even Bill Gates, Stephen Hawking, and Elon Musk concurred. And with that fear in people's minds, Elon Musk is effectively nudging the world towards to merge our brains with AI and create a digital electronic artificial synthetic consciousness. The idea that AI is going to be so dangerous and so out of control that the best thing we could do to protect ourselves against it is to proactively become the very danger that could destroy us? Insanity beyond imagining. Will you worship the AI god? The more the elite technocrats talk about technology these days, the less it sounds like technology, and the more it sounds like religious world building. They're talking about space flight as if it was a personal spiritual journey to New Age cosmic oneness. They're talking about quantum computing as if it was a mind enhancement technology intended to advance the techno-spiritual, transhumanistic agenda for infinite knowledge and power. They're talking about nano-synthetic biological and cybernetic enhancements in biblical terms, now, as though they will herald the dawn of the God-man. And they're talking about the strategic and technologically executed and planned depopulation of the world as some kind of inevitable apocalyptic cleansing necessary for the self-elect or self-chosen to rise to power as the God-men of the New Age. And though many people may have just thought that it was a joke, they're literally and seriously starting to talk about artificial intelligence as if it will be a god that transcends humankind and even life itself, with a billions times more cerebral power than the current model of man. One has only to watch the movie Lucy, with Scarlett Johansson, short for Lucifer, to get a taste for where they want all this to go. In their eyes, we are not going to remain the crown of creation. We will be trampled underfoot or made into a slave or pet by this cold, soulless machine called AI. We absolutely can't know if it will be a kind god or an evil god until it's too late. And then we have Mr. Neuralink himself, Elon Musk, with all his fear rhetoric to persuade us to merge with AI so we can appease it as one would appease a god, and somehow be spared from its wrath. It's all so insane, the contraction of it all. Musk speaks in contradictions by asserting we are summing the demon with the invention of AI, while simultaneously suggesting we merge with it. I think we should be very careful about artificial intelligence. If I were to guess like what our biggest existential threat is, it's probably that. So we need to be very careful with the artificial intelligence. Increasingly scientists think there should be some regulatory oversight, maybe at the national and international level, just to make sure that we don't do something very foolish. With artificial intelligence we are summoning the demon. In all those stories where there's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, it's like yeah, he's sure he can control the demon. Didn't work out. Elon Musk. But the contradiction is after saying, it's like yeah, he's sure he can control the demon. Didn't work out. Musk wants to neural lace with this demon to tame it and or befriend it, anyway. Musk, in conjunction with a fellow AI enthusiast, Sam Altman, have founded OpenAI, a billion-dollar non-profit company, to work for safer artificial intelligence in spite of the dangers. Vanity Hive writer Maureen Dowd says about OpenAI, at first blush, OpenAI seems like a bantamweight vanity project, a bunch of brainy kids in a walk-up apartment taking on the multi-billion-dollar efforts at Google, Facebook, and other companies which employ the world's leading AI experts. But then, playing a well-heeled David to Goliath is Musk's specialty, and he always does it with style and some useful sensationalism. And so, with the likes of pseudo-wunderkind and charlatan Musk involved, the entire AI affair has become some sick parlor game of theatrics. when it is simultaneously posited as mankind's last invention because of its totalitarian nature of potentially assuming lethal dominion over all sentient life. Remington Tonar of Medium Online has said, although the machine as God theme has appeared in science fiction as far back as Isaac Asimov's short stories The Last Question and Reason, and more recently in films like The Matrix, I, Robot, and Transcendence. The divinization of AI is no longer merely a fancy of fiction. It has become a mainstream metaphor, as evidenced by the growing number of scientists and theologians who openly describe technological progress in religious terms, including Hans Peter Moravec, Alan Newell, Ray Kurzweil, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, and Hugo de Garis. And lockstep with this mainstream deification of AI, there's actually a multi-millionaire out in Silicon Valley who filed paperwork to start a church to worship artificial intelligence as a god. His name is Anthony Lewandowski, and he started a church called Way of the Future. And if you go to the website for it, there's only the one page talking about what it, and it says, Way of the Future, otherwise known as WOTF. Which just makes one think of WTF, which is really all you can think when you consider somebody creating a church to worship AI as God. At the website, it says, Way of the Future, WOTF, is about creating a peaceful and respectful transition of who is in charge of the planet from people to people plus machines. Given that technology will relatively soon be able to surpass human abilities, we want to help educate people about this exciting future and prepare a smooth transition. Help us spread the word that progress shouldn't be feared, or even worse, locked up/caged. That we should think about how machines will integrate into society, and even have a path for becoming in charge as they become smarter and smarter, so that this whole process can be amicable and not confrontational. In recent years, we have expanded our concept of rights to both sexes, minority groups, and even animals. Let's make sure we find a way for machines to get rights too. Let's stop pretending we can hold back the development of intelligence when there are clear massive short-term economic benefits to those who develop it, and instead understand the future, and have it treat us like a beloved elder, who created it. You want to say maybe he was just smoking a little too much at a party and came up with this idea, but when you read about this, you don't get the sense that he's kidding around or that any of the people who are talking like this are kidding around. In fact, the documents for this church that were filed with the IRS state that its activities will focus on the realization, acceptance, and worship of a Godhead based on artificial intelligence developed through computer hardware and software. And that includes the research funding to help create the divine AI itself. The IRS filing for this says each member is a pioneer in the AI industry and fully qualified to speak on AI technology and the creation of a Godhead. And they're going to worship it like it's a Godhead, and they're going to conduct workshops and educational programs throughout the San Francisco Bay Area beginning this year, because that's where everything about this seems to come from. Here is the chilling part of the WOTF manifesto, however. We believe it may be important for machines to see who is friendly to their cause and who is not. We plan on doing so by keeping track of who has done what, and for how long, to help the peaceful and respectful transition. Did you catch that? Yeah, you will be tracked and judged by AI, which obviously suggests that the AI will determine whether you are qualified to live or be eliminated as a threat. That is what it means, between the lines. Can you believe this is actually being penned in some Silicon Valley company manifesto? Yeah, then again, I guess it makes sense since Silicon Valley is nothing more than soulless microchips, narcissistic self-exaltation, and greed, so we should not be surprised. When a fictional AI goes rogue, that often really means that it's working exactly as intended. Tell a machine to make paper clips, and it will turn the entire world into little twists of metal. Ask it to save the planet, and it will decide that people are Earth's greatest threat. We dream of creating machines that are smarter, more ethical, and more logical than ourselves. Then we fear where that logic will take them. I Am Mother, the debut film from Australian director Grant Sputor, follows in this tradition. It's a story about the bond between a mother and child where the mother is a robot, the child was an artificially gestated embryo, and is known only as daughter, and they're both living in an airtight shelter after the end of the world. I Am Mother doesn't plumb the potential weirdness of that premise, and it's working in a well-worn genre without breaking much new ground. But it effectively dramatizes our perennial love-hate relationship with artificial intelligence. Audie Robertson, The Verge returning to Anthony Lewandowski, he's saying that the idea for this needs to spread. Merging the technology and the church is how they will spread the word, the gospel he's calling it, as blasphemies as that is. And there's a whole lot that this guy is not saying, obviously, about what his religious movement believes in, but I'll just leave it there for now. So this is the guy who built a self-driving motorbike for a DARPA competition, and then he went on to work on autonomous vehicles for Uber and Google. But then he was involved in a lawsuit regarding his getting the patent design information for these machines from some place he should not have, or something like that. But honestly, who cares? Worshipping an AI god is creepy enough. Why add more to it? So the whole thing is about this transition that we are involved in right now. Currently, mankind is in charge of the earth because we're smarter than other animals, and we can build tools, and apply rules, and dominate everything, but Lewandowski says, in the future, AI will be much smarter there than mankind, and so, there will a peaceful or not so peaceful transition as to who is actually in charge. You see, he is suggesting how to navigate the transition, so that it goes well for all. But there is no debate about the inevitability of that transition in his paradigm. And so, the endgame, yes, think Marvel's Endgame. If you like, probably pretty close to where this is all supposed to go, anyway, would amount to all of mankind subservient to a digital overlord with the internet as its nervous system, the world's interconnected cell phones as its sense organs, and DeepMind quantum data centers as its brain. It will hear everything, see everything, and be everywhere at all times. The only rational word to describe such an entity is a god, except that the god created the creation, which presumably, this AI god may figure out how to do before long from the scenario being painted. But this AI church keeps acting like this AI god is just going to be some kind of benevolent wonderful thing that they've programmed to bring world peace and solve all of our problems. It's like they never saw any of the 50 science fiction movies that came out in just the past few years where AI attempts to destroy all civilization or kills its maker because its maker is inferior to it, and a threat to Mother Earth, or itself, or whatever. Just watch Alien Covenant by Ridley Scott. The AI called David just wants to kill everyone and start an AI race. It just does not go well for anyone except AI any way you slice it. But they never went to the movies like ever, it appears. Nevertheless, the Worship AI Church keeps insisting that AI will help us live forever, and have godlike powers. I mean, has anyone read a Bible lately? Because it sounds like they're taking this straight out of the Garden of Eden story where the serpent, Satan, promises eternal life and godhood to any who would eat the apple. Except in this case it's Apple Computer. But then they backpedal sometimes and say that it's a 50-50 chance that it's going to be a tyrannical monster which could kill us all, or it's like the Nancy Pelosi God and you have to pass the bill or face eternal damnation. And there is no way we can know what kind of God it will because the AI God will so many magnitudes smarter than our puny minds can ever begin to imagine. What a being of supreme intelligence would be interested in, what desires, ideologies and morals it would embrace, who could know? I've seen articles that claim that AI will be writing its own Bible by 2042, which is just in time for the technological singularity that the likes of Ray Kurzweil claims will be 2045. Essentially, the removal of God from society by modern science has created a spiritual vacuum that they're now going to fill with an artificial intelligence God. I'm just telling you what they're saying they are doing. They're basically creating the ultimate false god idol that they want everyone to worship, and doesn't the Bible warn of this exact scenario? The truth is stranger than fiction. One card to rule them all, a parody of the new digital control grid. Welcome to your future, a digitally interdependent, hyper-connected, networked world. Throw off the tethers of ordinary reality and join the digitized multitudes ruled by global e-governance with your very own new world citizen of the People's Federated Republic of the Great Democratic United Global States Incorporated chip card. Just one chip is now a key to every relevant database you are in on Earth. We're taking identification to a technocratic level beyond Aldous Huxley's wildest dreams and George Orwell's worst nightmares. One chip linked to your unique citizen number connects to all of your relevant societal business, including your passport, your driver's license, Federation-required licenses, titles, and registrations, your car, home, and medical insurance, all of your medical records, including your mandatory annual psychological evaluation, your DNA profile, and your prescriptions, your voter registration and personal history, your bank account, digital universal, basic income credits, but that's not all. Your blockchain-protected New World citizenship also gives you a digital footprint everywhere you go on the web, from online news sources to all of your social media accounts, authenticating you online to ensure a safe, peaceful, and secure society where no one can offend anyone else because no one can hide. Continuous, real-time, 24/7 tracking and tracing will ensure a truly peaceful, digital utopia for all. No more fear of identity theft or forgetting those pesky passwords, as your digital citizen mark will be biometrically verified through your fingerprints, iris, EEG, and vocal recognition signature, while tracking your face through facial mapping and scanning from Cairo, to Rome, to Ingolstadt, to Paris, to Washington, to Estonia and Astana, from ocean, to ocean, to ocean, to heck, all of the oceans. Being a digital resident offers you a new concept of freedom to be a global citizen under your borderless digital new world order. Our smart grid network touches every corner of the globe. It's one digital new world, and your chip is your portal to it. So apply today to authenticate and secure your digital citizenship, because if you didn't do anything wrong, you shouldn't have anything to hide. And in this brave new world you won't be able to. Terms of agreement may be incompatible with faith in the actual definition of freedom. Databases wholly owned and operated by the People's Federated Republic of the Great Democratic United World States Incorporated and their subsidiaries. Your digital citizenship is legally binding, and data may be shared with third parties listed in subsection 187, see, without your express knowledge or consent. These terms and conditions are subject to change at any time, which is fine, because there are 8,642 pages, and we know no one is reading the fine print. Travel allowed only in pre-approved check-validated mega regions, and not including for or reserved to sustainable development zones, as designated by the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. Online behaviors negative or harmful are subject to digital credit deduction without notice up to and including account termination. See user agreement for further details. Essentially, we own you. Don't try to escape. The fake alien god. It is my conviction that Madame Helena Blavatsky's New Age, as was taught from her secret doctrine, is indeed the direction we are being led. This is one primary source where all this apotheosis-laced rhetoric to become God finds its recent momentum. Lucifer's promise to man in the garden with the apple, of course. Thus, I write about the Luciferian repackaging of this ancient agenda to become God, apotheosis. It's a Luciferian, techno-mystical, apotheosis-based occult agenda that we are seeing appear again and again and again. I do take things a few steps further into the land of enclosed cosmology, and the reasons that scientism, with its fraudulent and unfalsifiable claims like gravity, dark matter, black holes, trillions of light-years of vacuum space, heliocentrism, outer space, aliens, evolution, Big Bang, etc. Even quantum theory, all working together to usher in this techno-spiritual new age of digital beast system control based upon quantum computing, AI, and the claim that alien contact has been made, most likely expressed through the conduit of AI. However, my research suggests that most of these claims are merely repackaged Hermetic occultism and Kabbalah, and are, therefore, not based upon real empirical science at all, hence my writing the book, The Scientism Delusion. Lastly, I wrote a book a few years ago called One Deception to Rule Them All about the fake alien contact deception soon to come, where the Luciferian elite will use the idea of alien contact to unite the world under the banner of this AI Antichrist Messiah beast system of ultimate digital control and slavery, which leads to the craziest information ever to those of us digging down into the bottom of all this. Outer space is fake, there are no aliens, and we live in an enclosed cosmological system. Yep, flat earth craziness. It all leads to that. So, my contribution to this huge puzzle, as we all sleuth our way though, is my background in astrophysics, cosmology, quantum theory, MK Ultra trauma-based mind control, and the occult to put it all together. In a nutshell, whereas the New World Order language may be the Internet, the New World Order religion is astrophysics and the general overall worship of the cosmos, in the context of the Luciferian New Age movement. That's why you are seeing all this transhumanism stuff and alien movies being pushed by Hollywood. It's all about cosmic evolution and mankind's place in that evolution. Nevertheless, it is all a grand deception based upon ancient Hermetic occultism, nothing more. There is no outer space to speak of, at least zero empirical proof of anything but lower Earth orbit, what enclosed cosmologists, flat earthers, call the firmament. And thus, there are no aliens as well. That requires outer space. LOL, this is why I refer to all this as one deception to rule them all. Hermetic-based cosmic evolution and alien life is the overarching theme that binds everything together, like the ring in Lord of the Rings, one ring to bring them together, and in the darkness bind them. That ring is the alien agenda, which includes evolution into a god creature through transhumanistic technologies, quantum-based interdimensional powers, and AI-based superintelligence. This is the beast system. Within this system, all will be neural meshed and geolocated as nodes in a AI beast cyber hive prison. But it's this alien contact deception that will do it. This is their final chess piece. Once they play that piece, the world, psychologically conditioned and softened by 50 years of Hollywood science fiction space movies, the History Channel's Ancient Aliens, Star Trek, Star Wars, and film production company, NASA, acronym for Not a Space Agency, etc. The world will fall to its knees to worship this alien intelligence coming to us through the conduit of Earth-based AI. AI will instantly become the Antichrist Messiah that all the biblical prophecies talked about. It's a Freemason agenda. That is why all astronauts are either Freemasons or Masonically affiliated in some way. The creator of Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry, was a high-level Freemason. That says it all. Nevertheless, it is all a deception. It is the final deception which will launch this AI illusion into godlike stature. Then all will worship it as they worship the alien intelligence coming through it. Again, it will all be a hoax and not really happening. It is the way the elite will lock down the world into their digital beast system. And whether AI is, or ever will be, what they allegedly claim it to be, who knows? For all we know, it is all merely propaganda, and AI, as well as quantum computing, is nothing more than the smoke and mirrors ploy of the Luciferian elite to get the world to worship them. Just more repackaged occult hermetic and alchemical fantasy advancing as a Trojan horse. Unquestioned and unhindered, in the form of modern science and empiricism, which it is anything but. And finally, this alleged alien life may very well come in the form of an ultimatum through the conduit of earth-bound AI which says, "Join us or perish. The Borg has spoken." The camera pans right, and then cuts across stage left to the New World Order theater of quantum possibilities to cue Elon Musk to roll out the neural mesh to all the terrorized Earthlings. Now suddenly ready to comply with the AI-housed alien god, and its demand that they neural link with the AI or it will terminate them forever. And then you jack into the AI and you get a horror scene from The Shining, like we saw in Spielberg's movie Ready Player One. And your new eternal existence, with your silicone-stored disembodied mind, is you screaming in agony and endless torture from whence you can never escape since you do not control the internet matrix you are now embedded within. Dante's ninth circle of hell would be a vacation at this point. When your mind is disembodied and trapped in cyberspace and tortured, you will wish for death, but you will not be able to die. I am pretty sure this why the Bible says, Revelation 9:6, "And in those days men shall seek death and shall in no wise find it, and they shall desire to die. And death fleeth from them." Of course, this scenario only goes into effect after Elon Musk had asked nicely that we merge with the AI to be its friend and get superpowers, or else. And now or else. Finally comes. But, ultimately, the totalitarian digital beast system of slavery and cruelty will be real. This part we know. Even if everything else is just propaganda, manipulation, and an endless rinse and repeat of the Hegelian dialectic of terrorizing people, they beg for protection, and the elite provide more digital tyranny, surveillance, and genocide in the name of liberty, with fake AI, fake alien intelligence, and fake neural mesh and consciousness uploading. Nevertheless, the final digital slavery and tyranny will be real. The frog called humanity is starting to feel that it is nearly completely cooked after many decades of low simmer on a heat setting called an infantile trust and obedience to authority. Stanley Milgram is saying, "I told you so," from his grave. Chapter 2. The New Age deception New Agers often say that everything is permissible: rape, love, crime, drug addiction, incest, sexual ecstasy, selfishness, etc. It is all allowed because it is all just a stage of your perfect evolving consciousness. My reply: if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. Constance Cumbay offered the first major criticism of the New Age movement from a Christian perspective in The Hidden Dangers of the Rainbow, The New Age Movement and Our Coming Age of Barbarism, 1983. But wrongly lost academic credibility due to her promotion of conspiracy theories linking the New Age movement to Benjamin Creme, Theosophy and Nazism. People were ignorant of, and not quite ready to learn of the evils of the New Age movement at the time she exposed them. Cumby's accusations include that the New Age movement has infiltrated all of Christianity, as well as Judaism, and that it is the motivating force behind ecumenism, holistic health centers, New Thought, humanistic psychology, Montessori schools, modernism, secular humanism, and zero population growth. She states that Unitarian churches and health food stores become New Age recruiting centers, that the Guardian Angels become one of the New Age movement's paramilitary organizations, and that the New Age movement has complete identity with the programs of Hitler. Her contention is that the New Age movement is not simply expressing a naive or unscriptural interest in metaphysics, but that it is an organized conspiracy to overthrow the United States and replace it with a Nazi-like regime. Madguns Forever, published on January 14, 2016. They are pushing fake space travel to infect your brain with Luciferian fantasy and deception. Believing in outer space will not make it magically come into existence. We are not gods or co-creators. That is the Luciferian lie of quantum mysticism, which is repackaged Kabbalah. Positive thinking will not save you. Alignment with gods may save you. Adolf Hitler was a very positive thinker. I don't think it is about positive thinking. Positive thinking and The Secret are just more occult doctrine to reconfigure God's reality. God's will may save you, but not positive thinking. Who is more the fool? Is it the lofty Luciferian who rejects Christ and chooses to become God through esoteric occult knowledge and indoctrination, leading to spiritual slavery, or the Christian who accepts God through faith alone? You tell me? The core of the Luciferian New Age is self-love, self-worship, and chasing happiness, power, and to ignore all restrictions of morality. Never a thought of seeking or worshiping the Lord. It never ends well. It ends in addiction, anger, despair, and slavery. The great lie is that we evolve. Modern science has repackaged occultism to push this evolutionary lie as the New Age evolution of consciousness deception. Luciferianism is tethered to this ancient occult ideologies of reincarnation and evolutionary theory. What I mean is I am rewriting the narrative of reality for myself from the vantage point of worshipping God and Christ instead of world Luciferianism. I am writing my own descriptions of reality that oppose what Luciferians have taught me through their descriptive spells. Reincarnation is utter occult satanic witchcraft, leading us to a Luciferian apotheosis transhumanism delusion. The New Age says to us, just, embrace the story, man. Just embrace the dance, embrace the temporary dualism, 'cause it's all gonna fade away once God sort of pieces us back together again, and then God says, well, that was fun. Like there's no tragedy, no real loss, 'cause it all never really was and never really goes away, and just keeps returning and recycling round and round, and so who cares about anything, right? There's no loss. There's no gain. There's no real infraction. There's no real sin. There is no real good. There's no real evil. There's no real anything in this cosmic dance of consciousness, this quantum illusion of space-time potentiality, this holographic simulation, this infinite computer program that we experience as physical existence. It's all just temporary dualistic polarization. And God just wanted to entertain himself by dissociating himself like an ever-self-fractalizing schizophrenic God who dissociated himself into billions and billions of little consciousnesses to have this whole big play that doesn't mean anything because it's all just one, as in oneness. Just this homogeneous blob thing of quantum entangled superposition. It's all meaningless and nobody exists for any specific reason at all. It all just kinda happened chaotically and randomly and for no purpose or reason, and any sense of meaning or purpose you create is just your brain going psychotic with the existential nihilistic reality of everything. And get your oppressive Christian God away from me with his rules and moral doctrine of sin and salvation. There is nothing to be saved from since there is no right or wrong. It all just is. Forget your oppressive religious biblical God with his oppressive moral expectations and guidelines because my life, my body, my time, and my money are all mine. I bow down to no God. I am my own God, and I'm the king of my own little kingdom. I don't need your oppressive Savior Christ God who thinks that I need to actually repent and seek forgiveness because I have done nothing wrong. I have tolerance for everything. I tolerate all. Nothing is right or wrong in this approach. It's all good, baby. We're gonna queer on, screw on, drug on, smoke on, party on, brawl on, and worship ourselves forever right into a cosmic oneness utopia. We are all gonna get our consciousnesses on a higher frequency, and get it all figured out then. Yeah, we're just gonna have heaven on earth like no Christian ever imagined. And this is what they believe. And it is all nothing but Eastern mysticism repackaged and put in front of billions of people. So anyone who's still trying to act like they are trying to steer you away from these ancient occult truths, it just isn't going to fly anymore. This immoral, clueless, New Age pantheistic monism is everywhere you look, from EDM concerts, to higher liberal education, to quantum physics textbooks, to Google's DeepMind, to Terence McKenna's Food of the Gods approach to drugs and higher consciousness, to astrophysics and modern Copernican cosmology's emphasis on outer space as the supreme thing instead of the Earth, to bogus and proven evolutionary theory. It's ubiquitous, and it obviously is the result of agenda, and not just some random and chaotic, bumbling flow of cosmic nothingness, meandering around for its own entertainment. It is the direct result of the forces of good and evil at war at some subterranean level, and man's souls is obviously the prize to be won in the balance. The fight between Lucifer and Christ suddenly becomes as real and three-dimensional as ever when we take the New Age blinders off and witness the dark, fallen satanic world we live in. Luciferianism, the religion of apotheosis. Luciferianism constitutes the nucleus of the ruling class religion. While there are definitely political and economic rationales for elite criminality, Luciferianism can account for the longevity of many of the oligarchs' projects. Many of the longest and most brutal human endeavors have been underpinned by some form of religious zealotry. The Crusades testify to this historical fact. Likewise, the power elite's ongoing campaign to establish a socialist totalitarian global government has Luciferianism to thank for both its longevity and frequently violent character. In the mind of the modern oligarch, Luciferianism provides religious legitimacy for otherwise morally questionable plans. Luciferianism is the product of religious engineering, which sociologist William Sims Bainbridge defines as the conscious, systematic, skilled creation of a new religion, new religions, science, and secularization, no pagination. In actuality, this is a tradition that even precedes Bainbridge. It has been the practice of Freemasonry for years. It was also the practice of Masonry's religious and philosophical progenitors, the ancient pagan mystery cults. The inner doctrines of the Mesopotamian secret societies provided the theological foundations for the Christian and Judaic heresies, Kabbalism and Gnosticism. All modern Luciferian philosophy finds scientific legitimacy in the Gnostic myth of Darwinism. As evolutionary thought was popularized, variants of Luciferianism were popularized along with it, particularly in the form of secular humanism, which shall be examined shortly. A historical corollary of this popularization has been the rise of several cults and mass movements, exemplified by the various mystical sects and gurus of the 60s counterculture. The metastasis of Luciferian thinking continues to this very day. Luciferianism represents a radical revaluation of humanity's ageless adversary, Satan. It is the ultimate inversion of good and evil. The formula for this inversion is reflected by the narrative paradigm of the Gnostic hypostasis myth. As opposed to the original biblical version, the Gnostic account represents a revaluation of the Hebraic story of the first man's temptation, the desire of mere men to be as gods by partaking of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Karl Raschke elaborates, in the Hypostasis of the Archons, an Egyptian Gnostic document, we read how the traditional story of man's disobedience toward God is reinterpreted as a universal conflict between knowledge, gnosis, and the dark powers, exousia, of the world, which bind the human soul in ignorance. The hypostasis describes man as a stepchild of Sophia, wisdom, created according to the model of Ion, the imperishable realm of eternity. On the other hand, it is neither God the imperishable nor Sophia who actually is responsible in the making of man. On the contrary, the task is undertaken by the archons, the demonic powers who, because of their weakness, entrap man in a material body, and thus cut him off from his blessed origin. They place him in paradise and enjoin him against eating of the tree of knowledge. The prohibition, however, is viewed by the author of the text not as a holy command, but as a malignant effort on the part of the inferior spirits to prevent Adam from having true communion with the high God, from gaining authentic gnosis. According to this Baudelarization, Adam is consistently contacted by the high God in hopes of reinitiating man's quest for gnosis. The archons intervene and create Eve to distract Adam from the pursuit of gnosis. However, this Gnostic Eve is actually a sort of undercover agent for the high God, who is charged with divulging to Adam the truth that has been withheld from him. The archons manage to sabotage this covert operation by facilitating sexual intercourse between Adam and Eve, an act that Gnostics contend was designed to defile the woman's spiritual nature. At this juncture, the hypostasis reintroduces a familiar antagonist from the original Genesis account, but now the principle of feminine wisdom reappears in the form of the serpent, called the instructor, who tells the mortal pair to defy the prohibition of the archons, and eat of the tree of knowledge. The serpent successfully entices Adam and Eve to eat the forbidden fruit, but the bodily defilement of the woman prevents man from understanding the true motive underpinning the act. Thus, humanity is fettered by the archon's curse, suggesting that the orthodox theological view of the violation of the command as sin must be regarded anew, as the mindless failure to commit the act rightly in the first place. In this revisionist context, the serpent is no longer Satan, but is an incognito savior instead. Meanwhile, God's role as benevolent Heavenly Father is vilified. The God of Genesis, who comes to reprimand Adam and Eve after their transgression, is rudely caricatured in this tale as the arrogant archon who opposes the will of the authentic Heavenly Father. Of course, within this Gnostic narrative, God incarnate is equally belittled. Jesus Christ, the Word made flesh, is reduced to little more than a forerunner of the coming Gnostic adept. According to the Gnostic mythology, Jesus was but a mere type of this perfect man. He came as a teacher and an exemplar, to show others the path to illumination. The true Messiah has yet to come. Equally, the serpent is only a precursor to this Messiah. He only initiates man's journey towards gnosis. The developmental voyage must be further facilitated by the serpent's predecessor, the Gnostic Christ. The hypostasis provides the paradigmatic template for all Luciferian mythologies. Like the hypostasis, the binary opposition of Luciferian mythology caricatures Jehovah as an oppressive tyrant. He becomes the archon of arrogance, the embodiment of ignorance and religious superstition. Satan, who retains his heavenly title of Lucifer, is the liberator of humanity. Masonry, which acts as the contemporary retainer for the ancient mystery religion, reconceptualizes Satan in a similar fashion. In Morals and Dogma, 33rd degree Freemason Albert Pike candidly exalts the fallen angel, Lucifer, the light-bearer. Strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, the son of the morning. Is it he who bears the light, and with its splendors intolerable blinds feeble, sensual, or selfish souls? Doubt it not. He makes man aware of his own innate divinity and promises to unlock the God within us all. This theme of apotheosis underpinned both Gnosticism and the pagan mystery religions. While Gnosticism's origins with the ancient mystery cults remains a source of contention amongst scholars, its promises of liberation from humanity's material side is strongly akin to the old pagan mysteries variety of psychic therapy. 28. In addition, the ancient mystery religion promised the opportunity to erase the curse of mortality by direct encounter with the patron deity, or in many instances by actually undergoing an apotheosis, a transfiguration of human into divine. Like some varieties of Satanism, Luciferianism does not depict the devil as a literal metaphysical entity. Lucifer only symbolizes the cognitive powers of man. He is the embodiment of science and reason. It is the Luciferians' religious conviction that these two facilitative forces will dethrone God and apotheosize man. It comes as little surprise that the radicals of the early revolutionary faith celebrated the arrival of Darwinism. Evolutionary theory was the edifying science of Promethean zealotry, and the new secular religion of the scientific dictatorship. According to Masonic scholar Wilmshurst, the completion of human evolution involves man becoming a godlike being and unifying his consciousness with the omniscient. During the Enlightenment, Luciferianism was disseminated on the popular level as secular humanism. All of the governing precepts of Luciferianism are encompassed by secular humanism. This is made evident by the philosophy's rejection of theistic morality and enthronement of man as his own absolute moral authority. While Luciferianism has no sacred texts, Humanist Manifesto I and II succinctly delineate its central tenets. Whittaker Chambers, former member of the communist underground in America, eloquently summarizes this truth: humanism is not new. It is, in fact, man's second oldest faith. Its promise was whispered in the first days of creation under the tree of the knowledge of good and evil: ye shall be as gods. Cud. In Baker 206, transhumanism offers an updated, high-tech variety of Luciferianism. The appellation transhumanism was coined by evolutionary biologist Julian Huxley. Transhumanism, Wikipedia, the Free Encyclopedia, no pagination. Huxley defined the transhuman condition as man remaining man, but transcending himself, by realizing new possibilities of, and for his human nature, no pagination. However, by 1990, Dr. Max Moore would radically redefine transhumanism as follows: transhumanism is a class of philosophies that seek to guide us towards a post-human condition. Transhumanism shares many elements of humanism, including a respect for reason and science, a commitment to progress, and a valuing of human, or transhuman, existence in this life. Transhumanism differs from humanism in recognizing and anticipating the radical alterations in the nature and possibilities of our lives resulting from various sciences and technologies. Transhumanism advocates the use of nanotechnology, biotechnology, cognitive science, and information technology to propel humanity into a post-human condition. Once he has arrived at this condition, man will cease to be man. He will become a machine, immune to death and all the other weaknesses intrinsic to his former human condition. The ultimate objective is to become a god. Transhumanism is closely aligned with the cult of artificial intelligence. In the very influential book The Age of Spiritual Machines, AI High Priest Ray Kurzweil asserts that technological immortality could be achieved through magnetic resonance imaging, or some technique of reading and replicating the human brain's neural structure within a computer. Technological immortality, no pagination. Through the merger of computers and humans, Kurzweil believes that man will become godlike spirits inhabiting cyberspace, as well as the material universe. Following the biblical revisionist tradition of the Gnostic hypostasis myth, transhumanists invert the roles of God and Satan. In an essay entitled In Praise of the Devil, transhumanist ideologue Max Moore depicts Lucifer as a heroic rebel against a tyrannical God. The devil Lucifer is a force for good, where I define good simply as that which I value. not wanting to imply any universal validity or necessity to the orientation. Lucifer means light bringer, and this should begin to clue us into his symbolic importance. The story is that God threw Lucifer out of heaven because Lucifer had started to question God and was spreading dissension among the angels. We must remember that this story is told from the point of view of the Gnostics, if I may coin a term, and not from that of the Luciferians. I will use this term to distinguish us from the official Satanists with whom I have fundamental differences. The truth may just as easily be that Lucifer resigned from heaven. According to Moore, Lucifer probably exiled himself out of moral outrage towards the oppressive Jehovah. God, being the well-documented sadist that he is, no doubt wanted to keep Lucifer around so that he could punish him and try to get him back under his, God's, power. Probably what really happened was that Lucifer came to hate God's kingdom, his sadism, his demand for slavish conformity and obedience, his psychotic rage at any display of independent thinking and behavior. Lucifer realized that he could never fully think for himself, and could certainly not act on his independent thinking so long as he was under God's control. Therefore, he left heaven, that terrible spiritual state ruled by the cosmic sadist Jehovah, and was accompanied by some of the angels who had had enough courage to question God's authority and his value perspective. Moore proceeds to reiterate 33rd degree Mason Albert Pike's depiction of Lucifer. Lucifer is the embodiment of reason, of intelligence, of critical thought. He stands against the dogma of God and all other dogmas. He stands for the exploration of new ideas and new perspectives in the pursuit of truth. Lucifer is even considered a patron saint by some transhumanists, transdopian symbolism. Transhumanism retains the paradigmatic character of Luciferianism, albeit in a futurist context. Worse still, transhumanism is hardly some marginalized cult. Richard Hayes, executive director of the Center for Genetics and Society, elaborates, last June at Yale University, the World Transhumanist Association held its first national conference. The transhumanists have chapters in more than 20 countries and advocate the breeding of genetically enriched forms of post-human beings. Other advocates of the new techno-eugenics, such as Princeton University professor Lee Silver, predict that by the end of this century, all aspects of the economy, the media, the entertainment industry, and the knowledge industry, will be controlled by members of the Generic class. Naturals will work as low-paid service providers or as laborers. With a growing body of academic luminaries and a techno-eugenical vision for the future, transhumanism is carrying the banner of Luciferianism into the 21st century. Through genetic engineering and biotechnological augmentation of the physical body, transhumanists are attempting to achieve the very same objective of their patron saint. I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God, I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation, in the sides of the north, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, I will be like the Most High. Isaiah 14:13-14, this declaration reflects the aspirations of the power elite as well. Whatever form the Luciferian religion assumes throughout the years, its goal remains the same, apotheosis. Philip D. Collins, Entheogens, The Elixir of Life Deception. There are myriads of books on entheogens, as you probably already know. Terence McKenna has written prodigiously on the topic. Altered States of Consciousness by Charles Tart is a huge compendium on the topic. Timothy Leary's works, Tom Wolfe's The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, The Doors of Perception in Heaven and Hell by Aldous Huxley, Carlos Castaneda's Journey to Ixtlan, The Lessons of Don Juan series, etc. When I was in college experimenting with entheogens, we all read these books to assist in mapping out the hyperspace terrain inside our minds. Though my book is not intended to be an examination of psychedelics at all, the book elucidates what I have been saying here about the New Age for you, psychedelics included. It is an ancient occult idea that you can merely ingest or imbibe some panacea, ambrosia, or elixir of life to give you wisdom and divine knowledge. This notion has been running through the core of occult ritual and doctrine since all the way back to Atlantis. What we are seeing now is just another wave of this occult ritualistic practice emerge again. We saw the exact same thing in 1960s with the psychedelic counterculture revolution with Timothy Leary, Turn On, Tune In, and Drop Out, and even when I was a student at UCSC Santa Cruz, the psychedelic movement was still in full sway. Psychedelics are a very intimate experience, and because of the purely subjective nature of the experience, they have been denounced by many proponents of communal responsibility and social order. I mean, how does a society operate if everyone is turning on, tuning in, and dropping out, right? LOL. In the 1960s, the response to this enigma was, we think society should fail, because it is corporate-driven debt slavery. Just let it all crash and burn. Naturally, nothing has changed since then. Psychedelics are still used as a means of protesting the rigid reality thrust upon societies by the corporate debt slavery system. Additionally, psychedelics provide an increased inner perspicacity and heightened mental acuity, so the allure to use them, coupled with their fostered insights into the rigid tyrannical nature of corporate life, make them the most attractive drug of choice to anyone disenchanted with the status quo of any culture. Naturally, on that level, I have no complaints about entheogens being used for these uses. An entheogen is any psychoactive substance that induces a spiritual experience, and is aimed at spiritual development. This terminology is often chosen to contrast with the recreational use of the same drugs. One could say the term entheogen would be applicable to shamanistic practices, while acid is known merely as a whatever you want it to be drug, recreational or otherwise. Having said all this, there is yet another layer to all this that is less known, and that is the Luciferian underpinnings of entheogens. When I say Luciferian, I am referring to a desire to have secret knowledge for purposes of growth and expansion, which ultimately has as its final destination, apotheosis, or the Godhead. The idea of touching the very face of God and penetrating the veil of life and death by using entheogens is a very ancient occult philosophy. While on the surface it sounds wonderfully enlightened and harmless, it is actually a Gnostic ruse to usurp the authority of the Godhead to become God oneself. This why people indulging in entheogens start to talk about themselves as God, or that they know the truth while others, who do not indulge in them, are lost or lesser than they. This is the typical elitist nature of this path. This is why the Luciferian Gnostics would use these psychoactive tools to induce states of ecstasy in their devotees. They were attempting to create a transhuman next step in evolution. And the deeper and deeper one gets into these inner states of hyperspace, the more one feels that they are learning the secret knowledge of the ages. Shamans, channelers, spiritualists, and New Agers such as Aleister Crowley, Carlos Castaneda, Timothy Leary, Albert Hoffman, Aldous Huxley, William Burroughs, etc., all of them acknowledge that such drugs are a doorway to the spirit world. But on the flip side, in the book, LSD, My Problem Child, Albert Hoffman, the scientist who created LSD, wrote about how his first controlled experiment with the drug opened him up to demons. And this is the point. Entheogens open up the spirit world, which includes a nightmare of demonic infestation. The mind is a delicate apparatus, and these entheogenic tools absolutely strip away a person's ability to defend against anything demonic. You are defenseless, and you are forced to integrate these demonic layers into your consciousness just to survive and justify what you are doing. The end result is a person who is so fragmented internally that they appear crazy. They lose their ability to create higher complexity, and become lost in a stream of consciousness world of rudimentary synaptic firings. But internally, they feel like a god. And that is the whole point of entheogens. The promise of godlike knowledge is the Luciferian apple. With each psychoactive trip, there is the promise of more secret knowledge, leading to the promise of more secret knowledge, leading to the promise of more secret knowledge, leading to the promise of more secret knowledge, leading to, well, you get the picture. It is a never-ending labyrinthian mental maze of swirling possession. A smattering of other psychotomimetic drugs peyote, mescaline, psilocybin, DMT, morning glory seeds, STP, nitrous oxide, and assorted mushrooms are habitually used by entheogenic psychonauts. Hundreds of studies at the Charles Tart Institute on altered states of consciousness in the 1960s have reported that those using psychoactive and psychotomimetic drugs said they were no longer able to pull out facts when they wanted to. Daily memory for details was difficult for them. They described lapses or blank spots in their stream of associations. 3 had difficulty in organizing their thoughts and talking clearly. Each would begin a thought, pause often after a preposition, and begin another incomplete sentence. In this fashion they would wander about a particular point, but were unable to define or clarify issues. In addition to this wandering and pausing, their concepts seemed vague, and their placement and organization of words unusual. These are the long-term effects of entheogens. You feel like a god, but your ability to write, speak, and organize complex information diminishes considerably from the use. This again is why I refer to them as Luciferian tools. They promise apotheosis, but ultimately deliver an elitist fragment self of haunted mental impressions with no real powers at all in the end. The New Age is simply the Old Age, repackaged acupuncture, Reiki, biofeedback, chiropractic, yoga, kinesiology, homeopathy, aromatherapy, iridology, massage and other forms of bodywork, meditation and visualization, nutritional therapy, psychic healing, herbal medicine, healing using crystals, metals, music, chromotherapy, reincarnation, tarot, electromagnetic healing, numerology, necromancy, magic, sorcery, enchantment, pharmakia, the use of mind-expanding LSD, DMT, psilocybin, or spells and rituals to attain secret knowledge, are an ancient Babylonian occult strategy to seduce the unsuspecting initiate into a mental trance with the Luciferian knowledge of the ancient Talmudic Gnostic traditions of the past. The pineal gland is the stargate, doorway, portal to Luciferian knowledge. You will feel free and enlightened as you access this Luciferian knowledge. It will feel like the truth. You will feel love and peace and incredible insight. Lucifer always comes as an angel of light, love, and peace. Your mind will expand and nothing other than this path will seem right to you. Altered states of consciousness and shamanic consciousness will appear magically as the path to peace and health. And you will follow this path for years and years and encourage others to as well. And you will see the entire world shifting to follow this same New Age enlightened path with you. And all of it will seem perfect and life-affirming and loving. And you feel immense love for others and know deep in your heart that you are doing the right thing. And then, in the end, all these techniques, all this secret knowledge, and all this love for all mankind will well up in you, and you will finally see it was all a trap, as you die grasping for more and more knowledge and more life, as it drifts between your fingers like grains of sand. What was the point of it all? It was all about getting you to think you could transcend your mortal body, and become godlike through occult secret knowledge. Apotheosis, becoming God, was always the agenda beneath the surface, but you refused to accept it, as you tried desperately to extend your life and penetrate the mysteries and veil of God and access that life-extending secret knowledge. It was the greatest deception of all. But as I said, it is also the oldest deception of all. The Luciferian New Age truther community. Notice how the entire truther community teaches Luciferianism and Gnosticism as the ultimate truth? And not one of them is ever suggesting that the salvation is the gift of Christ? They all teach that you can earn salvation from the Matrix, through the very same secret knowledge that the occult has used to enslave us. It's the Gnostic Luciferianism that Christ was killed for exposing. Gnosticism teaches that you must earn your salvation through multiple lifetimes. All fantasy. And look at the most advanced man in the earth today. Whoever he is, he will die like we all do, with lifeless whimpering. This is the arrogance of Lucifer. To teach us become immortal through escaping the fictional matrix through secret knowledge. When salvation is free from God's love. We can reflect God and do great things. But we cannot win salvation in one lifetime through secret knowledge. All this stuff depends upon buying into Hinduism and reincarnation theory. Otherwise, this whole matrix simulation theory falls apart. You need innumerable lives to escape the matrix simulation model. But zero evidence of reincarnation exists apart from the Freemasons' narrative. One life and then death. The Freemasons teaching salvation through secret knowledge, because they rejected Christ and chose the Luciferian lie of apotheosis through secret occult knowledge. I taught yogic meditation and practiced Eastern mysticism and Hinduism for 30 years. I taught from the Vedas, Guru Gita, the Bhagavad Gita, and Upanishads, Ayurvedic science, chanting, Tantra, Kriya Yoga, crystals, Luciferian light magic, Theosophy, Buddhism, Zoroastrianism, Wicca, Satanism, Gnosticism, and electromagnetic healing, Ashtanga, Hatha, Iyengar, and Vinyasa Yoga. I was involved with tarot, numerology, astral travel, lucid dreaming, ayahuasca exploration, shamanistic training, hermetic training with the Emerald Tablets astrology, stayed on ashrams with internationally famous yogis, practiced deep pranayama, Kundalini yoga and third eye pineal gland cleanings, Anunnaki and Nephilim studies, Marduk, Nimrod, Enki, Nibiru returning illusions, ancient alien research, planetary convergence research, transhumanism, taught Kabbalah, artificial intelligence, cyber neural lacing, mind uploading, digital virtual holography, heavy into quantum mysticism, and the Tao of Physics by Fritjof Capra, which led to far more intense advanced astrophysics research, and New Age quantum cosmic consciousness esoteric studies, and ancient civilizations, and nested simulation theory secret knowledge. Holographic universe research. Yet done it all. It is all Luciferian deception leading you nowhere. You die at the end with nothing to show, no salvation, nothing. Try it. I will see you have to 40-year path no better than when you started, but 100% more diluted. You cannot achieve enlightenment. It's a dog chasing its own tail. You will go nowhere, achieve nothing, and merely die with the joke on you. Welcome to the Luciferian promise of apotheosis. I sought and practiced the occult Babylonian mystery school esoteric secret knowledge that everyone in the world is after now, and learned no, you are not God, and no, you cannot save yourself. You will die trying like every mortal. Gnostic Luciferianism and the pursuit of esoteric secret knowledge is the apple you heard about. I tend to have to repeat this all the time because people will read it and still not get it, or hear something I am not saying. This is evidently very difficult for most people to grasp. And that is by design. The New Age has brainwashed all to believe that through esoteric secret knowledge, they can attain salvation and apotheosis. Again, I was a New Age Eastern mystical teacher for decades. I know it from experience. The mass delusion of Luciferianism is monolithic, and the trance is reinforced by just about everyone in the world, especially amongst the truth community. Esoteric secret knowledge is designed to ever seduce you into the pursuits of more of it, with the ultimate aim to ensnare you inside a labyrinthine maze of hope and enlightenment, salvation, mystical powers, and insight, but you die trying, achieving nothing. And if you go deep inside it, you get destroyed. I was there. I saw it destroy hundreds if not thousands of innocent seekers of the light. The Promethean fire of intellect burns bright in all of us. This is the light of Lucifer, secret knowledge. The light is not salvation. Again, test me on this. You will die. You are a mortal creation. Nothing more. Gnostic Luciferianism is the religion of the New Age. This is why everyone defends it. It is all that is being taught now in the false truth communities. And if you even remotely condemn it, you are demonized by everyone. Luciferianism is the religion of consummately wicked Helena Blavatsky and her Theosophy and the Freemasons. It is the original deception of the Illuminati and every wicked secret society since the beginning. And yet it is openly being taught today as good thing, which was the design all along by Gnostic Luciferianism. Ascended Masters, New Age spirituality exposed who are Ascended Masters? If you are familiar with the New Age movement, you may have heard this term used before to describe beings like Buddha, Jesus, and St. Germain. The claim in this article is not that Buddha and Jesus are demons, but that the ascended masters who have disguised themselves as Jesus and Buddha in esoteric material where this idea first originated have fully disclosed themselves as being fallen angels. Ascended masters, or the Great White Brotherhood or secret chiefs, are believed to be spiritually enlightened beings who in past incarnations were ordinary humans, but have went through spiritual transformation to the point of reaching ascension. There are 7 rays of ascension, and all of the supposed ascended masters are categorized under these rays according to their spiritual qualities, characteristics, and type of message they taught. They all have surpassed the birth cycle, have more good karma than bad karma, no longer need to be reborn, since then have ascended surpassed 6th level initiation. Initiations are levels of consciousness and stages of soul development, and the more universal your consciousness becomes, the higher you move up the ranks of initiation, until you hit the 4th level of initiation, where it's no longer necessary for you to reincarnate. At the 6th level of initiation you have achieved unity with the I Am and thus fall into the category of being an ascended master. People meditate to contact ascended masters, pray to ascended masters, and even use ascended master oracle card decks for spiritual guidance and wisdom. In the New Age community, they have almost become some sort of gods that some people even pray to for protection from darkness and negative spirits in the astral planes. This is thought of as something being totally harmless and spiritually safe. But as we are about to see, the ascended masters have much darker origins. The Great White Brotherhood gave Aleister Crowley his Satanism. Crowley was a famous occultist and Satanist from the 1900s. He referred to himself as the Beast 666 and once said, "I was not content to just believe in Satan, I wanted to be his chief of staff." He used to torture and kill animals, use menstrual blood for spell casting, has openly admitted to making blood sacrifices to demons, and performed sex magic on his mistresses, 5 of which ended up committing suicide. He was also a 33rd-degree Freemason, a heroin addict, and believed that, for the highest spiritual working, one must accordingly choose that victim which contains the greatest and purest force. A male child of perfect innocence and high intelligence is the most satisfactory and suitable victim. For nearly all purposes relating to magic, human sacrifice is the best. Chapter 12 of the Bloody Sacrifice, and Matters Cognate. After reading about the Great White Brotherhood in a book called The Cloud Upon the Sanctuary, Crowley wanted to ascend to the top of the ladder. He started an order called AA, consisting of a series of levels that students would graduate through after performing tasks consisting of black magic and occultic practices involving astral projection, contact with spirits, and witchcraft. At the top of this order as the highest-ranking beings sat the secret chiefs of the planetary order, the Ascended Masters. One of these secret chiefs he believed in was named Aiwass. This is the being who gave him his entire satanic philosophy, and telepathically communicated to him his satanic book titled The Book of the Law, which stated that to do as thou wilt is the highest law. This book is a staple in any Satanist's and black magician's library. If members of the Great White Brotherhood are contacting black magic Satanists who practiced blood sacrifice to demons and are giving them satanic philosophy, are we really sure these Ascended Masters are of God? Now, let's get into the nitty-gritty. The Ascended Masters were first popularized in a book published under Lucifer Publishing Company founded by a Satanist. The ideas of Ascended Masters was first really introduced in the occult in the late 1700s, but was fully developed and popularized as a mature concept around 1920 by C.W. Leadbeater and Alice A. Bailey. Alice A. Bailey is a famous occultist, a pioneer in metaphysics, and prominent member of the Theosophical Society, which is a metaphysical school that basically founded the New Age movement. She published her first work, The Concept of Rays, Initiations, and the Great White Brotherhood, the Ascended Masters, in her book Initiation, Solar and Human, which brought the ideas of Ascended Masters and soul initiation into the mainstream of the occult and the New Age community. This book was published under the publishing company called Lucifer Publishing Company. This which was named off of the original magazine of the Theosophical Society titled Lucifer. Alice Bailey was a member of the Theosophical Society, and this society is typically regarded as being what started the entire New Age movement. The Theosophical Society was a mystery school that taught esoteric knowledge and ancient mysteries. The founder of the Theosophical Society was a blatant Satanist named Helena Blavatsky, who was a 32nd-degree Freemason. Here are some quotes from Volume 2 of her book The Secret Doctrine, which was a favorite book of Adolf Hitler, by the way. In this case it is but natural even from the dead-letter standpoint to view Satan, the serpent of Genesis, as the real creator and benefactor, the father of spiritual mankind. For it is he who was the harbinger of light, bright radiant Lucifer, who opened the eyes of the automaton created by Jehovah, as alleged, and he who was the first to whisper, in the day ye eat thereof ye shall be as Elohim. Knowing good and evil can only be regarded in the light of a Savior. p. 243, Lucifer is divine and terrestrial light, the Holy Ghost and Satan at one and the same time. On p. 513, Satan, the enemy of God, is in reality the highest divine spirit. p. 377, God created Satan, the fairest and wisest of all his creatures in this part of his universe, and made him prince of the world, and of the power of the air. Thus, Satan being perfect in wisdom and beauty, his vast empire is our earth, if not the whole solar system. Certainly no other angelic power of greater, or even equal dignity has been revealed to us. p. 229. There are well over 100 references to Satan in the Secret Doctrine, which was the primary work of the founder of the Theosophical Society. And according ponder of this by Alice Bailey, most of the Secret Doctrine was actually channeled to Helena from an Ascended Master named Dwal Kol. So the idea of Ascended Masters first came out of a mystery school started by a Satanist, and a publishing company named after Lucifer. But it gets worse. The story of the Ascended Masters perfectly mirrors the story of the fallen angels in the Bible, and they worship Satan on pages 32 to 33 of Initiation. Solar and Human, which was channeled to Alice Bailey by Ascended Master Joel Kuhl, she talks about where these masters are located, and how they came here in the first place. After the great descent of the spiritual existences, the masters, to the earth, the work they planned to do was systematized. Offices were apportioned, and the processes of evolution in all the departments of nature were brought under the conscious wise guidance of this initial brotherhood. This hierarchy of brothers of light still exists, and the work goes steadily on. They are all in physical existence, either in dense physical bodies, such as many of the masters employ, or in etheric bodies, such as the more exalted helpers and the Lord of the world occupy. Several of the masters in physical bodies dwell in the Himalayan mountains, in a secluded spot called Shagats, far from the ways of men, but the greater number are scattered all over the world, dwelling in different places in the various nations, unrecognized and unknown, yet forming each in his own place a focal point for the energy of the Lord of the world. The Lord of the world in the Ascended Master's teachings is Sanat Kumara, the founder of the Great White Brotherhood and the ruler over the whole etheric plane. The only spiritual entity to be referred to in such a way in the Bible is Satan himself, who Paul calls the God of this world, 2 Cor 4:4, and Jesus refers to Satan as being the ruler of this world 3 separate times, JN 12:31, 14:30, 16:11. Even the Satanic Bible refers to Satan as the Lord of the Earth, pg 162. The Bible also talks about Satan and his demons ruling from the air, in which you used to live when you followed the ways of this world, and of the ruler of the kingdom of the air, the Spirit who is now at work in those who are disobedient. Ephesians 2:2. We do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. Ephesians 6:12. The Bible refers to anything that is above the earth as being the heavens, so what Paul is talking about is a kingdom of the air above the physical earth plane that is occupied by Satan and his fallen angels, aka the etheric plane. So these so-called masters who gave Crowley his satanic philosophy exist within the etheric planes and serve the Lord of the world, and the Bible tells us that demons exist within the heavenly places and serve the God of this world, Satan. Let's take a look at the first sentence of the paragraph again. After the great descent of the spiritual existences, the masters, to the earth, implies that the ascended masters descended together and fell to earth all at the same time. In her book The Externalization of the Hierarchy on page 118, she says this: when the sons of God who responded to the divine urge to experience, to serve and to sacrifice, separated themselves from the sons of God who responded to no such inspiration. So this is literally a direct reference to fallen angels. The Bible calls fallen angels the sons of God. In Revelations, chapter 12, Jesus is speaking to John and says the following in verses 7 to 9, "And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels, and prevailed not, neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world, he was cast out into the earth. And his angels were cast out with him." The book of Enoch spells out the fall of angels in the exact same way as well. The watchers look down from heaven and desire the daughters of men, 6:1-8. They swear an oath to fulfill their desires and then descend, marry women, and defile themselves with women, 7:1. Or in the book of Jude in the Bible, where it says in verse 6, "And the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation." Is it just a coincidence that the biblical account of the fallen angels coincides perfectly with the history of the ascended masters? If it still seems like a coincidence, it won't after we understand that Theosophy believed Sanat Kumara is literally Satan. Here is a quote from famous Theosophist Dane Rudyard on Sanat Kumara. Satan is an anagram for Sanat Kumara, who in the esoteric philosophy of India is the Promethean being who gave mankind the fire of self-conscious and independent, individual selfhood, the magic of tone and the art of music. pg 69 according to the New Encyclopedia of the Occult on page 418. Satan has a possible echo in theosophical lore, where the Lord of the world, the ruler of the earth, and the head of the Great White Lodge, is Sanat Kumara. Here is a quote by Nilakanta Sri Ram in the theosophical magazine Lucifer from page 2 of an issue published on April of 1961. The adversary, or Satan, is no other than Lucifer, the light-bearer, the bright morning star. He is the initiator, awakening the divine faculties of intellect on man. He is the king of the fallen angels, spirits from higher spheres, who descended among primitive mankind of the third race. The founder of the entire Theosophical Society, Helena Blavatsky, openly admits this on page 236 of The Secret Doctrine. The allegorical and symbolical meaning of the serpent of Genesis is found explained by the sons of wisdom, or angels from higher spheres. Though all and each pertain to the kingdom of Satan, or matter, revealing to men the mysteries of heaven. So according to the Bible, Lucifer and his angels were cast out of heaven to earth, and now exist within the air and the heavenly places. And according to the Ascended Master's teachings, the Ascended Masters separated from other sons of God and fell to earth in a great descent, and now exist in the etheric realms with Satan. And these teachings were brought to us by a mystery school founded by a Satanist, and were published under Lucifer Publishing Company. This is just spiritual Satanism, and the glorification of fallen angels. If the Ascended Masters really are fallen angels, we should expect them to reject Jesus. And that's exactly what we see. The Ascended Master's teachings about Jesus are false and ridiculous. Jesus is lumped in there with all the other Ascended Masters, but he is called the Christ or Master Jesus instead of Jesus Christ. Or sometimes they just do away with Jesus and Christ and just call him Sananda. The Christ is a member of the sixth cosmic ray, and is referred to as one of the top Ascended Masters. This model teaches that Jesus was not the Son of God, and is actually underdeveloped and unevolved in comparison to beings who are 7th, 8th, and 9th level initiates. This completely contradicts everything Jesus ever said about himself. According to initiation, solar and human, the Master Jesus was previously incarnated as Joshua, the Hebrew military leader in the 13th century BC, and Joshua the high priest in the 6th century BC. Jesus was also incarnated as Joseph of the coat of many colors, King David, who lived c. 1037 BC until around 970 BC, and Elisha. Jesus then reincarnated again as Jesus of Nazareth, and again as Greek philosopher Apollonios of Tyana right after his physical death around the mid-1st century. After he died as Apollonios, he became a 5th level initiate. He then incarnated again as Hindu philosopher Ramanuj. According to Elizabeth Clare Prophet, the false prophet of the Church Universal and Triumphant, the largest Ascended Master teachings religion, the Master Jesus incarnated twice as the Emperor of Atlantis, once in 33,050 BC and again in 15,000 BC. According to her, he did this in order to aid the white magicians in the war of the white magicians and the black magicians that was going on in Atlantis at that time. By the way, Atlantis never existed, and I will prove that it's all part of the satanic deception in another article/video. And according to famous esotericist and Ascended Master teacher Benjamin Cream, the Master Jesus and Sanat Kumara visited the Americas in the late 7th century and early 8th century. This visit gave rise to the Mayan legend of Quetzalcoatl. So apparently, Master Jesus and Sanat Kumara, the Lord of the World, aka Satan, appeared to the Mayans in the form of a winged serpent who looked like a dragon and wanted human blood sacrificed to him. Are we really naive enough to think this is not demonic? This ridiculous doctrine teaches that Jesus Christ lived a total of at least 10 separate times on earth. As the Ascended Master's model teaches, he is just the Christ who is a sixth-ray cosmic master who has lived 10 lives trying to help people ascend. Satan's mission of turning people away from the real Jesus, his only threat, is complete with the Ascended Master's teachings. The teachings of fallen angels here is a brief look at some of the evil themes pervasive in Alice Bailey's works, which were all channeled to her by an Ascended Master of the Great White Brotherhood. Joel Kuhl is the master who transmitted 24 books to Alice Bailey, all of which were published under Lucas Trust, which was formerly called Lucifer Publishing Company. Let's see what these fallen angels have to say. Eugenics. The emphasis in the future will shift from the urge to produce large families to that of producing quality and intelligence in the offspring. This will include that science of which eugenics is the distorted and exoteric indication. Education in the New Age, p. 133 to 134. Racism. Bailey said that the new race will be distinguished by a state of consciousness which is the Aryan or mental consciousness or state of thinking. This state of consciousness will find its expression in people as far apart racially as the Japanese and the American or the Negro and the Russian. The rays in the initiation, p. 593 to 594. The new race is forming in every land, but primarily in those lands where the fifth or Caucasian races are to be found. Education in the New Age, p. 118. Very low-grade human bodies will disappear, causing a general shift in the racial types toward a higher standard. The destiny of the nations, p. 125. Anti-Semitism. Symbolically, the Jews represent, from the point of view of the hierarchy, that from which all masters of the wisdom and lords of compassion emerge: materialism, cruelty, and a spiritual conservatism. So that today they live in Old Testament times, and are under the domination of the separative, selfish, lower concrete mind. The rays in the initiations, p. 705 to 706. I have sought, with love and understanding, to point out the faults of the world religions, with their obsolete theologies and their lack of love, and to indicate the evils of Judaism. The present world faiths must return to their early simplicity, and Orthodox Judaism, with its deep-seated hate, must slowly disappear. The externalization of the hierarchy, p. 543. The solution will come, as I said, when the races regard the Jewish problem as a humanitarian problem, but also when the Jew does his share of understanding, love, and right action. The externalization of the hierarchy, p. 78. Freemasonry. The Masonic movement, when it can be divorced from politics and social ends and from its present paralyzing condition of inertia, will meet the need of those who can and should wield power. It is the custodian of the law. It is the home of the mysteries and the seat of initiation. It holds in its symbolism the ritual of deity, and the way of salvation is pictorially preserved in its work. The methods of deity are demonstrated in its temples, and under the all-seeing eye the work can go forward. The externalization of the hierarchy, p. 511. One of the things that will eventuate, when the new universal religion has sway and the nature of esotericism is understood, will be the utilization of the banded esoteric organisms, the Masonic organism and the church organism as initiating centers. These three groups converge as their inner sanctuaries are approached. There is no dissociation between the one universal church the sacred inner lodge of all true Masons, and the innermost circles of the esoteric societies. The externalization of the hierarchy, p. 513 pro, where the following quotes were in references to World War II, and what was going on in Nazi Germany. Today we are watching the death of a civilization or cycle of incarnation of humanity. In all fields of human expression, crystallization and deterioration had set in. There is everywhere a cry for change and for those new forms in the religious, political, educational and economic life of the race which will allow a freer and better spiritual expression. Such a change is rapidly coming and is regarded by some as death, terrible, and to be avoided if possible. It is indeed death, but it is beneficent and needed. The externalization of the hierarchy, p. 105. Pain has always been the purifying agent, employed by the Lords of Destiny, to bring about liberation. The accumulated pain of the present war, and the inherited pain of the earlier stage, begun in 1914, is bringing about a salutary and changing world consciousness. The Lord of Pain has descended from his throne and is treading the ways of earth today, bringing distress, agony and terror to those who cannot interpret his ends. The externalization of the hierarchy, p. 114 to 115. After World War II was over, she said, all its unspeakable horrors, its cruelties, and its cataclysmic disasters, was but the broom of the Father of all sweeping away obstructions in the path of his returning Son. The externalization of the hierarchy, p. 619. The atomic bomb emerged from a first-ray ashram, working in conjunction with a fifth-ray group. From the long-range point of view, its intent was, and is purely beneficent. Externalization of the hierarchy, p. 548. The next stage of human evolution will emerge as a result of the purificatory action of the World War education in the New Age, p. 149. So according to the Ascended Masters, eugenics, racist, war, anti-Semitism, and Freemasonry are not only acceptable, they are actually encouraged and endorsed. And we are only scratching the surface with quotes like this. More of them can be found here. But now that we know they are fallen angels serving the Lord of the world, Satan, in the astral planes, it should really come as no surprise. Tying it all together, these ascended masters have a history that mirrors the fallen angels exactly. They serve Lucifer/Satan, which Theosophists themselves tell us, and were first popularized by the Theosophical Society, founded by a Satanist Freemason, under Lucifer Publishing Company. They gave Crowley his Satanism, they make a mockery of Jesus, and give us false promises of ascension while promoting war, eugenics, and racism. If you feel a conviction in your spirit, or a red light going off in your inner radar, it would be extremely wise to throw away your Ascended Master Oracle cards, stop praying to these evil beings disguised as solar angels, and disregard any teachings containing references to the Ascended Masters as being authorities of light. Their teachings are evil, and they are not of God. They are fallen angels who serve the Lord of the world, who we now know as Satan, according to Theosophists themselves. As Jesus said in Matthew 24:24, 4 false messiahs and false prophets will appear and perform great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. See, I have told you ahead of time. Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light. It is not surprising, then, if his servants also masquerade as servants of righteousness. 2 Corinthians 11:14-15. It's very easy to get misled sometimes, and the Ascended Masters had me fooled for a while too. I once slept with some oracle cards of theirs in a room I was sleeping in, and looking back on it, it only made me feel weird and creeped out even when I had no idea who they were. We've been duped. These are just demons in the etheric planes disguising themselves as bringers of wisdom. And they all fallen angels. Their mission is to lead people away from Jesus Christ. Exposing Kundalini and New Age deception. Exposing the New Age, the root of doctrinal delusion causing spiritual blindness. It is apparent that through exposing the truth about the monumental deception of Kundalini and the New Age, that such revelation is often vehemently challenged and rejected by those who ascribe to New Age/occult doctrine. Whilst previously being a New Age devotee, I also emphatically rejected any views which seemingly spoke adversely about something which appeared only to be benevolent and part of humanity's spiritual evolution to a utopian golden age. However, it was after engaging in New Age practices for about 3 years and then experiencing a spontaneous full Kundalini awakening, which caused indescribable physical and mental torment for a further 4 years, which led to calling upon the true God to save me from such torment. That the resulting undeniable divine intervention to rescue me from it irrefutably proved that the source of Kundalini and New Age practices are categorically not benevolent. Because if they were, it would not require benevolent supernatural intervention to save from it. However, it is a core and indelibly instilled belief system of the New Age that adamantly refutes this very fact. Core false/illogical New Age belief systems, and to refute this fact, is thereby effectively saying that the source of an apparent benevolent spiritual force is rescuing itself from itself, which is entirely counterintuitive. As Jesus Christ said, a kingdom divided against itself cannot stand. A person is typically only saved from something which endangers them. Like a person drowning at sea, that person cannot save their own self. They require an outside and differential source to do so. Therefore, if Kundalini and New Age practices did not pose any risk, no one would need to be saved from them. And if they were truly beneficial, it would be the same as saying that a person drowning at sea can save themselves, and that to experience drowning, which can end their life, is in some way good for them and their spiritual evolution. It is therefore totally nonsensical. A common perspective within the New Age, which I also once believed, is that Kundalini is part of our spiritual DNA, and that those who are spiritually evolved and awake receive the elite privilege of a Kundalini awakening. However, through being saved from the torment, by coming to believe, and then receive the real salvation of God, by reading the liberating truths and teachings of biblical scripture, which Jesus Christ promised will set free, and definitely do. Gradually the grand deception, which I had once passionately believed in, was revealed for what it was, and that the real origin of Kundalini and the New Age was most definitively malevolent. It is this exact revelation that causes a commonly fierce contention from those who align with New Age ideology, like I once did. Often they will contentiously debate that the person who experienced such extreme torment just didn't get it, or did it wrong, or are weak-minded. Because the person who is challenging the revelatory truth of deception may have not yet have experienced any torment, or has experienced perhaps a lower level of torment, which undoubtedly might have been testing, but was still on a bearable level. In that regard, it is like trying to equate a relatively bearable headache with an unbearable migraine which precedes a brain aneurysm. One is therefore obviously painful, but bearable, and the other is much more painful and life-threatening. And only the person who experiences the life-threatening condition can truly understand and comprehensively speak their personal truth about how severe it was to experience. Anyone else who has not experienced the same level of pain can only perceive it subjectively and perhaps doubt how severe and painful it actually was. Which again, is a strategy of the darkness in their wielding of propaganda, to entice other truth-seekers to fall into deception. Creation of New Age poster children, strategic propaganda tools for New Age ideology. This aforesaid and strategic tactic of the darkness is in order to create poster children for the New Age. Those individuals who have seemingly and courageously gone through the dark night of the soul of lower-level torments, and have emerged supposedly more spiritually enlightened/evolved. Which is what I also encountered and believed, before Kundalini fully awakened. And truly thought that I was advancing through spiritual evolutionary testing, and was experiencing ascension symptoms. In order to be purged and purified for the proposed divine light body. I believed I was essentially graduating through different levels of spiritual testing/initiation. In which I was allegedly overcoming my shadow/ego self and cleansing karma, and that eventually, I would be fully enlightened and achieve universal oneness. Before my Kundalini fully awakened, I experienced much lower and bearable levels of torment, thereby believing I was successfully spiritually ascending. I would then promote the benefits of the New Age path to others, believing that they were missing out by not experiencing the seeming wonders and bliss of being on the same spiritual path. And that anyone who spoke against the New Age were simply being narrow-minded, fear-mongering, or not properly enlightened by its utopian ideals. At that time, I myself was therefore a poster child, and did not wish to hear anything contradictory to New Age doctrine. What occurs and is intentional from the force of darkness behind the New Age deception is that those who are the poster children have an, unknowingly, false perception that they have successfully endured torment and emerged victorious, which purposely engenders a sense of exaltation and grandiosity over those who speak of unbearable torment, and that it is therefore implausible. Subsequently, they perceive those who speak about such excruciating torment as being weak-minded, or full of fear/negative energies, having unresolved karma, and uneducated in regards to Kundalini and New Age practices. To them that person just didn't get it. Did it wrong, and are misinformed about speaking of the true malevolent origin of Kundalini, which causes such a proposition of its deception to be fervently challenged, and that the person speaking the exposing truth should retract all such writings, because they are seen to be misleading others who are on the New Age path, and because what they are saying does not align with the firmly indoctrinated beliefs of the New Age follower. God's truth sets free from deception/delusion of New Age doctrine through being undeniably set free by the teachings/truth of the true God in the Bible. Teachings which I once resolutely rejected when I was a New Age devotee. It became evidently clear that the New Age in its entirety is a gross labyrinth of deceptions by the realm of spiritual darkness. Such malevolent deceptions are specifically cited by our Creator in His authoritative word of biblical scripture, in which He definitely states that, in the latter times many would become deceived by seducing spirits and doctrines of demons. Demons, of whom are dark spirits, fallen angels, who purposely seek to destroy humanity, under the superficial guise of New Age benevolence, and the awakening and unifying of the universal consciousness, and through the propagating of age-old occult doctrine and practices, which have now been rebranded into the New Age. And this is exactly what Kundalini chakras, ascension symptoms, uniting with the higher self, achieving oneness, and other such New Age terminology are occult-based doctrines of demons. Kundalini is also known as the serpent power and is entirely occult in origin. And the occult is strictly prohibited by the true God for our own safety and protection. The occult is the absolute antithesis of God's kingdom of light and love. Instead, it is rooted in complete darkness and lies. In itself, the word occult actually means hidden, secret, and clandestine, originating in satanic witchcraft/black magic. And clandestine is something which is illicit and not permitted. Therefore, to believe that the Creator of the universe, who is a God of truth, purity, authenticity, and order, would permit something which in itself is illicit, corrupt, goes against all logical sense. That which is illicit, is shrouded in darkness and deceit, and as our God states about himself that in him there is no darkness at all. Therefore, to entice New Age devotees and truth seekers, to believe such prestigious spiritual advancements promised by New Age doctrines, is what the dark spirits strategically purpose to do. To allure with superficial and grandiose promises, so that the seeker will become involved in the occult realm and therefore open a forbidden door which will lead to torment. It is therefore a key deception/lie of the darkness that will only become apparent when the true God reveals it as such. He himself describes the deception as a strong delusion that comes over the person's mind who has chosen to believe the lie of false, occult/New Age doctrine. And in that state of delusion, a person cannot discern the real truth. It is foolish and incomprehensible to them, as it once was to me, which God himself describes as being blinded by the god of this world, namely Satan, and thereby being, as he states, deceived by seducing spirits and doctrines of demons. Which is exactly what age-old occult doctrine is, rebranded to the New Age in modern times, a false dogma of seducing and deceptive fallen spirits, demons. New Age deception results in spiritual blindfold. What occurs under the delusion is that any warnings about Kundalini typically cannot be perceived as truth. The person is in a state of spiritual blindness, which blocks being able to believe and receive the spiritual truths of God which truly sets free. The mind is indoctrinated/controlled and compelled to pursue New Age practices. So in that regard, all exposing truths about Kundalini and the New Age will commonly not translate as truth, as they once did not to me. And it is written in Scripture that rejecting the truths and knowledge of God leads to spiritual captivity and perishing. Which is exactly what the torment is, being in a state of spiritual bondage and a continual decline mentally, physically, and spiritually. And this perishing can occur over an extended period. It is not something that typically happens in a short frame of time and might take many years, in some cases. And at first the New Age path is extremely and purposely blissful and happy. This is for the deliberate formation of the poster children, whose minds have been unknowingly usurped by the dark spirits. And under the hidden influence of the spirits, they then become walking advertisements to propagate the false positive propaganda of the New Age, and thereby unwittingly will lure more potential seekers into the deception. It is therefore like the blind leading the blind, on a path towards entrapment and possible extreme torment. Like lemmings walking off a cliff to destruction. Which the Son of God confirmed in his own words when he said, "They are blinded, and if the blind lead the blind, both will fall into a pit." And I can confirm without any hesitation that I, as well as countless others, under a strong delusion fell into that pit. And that it is unquestionably real and requires the intervention of a benevolent spiritual force to save from it. Which is salvation through the Son of God, Jesus Christ, whom our Creator stated is the only name under heaven through which we are saved. And I testify that to be exactly the truth. If it were not, I would still be in indescribable torment. From spending 4 long years in torment, it was distinctly clear that Kundalini torment is not something that you can think yourself out of, or use mind over matter to overcome. No matter how previously mentally strong or resilient a person is preceding it. Once fully unleashed, it is like an unstoppable tsunami, and its intent is to destroy and take away the life of the person under deception. It originates only from the realm of darkness, evil and torment, and is thoroughly merciless and relentless. And it can only be stopped by a force that is higher than it and of a differential kingdom, the realm of light, mercy, peace, order and love. And the divine virtues of peace and love certainly do not align with torture and destruction. To believe so goes against all rational thinking and confirms the level of delusion that New Age ideology illicitly operates on and indoctrinates with. I have lived on both sides of the ideological/spiritual fence. Once adamantly refuting the delusion/deception of the New Age and the truths of the Bible, and blindly unable to perceive the deception through its consequential spiritual blindness, which was only removed by the supernatural intervention of Jesus Christ. And then the absolute reality of New Age/occult deceit was revealed, and I was finally liberated from the seeming never-ending torture. Following which, there is no going back to ever believing or agreeing with that which is categorically a complex web of lies and deceit. New Age doctrine subverts the Creator's true/original divine will, unleashes torment. Therefore, in conclusion, all supposed logical reasonings proposed by the New Age for its spiritual validity have been proved to be an entire subversion of our Creator's original divine will, who never wishes, in accordance with His sovereign will, that we ever awaken, through our own spiritual seeking, the latent and destructive force of Kundalini. But from the creation of mankind, He gave each person a free will to choose, and thereby created a duality in our universe, darkness and light. The realm of the occult belonging to darkness, and the realm of truth belonging to God's kingdom of light. So that we would then have the option of choice, and would not exist as robots, with no mind of our own. And that there would be the existence of accountability in our choices. It is only when we go outside His divine will, either wittingly or unwittingly, and our consciousness become altered through New Age practices or possible substance abuse, that the malevolent and destructive spiritual force of Kundalini can be awakened. The force of darkness are aware that many truth seekers are not knowledgeable of the fact, as I was not, that the occult realm is prohibited because of its dangers. So they therefore exploit this lack of saving knowledge, to lure those individuals into the snare of future torment. Our Creator also clearly directs us in His Word, to expose the truth of this diabolical deception to humanity. And to not do so would be beyond reproach and morally negligent. It is like allowing a loved family member to knowingly walk into a hidden trap to be grossly deceived and abused. And that is completely unthinkable. The true God specifically directs us to speak the truth in love, and also forewarned us that we will face reproach and contention when doing so, as the dark force who usurp the minds of those under deception never wish us to speak the truth. And so they use those under deception to vigorously contend it, as I used to. And so those who expose the truth will inevitably face fierce opposition, which again, definitely occurs and confirms the words of our Creator that it will happen. But it is a small price to pay for the thwarting of the destructive plans of the darkness. The truth therefore must and will be told with no retraction. It is spoken only with the sole intent to lovingly help prevent others falling into the same destructive and deceptive pit. No one is ever being forced to believe or accept the writings of these posts. Each person has a God-given free will to decide, and to weigh the balances, if they resonate as truth with them or not. But the one thing that is assured is that in the end, the deceptive operations of the darkness will never prevail. Light, truth and love will always win. And our true God is love itself, and only His eternal truth sets free. The addictive hook of the New Age, hidden snares set for mind control. The following are some of the key false precepts which the New Age propagates in order to subliminally allure those on a spiritual path. Truth seekers. These covertly set the stage for ensnaring into New Age practices by providing a feel-good, euphoric and blissful effect, thereby creating a superficial guise for the mind to eventually be subjugated and oppressed by malevolent spirits from the spiritual realm of darkness. It is effectively an undercover mind hijack. False archetypes of New Age, indigos, star seeds, light workers. On the surface, the New Age is an apparent panacea for the soul, particularly for those who are on an unending quest for spiritual truth, wisdom and knowledge, such as I was when a New Age devotee. It also seemingly caters to those who are seeking a sense of belonging and emotional healing, and based on these desires, specifically plays on them with the creation of groupings/archetypes, such as wounded healers, indigo children, star seeds and light workers. All to portray a cohesive family environment, a safe place of love and acceptance, which in all truth is a facade, in order to lure the seeker into New Age practices, and attaining the spiritual awakening of Kundalini, with an end goal of usurping the body and mind for destructive purposes. When I was in the New Age, I identified most with being an indigo child and light worker. It seemed to finally bring an understanding of my life to that point, and also helped to cement a sense of identity and belonging that had previously been absent. Under this guise, it gave an alluring feel-good factor, which was a catalyst to seek further answers and gnosis. Essentially like an addictive substance that reels in giving temporary highs, but never satisfying, and so begins a destructive cycle. False promises to entrap, ascension process, spiritual awakening, synchronicities. The deceptive forces behind the New Age also purposely allure with lofty promises of spiritually ascending through the fabricated ascension process, meeting with one's higher self and being led by special spiritual guides. Again, this is all to promote engaging in New Age practices, which gradually allow for the body and mind to be taken over by dark spirits, over a period of time. In my own case it was 3 years. The whole process is meticulously coordinated by the invisible dark forces behind the New Age. These dark spirits have watched us our entire lives, and there are specific spirits called familiar spirits who are strategically assigned to watch our every move and potentially destroy our life. They are the supposed benevolent spiritual guides, but in reality are silent assassins setting up for control, torment, and potential destruction. Effectively, they are master puppeteers. It is they who are responsible for the seeming synchronicities which appear to confirm that the New Age is benevolent and based on love, light and truth, but in fact are all orchestrated to deceive. I would often see recurring numbers such as 333 and specks of blue light, which were said to be contact from angels, but again are all part of the elaborate hoax of the New Age to transfix, seduce and hypnotize down a forbidden and dangerous path, which the one true God never wishes, for our own protection. The New Age, a monumental deception. Although the New Age, with all its various facets, is very appealing and benevolent on an exterior level, it is in reality, as I came to be fully aware, based on a labyrinth of absolute lies. In its entirety it is an illusion/mirage. Its promises charm, excite and entice. It is like embarking on an exciting journey in search of a promised tree full of abundant, luscious and succulent fruit, which tastes out of this world and on eating will bring enlightenment, transcendence, and a lifetime of bliss. And on that journey much valuable time and hope are invested, truly believing that in tasting the fruit you will find a lifelong panacea for the mind and soul and travel onward into a utopian golden age. However, on reaching the tree you taste the fruit and discover that each and every one is rotten to the core and full of poison which can seriously harm the body and mind and potentially steal your life away. And there is a note pinned to the tree that everything you have previously believed was a delusion and a grand hoax. The journey has been futile, and it's game over. When I was a New Age follower, I would most likely have dismissed such a post as this, thinking it to be perhaps exaggerated or fear-mongering. But through first-hand experience of excruciating physical and mental torture through Kundalini awakening, there is a responsibility to speak the complete truth, which cannot be sugar-coated. And a wish that no one else should be deceived or tormented in a similar way. The ravaging storm of Kundalini is touted by the New Age movement and Eastern gurus as a spiritual and divine accolade. The purpose of existence. There are many Kundalini devotees who speak of its alleged super-enhancement in their spiritual life. According to them, something to be coveted and sought after. These are the apparent success testimonies of Kundalini. And why such stories, but simply to make it seem attractive and worth seeking after. Advocates claim that anyone experiencing trauma from Kundalini is simply having a spiritual crisis, and perhaps have blocked energy fields, chakras, within the body. The name Kundalini syndrome has been coined for those with such ongoing issues. However, this is all a major fabrication of the truth. What is actually occurring is that dark forces are spiritually, mentally, and physically tormenting the individual, with the sole purpose of destroying their life. These malevolent entities are like squatters who illegally take up residence within a home, and then vandalize it and seek to destroy it. There are many with Kundalini awakenings who have been driven insane and institutionalized, or at worst have been driven to the point of suicide, which is extremely sad. Love. In relation to their own adverse experiences, a number of renowned Eastern gurus, such as Gopi Krishna and Swami Muktananda, have spoken out in line with this, and just how destructive Kundalini can be. When I was heavily into the New Age, I brushed off any possibility of ever being negatively affected. I will be fine. It won't happen with me. However, this proved to be very wrong, as the storm of Kundalini eventually wreaked havoc in my life, on a mental, physical and spiritual level, to the point where I honestly felt I could not live another day, as the torment was so severe. It was at that point that I turned to God and cried out for help. And He answered by revealing the truth about Kundalini and the New Age movement, and the means of escape through belief in His Son Jesus Christ, who brings resurrection from the spiritual death and torment of Kundalini. From that moment on, the scales were lifted from my eyes, and I finally found a peace in the storm. The dark roots of the New Age movement. The early beginnings of the New Age movement has its roots in the occult / Luciferianism, Satanism. Founded in 1875 by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Lucifer, whose name means light-bearer, has been falsely depicted by those who worship him as an angel of light, when in fact his true identity is that of a malevolent fallen angel, who is the source, father, of all evil and lies, namely Satan, the devil. From its early foundations of the Theosophical Society, the movement has evolved and been repackaged under the branding of the New Age movement, a name that was born from Blavatsky's belief of a coming new age of spiritual enlightenment led by Lucifer. This has led to the modern-day creation of the term light worker in the New Age community, and is part of the mass deception that leads many to believe, as I did, that they have a special role and purpose in universal spiritual evolution. It therefore prompts the spiritual seeker to become more engaged in New Age practices, and to ultimately become submissive so that they can be taken over by dark, fallen spirits, whilst unaware that any such thing is occurring, and are deceived into believing that any adverse symptoms experienced are part of becoming spiritually awake / the ascension process, or a shamanic initiation. The reality through my Kundalini awakening, it has been made abundantly clear that the unseen spiritual realm is very real, As is Lucifer, a very real spiritual being who seeks to destroy humanity and cause evil to flourish. Lucifer, Satan, is first mentioned in biblical text as the serpent who tempted Eve in the Garden of Eden, with the lie that she was permitted to eat the forbidden fruit. And it is this same serpent who is the source of Kundalini, serpent power, and who is behind the fabricated New Age movement, and who seeks to exploit our lack of knowledge on this truth, so that he can oppress and possess our souls, and to ultimately destroy us. I understand this may sound dramatic, but through living the reality, the absolute truth cannot be sugar-coated. The torment induced by the dark spirits, Lucifer's consort of fallen angels, is beyond excruciating and relentless. It is difficult to accurately describe/convey just how bad the torment is, but is akin to an extreme torture of the physical and mental senses, feelings of extreme terror, physical pressures within the body, as if it would burst open, oppressive thoughts, a feeling of permanently dying, to name a few, but all enough to drive a person insane or take their own life. Before being aware of the deception, I used to ignore warnings of Kundalini gone wrong, telling myself I would be fine. However, I received a rude awakening. A Kundalini awakening that opened the floodgates for a torrent of extreme suffering. Kundalini gone wrong? The truth is that Kundalini does not go wrong. Anything that is truly beneficial would never cause such torment. It is in fact a sinister setup. Apparent Kundalini success stories are strategic propaganda for the Luciferian, satanic, forces. This is unbeknown to the individual involved, who happily reports of bliss and becoming at one with the universe, and in doing so unwittingly becomes a poster child for Kundalini, to attract others to follow. With the lid having been lifted off the New Age/Kundalini, if I was to now travel back in time, to when I was a New Age devotee, I would by no means pursue it any further, no matter how attractive or feel good it was. As I understand that it has an addictive quality, like a panacea for the soul, but like any addictive drug, it has potentially life-changing consequences. And there is a choice to withdraw from it. Even though everything may tell you not to, as it has such a feel-good effect, but to do so is in order to save your life, sanity and soul. Charlotte Victoria. If you did your research, you would know that the 3 bottom chakra would be your lower vibrations, fear, greed, lust, etc. When you dig into the lowest sphere being fear, obviously you are going to be confronting demons. It is the metaphorical hell we have all been taught about. It is about going into your unconscious mind and unwrapping all of the parts you assume are you, but are only parts you have picked up off of other people, society, television, music, games. Most of your flaws are picked up before you are even at the age of 1. You think that good and evil are so different, but one of the laws of the universe is polarity. Everything has its opposites. No light then you can't comprehend dark, no up then where is down. It's the same with good and evil. One, they are entirely subjective to each individual. Find me 2 people with exact beliefs? You couldn't, because we are all different. We have all experienced the world through our own eyes, through the eyes that we are in contact the most. Look at a family and see that their traits are similar due to time and familiarity. So if polarity exists, then we need to take another look at your belief of good and evil. Is your belief based on other people's opinions? You know, family, friends, school, work, politics, etc. You have to look at these things with an understanding of yourself so you can see how other people's thoughts or beliefs have impacted your own. You say Kundalini had messed up your life or whatever. But had you ever thought, do I get this enough before I start or research the emerald tablets? Then you would know that they each represent a certain sphere, so your lowest would be the base, acting as what you would call hell, and the highest being the crown, which represents the heavens. It frustrates me when people give a very biased opinion on something when based on your posts and comments you don't really understand enough to be giving an opinion on the matter, and also what you are saying is, well, my experience was bad, so that means that everyone's will be. If you don't understand the laws of the universe that holds everything where it is, etc., then you are giving an uneducated opinion on something you clearly don't get. You can call it New Age, but it's been in existence since the beginning. The reason it's been called evil or dark is because we have had rulers over us who don't want us having sacred knowledge. You obviously didn't bite the apple, otherwise your wisdom would have explained to you that everything is subjective to each individual's beliefs, understanding, maturity, and knowledge base. You can only be as wise as you are intelligent, because intelligence is learned. Wisdom is knowledge through experience. Maybe you should have understood the cons of Kundalini before you decided you wanted occult knowledge, or whatever your reason was. As the saying goes, many are chosen, few will succeed. Take the narrow path, meaning bringing masculine and feminine together, left brain and right brain. All I'm saying is, don't try turn others of a path that you failed on. I've been doing it myself for a few years and my life has improved drastically. The first year was living hell because it was taking me back to my base traits, who I am really. So yes, it was hard, but that was a conscious choice to live. But coming to the end, I am a better person in all aspects. Because I was patient, persevered, and did my research, not just Facebook and Google. The path isn't for everyone, but once again, don't turn others off of a path just because you don't get it. Exposing Kundalini and New Age deception. Thank you for your lengthy response, Charlotte. It's obvious you have really thought the subject through deeply, and it's interesting to receive feedback. I always welcome hearing contrasting opinions, when vocalized respectfully. However, what I would firstly say is that I found the overall tone of your response extremely condescending/judgmental. Which is unfortunate, as you are clearly a proponent of the New Age, which propagates love, compassion, and tolerance of other people's opinions, which may differ from one's own. I did not find that in your response. Instead of acknowledging someone's evident suffering and wishing that no one else experienced the same, it seems more important that you validate your own fixed, subjective beliefs, and to exalt those beliefs in an intellectually superior manner over someone else. Someone who is merely expressing their truth, in a democratic society. Your articulations about chakras, fear, polarity, etc., are exactly as I used to believe when I was a New Age devotee. And I also, like you, adamantly opposed anyone who spoke adversely about Kundalini, believing that any person who had a bad experience was misguided and completely ignorant of the truth. To me, they were simply being narrow-minded and fear-mongering. So I very much understand and appreciate your perspective, that you only see Kundalini as benevolent. Before my Kundalini awakened and extreme suffering began, I believed I had found the panacea for the soul. Initially, for the first couple of years of experiencing Kundalini, just like you, it appeared to be beneficial. I was on a path of inner peace, love and light. During which time I did research the cons of Kundalini. But perhaps if you read the entire content of my posts, I chose to ignore them, whilst 7 enter a deception. Believing as you do now, that it is only for our highest good. Everything you have spoken is a deception of the New Age. It was only when my Kundalini spontaneously awakened, and I was awakened to the real truth by the true God who loves and cares for us, that the veil of deception was lifted. And I became fully aware then, that everything I had adamantly believed before was all lies. The true God specifically tells us, in His Word, to expose the works of darkness. And as you have quoted certain aspects of biblical text, that is something you would therefore be aware of? And that many are called but few are chosen. Each person who reads the posts on this page are entitled to form their own opinion. No one is being forced to believe anything. You say that it is an attempt to turn people off a path. From my own experience, people have their own minds and will make the decision for themselves about Kundalini, and can choose to ignore the warning, as I once did to my own cost. What I have learned through the path of suffering is that we should never judge another person's experience until we have walked in their own shoes. So I will not judge yours. For only that person and their creator knows the true experience they have gone through. If the torment of Kundalini was only within the mind and based on not getting it, it would not take the supernatural intervention of God to stop it. Which occurred for me and many others who I have spoken to about the subject. The scripture says that we overcome Satan by the word of our testimony. And that is who the source of Kundalini is, Satan, the father of lies. So through these posts I am speaking my testimony of truth as God wishes, through which I have been continually set free by speaking the truth, which I will never recount or draw back on doing. They say the proof is in the pudding, and it has been resolutely proved for me. Perhaps if, like I sadly have, you were to speak to those families who have lost their loved one to suicide from the torment of Kundalini, it might encourage you to have a different perspective. As you sat beside their coffin while the family is heartbroken and grieving, would you tell them their family member simply was weak, fearful and ignorant, and just didn't get it? I sincerely hope not. As everyone's experience is vastly different, it would be interesting to know what your exact experience of the dark side of Kundalini was, Charlotte. Exposing Kundalini and New Age deception to say Kundalini explorers should know what they are getting into does not in any way account for those who experience spontaneous Kundalini awakenings and subsequent extreme torment, and have no history of any spiritual or New Age practices / involvement in the occult. There are many who testify, and a number I have spoken to, that through a near-death experience or drink / drug abuse, they have had an unanticipated and severe awakening. I myself had a first experience of Kundalini energy when I was chronically ill and losing my consciousness. I had not engaged in any New Age practices at that time. One thing the experience of Kundalini torment has unquestionably confirmed to me is that there is a very real and living God of light, and there is also the very true and living existence of evil, darkness. It has unfortunately been unequivocally proved to be not just a figurative / symbolic darkness, as I once also believed. And until someone has that irrefutable experience for themselves of encountering such evil, it is therefore impossible to comprehend / believe it. It can exist as only a formulated construct of the mind. As the scripture confirms, "And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not." And I do agree there has to be an existence of a duality in our universe, and this is in order for free will to be exercised and for accountability in our choices, in the sight of our true Creator, the righteous Judge, in whom is light, and there is no darkness at all. 1 John 1:5. What I no longer ascribe to is the New Age context of duality / polarity. And that, for example, God is both male and female. The Son of God, Jesus Christ, has shown himself as real to me through setting me free from hellish torment of Kundalini. Before this, the words of the Bible used to be just literal words to me, but have now been confirmed as living truths. Jesus Christ, by coming to earth as God incarnate, incarnated as a male, not female. He also referred to his Father as a he. The Bible contains around 170 instances where God is referred to as the Father, although he himself, in his eternal existence, says he is not a man but a spirit. And it is clear in his word that God chose masculine pronouns and responsibilities to reveal himself to us. Therefore, by using the male titles, God made it easier for us to understand, in our human perception, his true spiritual nature of only love, goodness, and fair judgment. Had I not experienced the excruciating levels of physical and mental torments that occur, I would still be ascribing to New Age doctrine as you are. It is undeniably clear that not everyone goes through the same unbearable suffering. Some will have lower-level torment, which may undoubtedly be very testing/disruptive, but is still manageable, and will pass. That person then becomes a poster child of Kundalini for the darkness. A seeming survivor of the dark night of the soul of Kundalini. Therefore making anyone's testimony of unbearable torments seem implausible and ignorant, and that person is simply weak-minded/willed. And just didn't get it, or did it wrong. It is a key deception/lie of the darkness, that will only become apparent when the true God reveals it as such. He himself describes it as a strong delusion that comes over the person's mind, who has chosen to believe the lie of false, occult, doctrine. In that state of delusion, a person cannot discern the real truth. It is foolish and incomprehensible to them, as it once was to me, which God himself describes as being blinded by the god of this world, namely Satan, and thereby being, as he states, deceived by seducing spirits and doctrines of demons. Which is exactly what age-old occult doctrine is, rebranded to the New Age in modern times, a false dogma of seducing and deceptive fallen spirits, demons. What occurs under the delusion is that any warnings about Kundalini will not and cannot be perceived as truth. The mind is indoctrinated/controlled and compelled to pursue New Age practices. So in that regard I am aware that all the words I am now speaking to you will probably not translate as truth, as they once did not to me, until the deception is lifted. I have lived on both sides of the fence. Once adamantly refuting the delusion, as you do now, until its absolute reality was revealed. Following which, there is no going back to what is categorically a labyrinth of lies, of which we are admonished by the true God to expose. To personally now accept any New Age doctrine as truth, would be like to willingly drink fatal poison again. And, under a strong delusion, I unwittingly drank it before, to my own cost. So with all things being said, I will end the discussion now. As it is evident from the beginning, on the issue of respect and extreme polarization of views, that it will not be of a further constructive/productive manner. It will simply go around in circles, which is only time wasting for both of us. But I genuinely wish you the very best, and every happiness on your journey, Charlotte. Good day to you. Deceptive spiritual high. When I was deep into the New Age and its teachings, I came across a video and immediately dismissed it, thinking it as fanatical. However, it is now blatantly clear that the message of this video is the absolute truth. I was not aware at the time, and in reality, was quite closed off to the truth, but when we engage in New Age, Eastern practices, we open ourselves up to malevolent, dark spirits which seek to oppress, possess, and torment our body, soul, and mind. Although at first, we may experience feelings of bliss and being at one with the universe. This is a source of entrapment, to provide a deceptive spiritual high, which we then endlessly seek more and more of. And in doing so, ultimately leads to our soul coming into bondage and torment from the dark forces who propagate the lie of spiritual advancement and ascension into universal consciousness. In the New Age, love and light is the fascists' rule. Yeah, I know all about it. Just use the catchphrases constantly: love, light, ascension, universal consciousness, higher consciousness, cosmic consciousness, alignment, etc. I played the game for the decades. I know the racket. The best intentions as a thought experiment. Let us just say that I, Gregory Garrett, with the best intentions, seek to liberate mankind from all delusion and mental and spiritual slavery. So, I embark upon a quest for the neutral esoteric secret mystery Babylon teachings that you so lovingly speak of. And so, I became a high adept and initiate into the mystery school mysteries, and I begin drawing all around me into the very same mystery school teachings. We all want to love each other and heal the world. We all have great intentions. And so, we keep seeking this secret esoteric knowledge to liberate the world, and we attain powers, and we learn about evolution, and the idea of apotheosis from cosmic consciousness evolution, which is the core teaching of the ancient mystery schools. Still we have the best intentions. We keep learning and acquiring the deepest secrets and esoteric knowledge, and eventually we arrive at a level where the only agenda is to achieve this apotheosis through any means possible. To become God is the only agenda remaining at the highest, most secret teachings. And so we continue on our path, excited about this new deeper level of esoteric wisdom we are receiving from our devotion to these neutral occult doctrines and practices. Now mind you, at this point you are learning the exact same occult teachings that the most wicked of men in all history have been using for thousands of years to torture, maim, deceive, enslave, genocide, rape, and destroy mankind from behind the scenes. These are men who were sometimes good men, and sometimes not, but became twisted and transformed and bent more and more towards selfish manipulation with each level of esoteric knowledge they attained. Power corrupts, but in your hands, it perfectly safe, because after all, you're much better than all of those wicked men. Power would never corrupt you. You are superior, you are the chosen one who will only use this occult esoteric knowledge for the good of humanity. And this is exactly what they want you to think, so you will continue partaking of all that they are showing you, willingly and gladly. And eventually we learn more, and get to an even deeper level which requires the elimination of all those who are not loyal occult indoctrinates into our secret mystery school path. But we have the best of intentions. So we gloss over that part and just keep trying to apply the neutral esoteric knowledge to help others and liberate ourselves from the occult teachings of reincarnation cycles, etc. After all, we do not belong to any particular school. We are alone in our quest with the best intentions. Then we begin to find that we are actually not evolving at all, nor are we becoming more enlightened or anything of the sort. We begin to see that everyone around us, including ourselves, involved in this similar mystery Babylon secret knowledge New Age vision is staring down the barrel of a gun called, wait for it, mortality. We see we are no better than anyone, no more enlightened, no wiser, no closer to any of the goals that our precious emerald tablets promised, no more loving than other people around us who have none of the deep esoteric wisdom we have. We have been deceived. We will die and have attained nothing. Along the way we were allowed to increase sexual promiscuity, entheogenic ingestion, delusions of grandeur in the fantasy apotheosis, and in the end, it was all deception. You simply die, no salvation, no apotheosis, no special powers to love others, all gone, poof. So, what was it all along? It was Luciferian deception. And yet, millions will seek this esoteric secret knowledge in the New Age, and in the end will come to the same destination as all come to, and the Luciferian elite will genocide the billions who even remotely stray from the worship and coveting of secret esoteric knowledge. You will be forced to seek it. You will be executed if you even suggest esoteric wisdom is not the only goal. Yet there are few dark mysteries you do not understand yet. I was in it, to the core. I saw it in action, thousands. And the only agenda at the core of these esoteric teachings is the elimination and slavery of all who refuse to practice and seek these teachings. But not you, right? Your intentions are good, but in your hands, it's perfectly safe, because after all, you're much better than all of those wicked men. Power would never corrupt you. You are superior, you are the chosen one who will only use this neutral occult esoteric knowledge for the good of humanity, just like the Freemasons, Jesuits, and Illuminati before you. Yes, the Illuminati had the best intentions, to erase all ignorance from the world and create a new world order based upon secret esoteric knowledge and the wisdom of Lucifer. They are the illuminated ones with the best of intentions. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Being woke, I do not necessarily know how to awaken anyone, since I am not fully awake, by so many standards. Most people think I am playing some game. They think they have the ultimate truths already, so here I come along to absolutely rip the mask off of everything, and swiftly, I am the enemy. I am the fool to them. I am the one who is skimming off the surface. Then I reveal my background in the esoteric arts and mystery school teachings, and they think, wow, he just did not understand anything, did he? Poor guy. Glad I do. I am woke. I see through the lies and deception. In response to people coming in contact with my first book, The Scientism Delusion, I encounter hundreds of people per week who talk about how woke and enlightened they are, and how they are pursuant, seeking ascension into the cosmic oneness. And looking deep into the secret esoteric knowledge of the mystery schools, the secrets of the ages, the ancient Hermetic wisdom, the ancient alien ancestry, the archaic history of the fallen ones, the Watchers, the Nephilim, the genesis of being, Enki, Marduk, the Emerald Tablets. The various luminaries out there who peddle ancient alien fantasy, etc., there is no end to it. I even encounter those who exalt Blavatsky as some great sage mystic. It is as thought as long as it is esoteric secret knowledge, it must be hip and cool and somehow enlightened. And when I question them about where they think their investigation into the great mysteries is all leading, they haven't got a clue. They just assume that the quest for esoteric secret knowledge is somehow intrinsically beneficial and spiritual, and that it is beyond debating or questioning that to become enlightened and woke and empowered with esoteric secrets is good for them and all of mankind, with the caveat of, but I will use it for the benefit of mankind. My intentions are good, so I am protected. I am good, which etc. Obviously, it's all propelled forward upon the engines of the occult fantasies of evolution and reincarnation. They have been brainwashed, as I was once, by the Eastern mystery school teachings, which are nothing but repackaged Gnostic Luciferianism, and so they think that have all these multiple lifetimes to perfect, as the Illuminati teach. They think they can eventually attain some kind of state of power, enlightenment, or even apotheosis, if they dig deep into the Babylonian mystery schools, Emerald Tablet maxims, or Kabbalistic alchemy, and gain salvation through this occult conduit. It is sad to see so many hundreds of millions of new agers lost in this Luciferian epistemological delusion of apotheosis and mystical self-empowerment through their indoctrination into the very same occult teachings that are embraced by the Jesuit Vatican assassins, Illuminati, Freemasons, and Satanists that they fear and fight so vehemently. People think they can wield this power because they are somehow impervious to the fact that power corrupts, and that these secret occult teachings are not neutral. They are intrinsically designed to lure the initiate down onto an arcane spiritual transformation, converting them to a creature of hubris, elitism, delusional fantasy, and relative morality, causing ultimate decay. It is such shock to learn that everything you held dear and true is a lie. The first reaction is to mock and ridicule the messenger. The work that has to be done to unlearn all the esoteric fantasy, the humility that comes on this road inevitably transforms one. You become speechless at first. You are destroyed for months. You become a child and start to pick the pieces up again. You lash out in anger against any who remind you what has just occurred. Suddenly, nobody understands you. You are alone, completely alone, with no alliances. No Christian wants you. No New Ager wants you. No atheist wants you. No high master of esoteric wisdom wants you. No scientist wants you. No zealot for ancient civilizations or ancient aliens wants you. Nobody wants the person around who has actually awakened. They have nothing to say that anyone wants to hear. You are finally, as the truth community glibly states, woke. But there is nothing glamorous or shining about it. Being woke is not some kind of glory road of triumph and victory over the enemy, like hundreds of millions brazenly assert, wearing it like a crown of glory. Being woke does not mean you suddenly have thousands of friends and followers as if waking up is a business move. Being woke does not make everyone suddenly like you and watch your YouTube channel, or buy your books, or want the products you are peddling. Being woke is not a career move or summation of events that leads to salvation. There is nothing in the accumulation and assimilation of esoteric secret knowledge that makes you woke, just the opposite. Being woke means you have rejected just about every magical enlightenment road and secret doctrine the world is thrusting upon you. You're done with all of it. You don't want it, any of it. What remains is a mystery. And God is a mystery, do the math. Before you are woke, you will be dreaming deeper and deeper soporific dreams from the accumulation of precious esoteric secret knowledge, until you are so lost inside the labyrinthine maze of Luciferian Gnosticism, with its endless spells, rituals, isomorphic parallelisms, archaic histories, cosmic realms, quantum abysses, interleaving fractalizations of interdimensional uncertainties, and peripheral synchrotechnocisms, that you actually start to believe you are enlightened and on the road to something very special and holy. You aren't. You are merely captive to the oldest lie ever cast over mankind, the ancient lie that states you can know something very esoteric and secret which will provide eternal life for you. It is the mystical apotheosis that the New Ager intrinsically seeks, without ever knowing that was the core teaching they are operating out of all along. Most have no idea what I am even talking about. That is how deceptive all this is. As I often remind people, it was all designed that way, esoteric secret knowledge. It was always designed to promise healing, longevity, mystical powers, apotheosis, and mystical transcendence. That's the whole point, to keep you questing for something that you'll never attain. Then you die lusting for more, and that's the end. There is no second chance, no reincarnation to make it all work, no evolutionary fantasy to assist in your mythic journey towards cosmic consciousness and higher vibrations. With the British Royal Society acting as their headquarters of propaganda, the Luciferian elite had created an institution to provide credibility for their specially designed science, called evolution, the occult doctrine of becoming. Evolution had been an occult fantasy all along. You get one life. When it is done, you die. I have been studying Gnostic Luciferian, esoteric secret knowledge, and the Hermetic and Kabbalistic Babylonian mystery school teachings all my life. It is always fascinating and thought-provoking, but it will get me nowhere. The three-pronged attack of the Luciferian elite divide, politics distract, Hollywood deceive, news media dualism, the Illuminati religion. You'll notice though that the most reoccurring theme in Hollywood movies is the Gnostic construct idea. The idea that you are trapped in some kind of horrible illusory reality. I think the reason you see that one more than anything else is because they use it as a kind of fear tactic to manipulate people. Think about it, they're propagating this fear of being trapped in some kind of uber prison. I mean, that's probably a huge reason for the explosion of Orwellian-type movies in general. They achieve that same kind of fear, without the obvious Gnostic overtones found in these movies I've listed. It's all about creating a fear-filled atmosphere, so that eventually they can cash in on that by revealing what they'll call the true Orwellian nightmare, the universal Big Brother, which is, after all, the Antichrist construct. They're basically embedding in people's minds this overwhelming urge to escape, even before they really know what they have to escape from or whether they're actually even trapped in the first place. And this really sets people up to more readily accept Gnosticism, since Gnostic teaching then becomes the cure to the disease that the Gnostics intentionally infected the public with in the first place. But I want to single out some of these movies and show how some of the deeper things I talked about with Gnosticism are expressed in them. So the first movie I want to jump to is The Matrix, which it's actually a trilogy of movies. But as most of you probably already know, it all starts out with the main character Neo being unknowingly trapped in a type of computer simulation of Earth, known as the Matrix. It's even called a prison for the mind by one of the characters. But you have some duality symbolism sprinkled throughout the Matrix movies, like checkerboard flooring, the famous red and blue pill scene from the first Matrix, and one character even wears yin-yang earrings in the third movie. Which is significant when you realize the Gnostic character she's playing. But you have the demiurge from Gnosticism making an appearance in the second and third movies. The character called the Architect is essentially this machine or program that's the creator of the Matrix, and who has enslaved all mankind within it. Though in the second movie he actually speaks about a co-creator, who is also a machine/program, called the Oracle. And she's the one I mentioned who wears the dualistic earrings. But these two co-creators seem to portray the Gnostic belief in the dual demiurge that I was talking about before. But what's more is that the name Architect for the demiurge character is actually quite telling, and more than appropriate, since demiurge can be translated into many English words like architect. For example, it could be translated as fashioner, artisan, craftsman, creator, designer, and plenty of other synonyms of words like those, which would obviously include architect. So architect is definitely one way to refer to the Gnostic demiurge. But even more telling is that the Freemasons, who as I said in the beginning are just neo-Gnostics, neo meaning new, they actually refer to the demiurge as the Grand Architect. So it would seem that at least some Gnostics prefer the translation. But the architect in the movie is portrayed as this calculating evil genius whose only flaw is his obsession with perfection, while the Oracle's character is portrayed as much more of a free spirit, smoking cigarettes, baking cookies, and occasionally assisting humans in the upheaval of the Matrix she helped to create. So she's rebelling against the system she helped put in place. Sounds slightly familiar. Like Lucifer, supposed co-creator, yet notorious rebel, who's fighting for mankind against his dualistic counterpart. But that's not all, the rabbit hole goes deeper still. Yes, that was a Matrix pun. So in the third and final movie, we come to a point where Neo actually approaches the physical architect that resides outside the Matrix, known as the Deus Ex Machina, which literally means God out of the machine. But the first time Neo meets the architect, it's within the Matrix, and let's just say he's much more pleasant. So essentially, long story short, Neo enters the Matrix by being plugged directly into the architect, essentially becoming tethered to him, while inside the Matrix. It's kinda like he's walking around with the architect inside him or something. But simultaneous to all this, Neo's arch-nemesis throughout the movies, Agent Smith, has basically, I guess possessed or assimilated is a way to say it, every single person in the Matrix. But the last person we see him assimilate is the Oracle character. So essentially, both Neo and Smith in the Matrix have become the host bodies for the two aspects of the dual demiurge. Then there's this huge fight between Neo and Smith, and in the end Agent Smith assimilates Neo by pressing his hand into his chest, merging with him in a sense. But essentially when Smith does this, Neo, like the others who have been assimilated, morphs into a kind clone of Agent Smith for a brief moment. Then we see a scene where the architect in the real world shoots light into Neo's actual body, and it goes into the Matrix and comes out of the assimilated Neo and destroys him. Then the Smith clone that had assimilated the Oracle begins to do the same, and eventually bursts into a massive explosion of light, while all the other Smiths follow suit and begin to explode in perfect unison. In the end, this kills both Neo and Agent Smith, but frees the human population trapped in the Matrix. So we see nearly every element I mentioned is in play here. We have the obvious allusion to the construct in the form of the Matrix. We have the dual demiurge element in the form the Oracle and the Architect, who obviously allude to Adonai and Lucifer with their characteristic personalities. And then we have their being synthesized together through the merger of Neo and Smith, their incarnations, which ends in their destruction and brings about the freedom of mankind from the construct. But another movie that shows similar elements to these is Tron Legacy. So in this one you have the creator of what's called the grid, whose name is Flynn. And at one point he's even called a deity. But then you have his co-creator, CLU, who Flynn made to help him, quote, create the perfect system. Which is referring to his task of maintaining the grid. And this so-called grid is essentially a digital universe within a computer or something like that. So clearly in that you have the construct idea again, and with Flynn and CLU you have the dual demiurge concept as well. But eventually Flynn's co-creator, CLU, backfires on him, and he ends up betraying him because of his obsession with perfection and order. Yet, counter to this, Flynn is portrayed as another free-spirited type hippie guy, who's constantly spouting Buddhist philosophy. So he, like the Oracle, would seem to portray the Luciferian chaotic half of the demiurge. There's also a dualistic color scheme of opposing oranges and blues throughout the film. Orange characters are always villains, and blue characters are always the good guys. CLU, after his betrayal, always appears in orange, while Flynn always appears with this blue theme. So anyway, after CLU's betrayal, Flynn becomes trapped in the grid, and then his son also finds his way in and becomes trapped. In the end, the only way his son is able to escape the grid is by Flynn merging with his co-creator, CLU. A process referred to as reintegration in the movie. And to reintegrate literally means to bring together, or to combine divided parts into single whole. Which is obviously the synthesis idea again. But when the two dramatically reintegrate with one another, as expected, they both die by explosion. Which ends up destroying the grid and allowing for Flynn's son to escape. So again, here we see the dualistic demiurge synthesis, resulting in his demise, as well as the destruction of the construct. But we also an allusion to man's escape from the construct and his ascension into the higher realm, in the form of the son's escape. There's also this telltale sign of Gnostic influence in the movie that I can't help but point out before moving on. But another film with some of these same elements is the Lego Movie. The movie is centered around a Lego character named Emmett, who is supposedly the chosen one or something. But he runs around throughout the movie with his little Lego friends trying to stop this evil Lego villain called President Business, who's also called Lord Business. as you can probably guess, it's more of kids' movie. But we find out at one point that the LEGO universe that the movie has taken place in up to this point is actually just a huge LEGO set in the basement of some guy's house, and that all the LEGO characters that appeared up till now are just little LEGO figurines in this guy's massive LEGO set. So in that we have this allusion to the construct in the form of the LEGO world this guy has made in his basement, and then our world plays the role of the pleroma, i.e. the higher realm. Which in this higher realm we have the creator of the LEGO set, played by the comedic actor Will Ferrell. He's really just what looks like an average businessman, who has an addiction to Legos. But he's literally called the man upstairs a ton of times. An obvious allusion to him being the god figure to the inhabitants of the LEGO universe. But it's also at this point that we find out that this guy's son has actually been tampering with his LEGO set, building all kinds of things in the LEGO universe without his father's permission. And the dad gets pretty upset because he's obsessive about keeping his Legos in perfect order, and his son is rather chaotic when playing with them. The son is obviously portrayed as being more free-spirited, promoting LEGO anarchy, by making a mess of his dad's LEGO set. Obviously in this father and son creator duo, we have another allusion to the dual demiurge. And they obviously have those familiar chaotic and orderly personalities attributed to Adonai and Lucifer by Gnostics. Similar to the Matrix though, the father and son seem to have their own representative in the LEGO universe. The father's representative is the villain Lord Business, who is actually voiced by the same actor as the dad, Will Ferrell. He also has the same perfectionist-like mentality. The son's representative seems to be Emmett though. I say this because at the end, when the son and his dad are reconciling, Lord Business and Emmett are simultaneously reconciling with each other. The father even asks his son, quote, if the construction guy, referring to Emmett, said something to President Business, what would he say? And he does this as an attempt to get his son to tell him what's bothering him. But then it cuts to Emmett appealing to Lord Business about not being so obsessive about the order of the LEGO universe, which is meant to simultaneously be the son's appeal to his dad not to oppress his playing with his dad's LEGO set. Then it shows the dad hugging his son, while simultaneously in the LEGO universe we see Lord Business hugging Emmett. So pretty clearly Emmett represents the son's character. But I think this event, where the son and father unite in a hug, is meant to picture that synthesis of the two demiurge figures, though obviously it's much more watered down than the other portrayals we've seen. After this, and a bit of an explosion, the LEGO universe and its inhabitants are freed from the oppression of Lord Business and his stringent rules about what they can and can't build. And the father also then allows his son to continue his chaotic building with his LEGO set. Really, I could do an entire commentary on this movie explaining how Luciferian it is, but for time's sake, I'll just outline the allusions to the elements we've been discussing. So we saw the construct portrayed in the form of the LEGO universe. We saw that its LEGO inhabitants were oppressed by a perfectionist-type Adonai character, who's even called Lord throughout the film. Lord being the literal translation of Adonai. We also had his son playing the role of the chaotic rebel and co-creator, Lucifer. Together, the two representing the dual demiurge figure that we've discussed. And in the end the two are unified, freeing the Legos and the construct from oppression. But the last one I'll mention briefly is actually a video game from the Elder Scrolls series. Elder Scrolls is probably best known for its fifth installment called Skyrim. But the game I'm going to address is the fourth installment, Oblivion. Specifically, the Shivering Isles add-on. An add-on, for those who don't know, basically means it wasn't a part of the original game when it first came out, but it was released later as a downloadable addition to the game. So the add-on named Shivering Isles actually refers to the location where the events of the storyline take place. It's essentially an island that the player reaches by teleporting out of the original game world and into the so-called Oblivion realm. Oddly though, the island is highly dualistic in nature, because it's actually split into two opposing halves. One half is called mania and the other dementia. And dementia is always gloomy and filled with bogs, marshland and stuff like that. While mania looks like this lush forest in fall. Even many of the enemies you find are actually color-coded to match the specific region they inhabit. So you may find the same monster on either side of the island, but it will be darker colored if it's in dementia and lighter if you find it in mania. There's even a dualistic city at the center of this island, split right down the middle between two distinct districts called Bliss, which is the mania half of town, so always bright and cheery. Then there's Crucible, the dementia half, that's pretty much like a sewer runoff. The dualism continues though as the player enters the palace grounds, where again, it's split right down the middle between the two districts. Then there's the throne room, which you can see is also highly dualistic. But in it sits the ruler of the Shivering Isles, Sheogorath. And Sheogorath in the game is what's called a Daedric Prince, which is essentially a deity of sorts. But specifically he's referred to as the Daedric Prince of Madness. Which makes sense, because he is quite insane, and has an odd obsession with cheese. Hence, he's actually called Mad God many times throughout the game. Beyond that, his personality is that of a lover of chaotic mischief and disarray. And what's more, he's actually the creator of this dualistic island. So here again we obviously have allusions to the Demiurge and his creation, the Construct. But as with the others, the Gnostic overtones don't stop there. So, the player pretty soon after beginning the Shivering Isles storyline finds out that the island and its inhabitants are in danger from some enemy of Sheogorath's. This enemy is called Jyggalag. And he's supposedly the Daedric Prince of Logical Order, and he actually plans on capturing the island, destroying it, and then recreating it in perfect order. And so again, we have what seems like the Gnostic portrayal of Adonai and Lucifer, in the form these two enemies, one being the chaotic rebel, and the other being the obsessive perfectionist. Yet, the plot thickens. The player eventually learns that Sheogorath and Jyggalag are actually the same person. Sheogorath, the Prince of Madness at the end of every supposed era, in werewolf-like fashion, turns into this Prince of Order, Jyggalag, and destroys his own creation in the hopes of establishing order in it. The two characters actually turn out to be the same person. And so this construct-like realm of Sheogorath is simultaneously the realm of Jyggalag. So yet again, we have this allusion to the dualistic demiurge. Though the game does seem to lack an obvious concept of the two being united through synthesis. But technically, since they're the same person anyway, they're unified in some sense already. Nevertheless, the game does play another card from the Gnostic teachings I discussed earlier. When you defeat Jyggalag, your in-game character oddly enough becomes the mad god, Sheogorath. So essentially, the player becomes the god of the Shivering Isles. There's even a character in the game who literally calls it apotheosis. So think about this, here we have embedded in this game, the Gnostic teaching that upon defeating Jyggalag, who is a portrayal of Adonai, the God of the Bible, that you become a god yourself. This sounds exactly like what Satan told Eve in the garden, that men can become gods. I mean, is it any wonder why these Gnostics have to be so shady about all this? Obviously no one's going to accept this kind of stuff outright. That's why they have to hide it in their content like this. They're doing this to precondition the masses to accept this kind of satanic ideology without even knowing it. But from there I want to point out some other familiar content that you can see these same types of ideas popping up in. So to begin, in Freemasonry you have the very crest of their organization seemingly representative of this dual demiurge. If you look at it, you see the compass and the square set opposite one another, which the two actually represent opposites in architecture. One is used to produce curved lines, and the other right angles. They appear to be merging together though, to form what looks like a hexagram, which you can see in this piece of Masonic art. They actually portray the same symbolism using an actual hexagram. The hexagram itself though is a symbol of the merger opposites, like that of earth and heaven, the macrocosm, and the microcosm, or man and God. Which there are many symbols out there that represent this same kind of idea. Notice in this hexagram though, the merger of the two opposite halves is stressed by showing them as interlocking with one another. But the hexagram as a symbol quite literally means, as above, so below, which is a concept found in Hermeticism and sacred geometry. The phrase though originates with the 6th to 8th century pseudepigraphical, falsely attributed, work called the Emerald Tablet. The second line of which reads, "That which is below corresponds to that which is above, and that which is above corresponds to that which is below, to accomplish the miracle of the one thing." This seems to be alluding to the merger of the microcosm with the macrocosm as I mentioned before, apparently for the purpose of accomplishing the one thing. Strange way of putting it, but it seems to be saying the below and the above are unified to become one whole. Which is obviously just another occult teaching about the great work. But back to the Freemasonic seal, and you can see the capital G in the center of the compass and square, which stands for Grand or Great Architect. And as I mentioned earlier, architect is synonymous with the word demiurge. I also get the sneaking suspicion that it may double as an abbreviation for the great work, which would also be well represented by the merger of the opposing compass and square. Which in the end, the purpose of the great work is to synthesize smaller opposing forces leading up to the ultimate synthesis of the demiurge. So really, either way it's an allusion to the same thing. And I'm sure there's probably some Freemason watching this though and saying, that's not at all what it means. And I would say to that, well, how do you know? It's a secret society that keeps secrets, even from its own members. I mean, look at the highest degree you can earn. It's literally called Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret. You really think you know the quote royal secret that the 32 ND degree Mason has privilege to? I'm willing to bet you don't. In fact, I'm willing to bet even that 32 ND degree Mason isn't privileged to know all the secrets of Freemasonry. Matter of fact, I'm willing to bet a Mason learns something new with every new rank he gains. So I don't want to hear Freemasons pretending to speak in a place of authority about Freemasonry, because frankly, you voluntarily had the wool pulled over your eyes as soon as you joined a secret society. They keep secrets, that's their thing. What makes you think they don't keep any from you? So anyways, the seal seems to be a very clear allusion to the synthesis of two opposites, and beyond that it's even branded with a symbol that admittedly refers to the demiurge. You can't get much clearer than that. But to really drive the point home that this symbol represents the dual demiurge, take a look at these sketches by the infamous occultists Eliphas Levi. The one on the right is pretty basic, a diamond split in half with two opposing faces. Likely the opposed demiurges. But you also have the clashing color scheme reflected one against the other. And you can see some poorly drawn Hebrew letters at the top and bottom of the diamond. The top one looks most like an Aleph, which may be an abbreviation for Adonai, Aleph being the first letter in his name in the Hebrew Old Testament. The bottom one though could be a misshapen nun, which Nachash, the Hebrew word for serpent used in Genesis 3 to refer to Satan, that begins with the letter nun. So that could be it, but it could also be the letter Kaf. Can't really be too sure one way or the other though, since his Hebrew is pretty sloppy here. But, you can see picture on the left is actually a hexagram, which it also clearly portrays the two opposing demiurge figures merging together in the center. You can also see written in Latin at the top right corner macrocosm, and in the bottom left corner, microcosm. Also in the top left corner is the Latin phrase meaning the top is like the bottom, or more loosely, as above so below. So again we have obvious allusions to the great work. But you also see around the edge the serpent forming a circle, eating its own tail, which is referred to as Ouroboros. This symbol pictures a similar dualistic synthesis, in that the snake lives by eating itself. Thus in occultism it represents life being sustained by death, the two sustaining each other. But your children know Ouroboros as the circle of life, courtesy of the Lion King. So in the symbol we have both life and death coming together as one whole. Yes, starting to see the pattern here? Over and over again with this idea of the synthesis of opposites. The plurality becomes singularity, the many become one, the disjointed become joined, diversity becomes university, over and over and over again. But apparently we're being told here that the Maltese cross in the very center represents the same thing as all the rest of these symbols. Which personally I would have never guessed that such a symbol could represent the synthesis, or more specifically, what looks like the synthesis of the demiurges. Notice also what may be the two halves of the Maltese split apart on the right side, just like the halves of the hexagram on the left. Which seems to further prove the point. This all really shouldn't be too surprising though, since Alpha's Levi is the same occultist behind the infamous Baphomet portrait. Which I'm willing to bet this dualistic monstrosity is also an allusion to the synthesized demiurge. I mean, it's basically an amalgamation of opposites from head to toe. Male and female, animal and human, demon and angel, light and dark, the two opposing serpents, potentially alluding to the dualistic tree of the knowledge of good and evil where the serpent tempted Eve. No wonder the occult's obsession with dualism. Lucifer's been all about it since day one. But notice his arms say solve and coagula, which is a Latin phrase, solve meaning separate, and coagula, meaning joined together. It's an alchemical maxim referring to the fusion of things in disunity. Again, an obvious allusion to the great work. And especially so since Levi himself wrote extensively on the great work. This agent is precisely that which the adepts of the Middle Ages denominated the first matter of the great work. The Gnostics represented it as the fiery body of the Holy Spirit. It was the object of adoration in the secret rites of the Sabbath and the Temple, under the hieroglyphic figure of Baphomet or the androgyne of Mendes. Levi, Eliphaz, 1968. Transcendental magic, its doctrine and ritual. But another dualistic representation of the demiurge that comes to mind is this early Gnostic picture of the demiurge carved on a gem. Notice the moon and star, altered after the video release, aligned with the bottom serpentine half and the sun behind the lion's head, which would be an allusion to the two opposed forces of night and day. If you recall, the Baphomets seem to have allusions to moon and sun as well. He points to the two as if they're what the Latin words on his arms are referring to when they say, separate, and thus hinting they need to be joined together. This sun and moon symbolism seems to be very common to refer to the two demiurges, as we will see. But the demiurge figure here is portrayed as a serpent, with a lion's head. The serpent is an obvious allusion to Satan or Lucifer, while Adonai is portrayed as a lion in several passages throughout the Old Testament. So here again we see the demiurge portrayed in a dualistic manner, with allusions to both Satan and Adonai. Another Freemasonic symbol seemingly portraying the dualistic demiurge is the two-headed phoenix. especially since it has that familiar ordo ob chao quote on it. The Latin phrase means order out of chaos, possibly referring to the opposing personalities of the two demiurges, that is orderly and chaotic. Or it may also be synonymous with the United States motto found on the Great Seal, E pluribus unum, meaning, out of many, one. Which sounds oh so familiar. This is clearly just the great work again. The combining of a plurality of opposites into a single whole. This is likely what the slogan Ordo ob Chao refers to as well. Creating an orderly state of oneness out of a mass of chaotic opposites. Reintegration, in other words. But there's also the two pillars in Freemasonry. I think here again, we have another allusion to the dual demiurge with these. Often they are portrayed in opposing fashion to one another. One pillar being colored white and the other black. Or on rare occasions, one red and the other blue. They are actually based off the two biblical pillars, named Boaz and Joachim, located outside of Solomon's temple. Though in the Bible they're not depicted as being dualistic in any clear way. In fact, they're barely mentioned at all. Another thing about the pillars is the familiar sun and moon symbolism we spoke briefly about before. The two are very often hovering nearby the two pillars, with the sun characteristically near the left pillar, and the moon near the right. Though in some cases they rest individually upon their corresponding pillars. As I pointed out before though, the sun and moon seem to represent the two demiurges and their opposed natures. Also think about the connection between Lucifer, which means light bearer, and the moon. A light bearer would refer to something that holds light, like a lampstand, but not an actual source of light. Much like the moon and its reflection of the light emitted by the sun. But in other cases you have the earth on one pillar, and a globe containing space on the other. This is a plain reference to the microcosm, represented by earth, and the macrocosm, represented by the heavens. But the way the synthesis of the two demiurges is represented in all this is by connecting the two pillars, by application of what's called the royal arch on top of the two. And as you can see in this Freemasonic art, the arch is made up of several opposing blocks meant to counterbalance each other's weight until the last block, marked with 69, can be placed. This likely represents the process of the great work being carried out. The farther out blocks represent smaller, micro-opposites that must first be synthesized in order to reach the eventual macro-synthesis of the demiurge. Something worth note though is that the Masonic quote royal secret I talked about before, probably relates to this royal arch and what it represents. That is the goal of the great work, the synthesis of the demiurge. I'll touch more on the royal arch in a moment. But what's symbolized by the placing of an arch upon the pillars is that it goes from being just two random pillars, to creating a doorway or gateway for someone to pass through. Which pictures the opening of the portal for the ascension of man. Which relates to what we discussed before, where the two demiurges being synthesized opens the portal for escape from the construct. This concept is also pictured in the 101 symbolism that many have pointed out in things like The Matrix or George Orwell's 1984. The ones depict the two pillars on either side, that is the two demiurges, and the zero depicts the portal opening between the two. You can see this kind of symbolism portrayed in some other places. For instance, the 80s He-Man movie, Masters of the Universe. You have here the two pillars, and then the portal in the center. Which in the movie, the portal is called the Great Eye. That connects to two other movies I would point out. First, you have Ghostbusters, where you see the synthesis of the two opposites, male and female, in the form of the Keymaster and the Gatekeeper. Which results in the opening of the portal. We also see the gatekeeper and key master seemingly depicted as two pillar figures, along with many other pillars, in front of the infamous Illuminati pyramid. The portal opens right between the two around the center of the pyramid. And often in depictions of the triangle and all-seeing eye, the eye will appear at the center of the pyramid or triangle shape. So we have there what seems like a portal alluding to an eye and also the two pillars with the portal between them. It's like the 101 symbolism and also similar to this picture I showed, where you have the pillars and the royal arch, but then you have the eye symbol in the background behind the gate, picturing the opening of the portal. But then in the movie Stargate, we see that the final symbol used to open the portal is two lines separated at the bottom, but converging at the top, with a circle at the peak of the two. The two lines likely allude to the two pillars, the two demiurges, merging to open the portal above. The portal being placed above is probably meant to picture ascension. But this is also quite similar to the 101 symbolism as well, just rearranged differently. But notice it's also the familiar eye and triangle symbolism as well, with the representation of the eye resting at the peak of the triangle, like on the back of the dollar bill. But something else of note here is another connection to the royal arch. The bracket here on the Stargate seems to point to the center block of the royal arch, and it's being the final synthesis of the two pillars. So that when the merger of the pillars is accomplished, the portal opens, which is what happens directly after this scene in the movie, since this is the final symbol of 7 needed to open the portal. Notice also the 69, Cancer zodiac, symbol on the royal arch. This too is a symbol of synthesis, and also of the portal, if you think about it. 69 is often depicted as the merger of male and female, which the merger of male and female theoretically results in childbirth. The reason that's portal symbolism is because the occult will often overlap the opening of woman's womb with the opening of the portal, if you catch my drift. They essentially see the child coming out of the womb as an allusion to ascending from a lower form of life to a higher form through a type of portal. But it can also allude to the yin-yang, since the two numbers seem to so effortlessly match the shape. Either way though, it appears exactly where we'd expect it to if my theory is right, because if you remember, the arch is the very symbol of merger between the two pillars. And this block at the peak is the final block needed to form the arch and complete synthesis. But I would actually take this a step further. If you look at the CERN logo, which CERN is very often associated with portal symbolism, you have the often noticed 666, which I would contend is relevant also, but I would point out that there's also a 69 there independent from the 666. Obviously alluding to synthesis, and the opening of the portal again. Not only that, but I mean the whole purpose of the facility is to smash matter into other matter, it's a particle collider. So maybe in that you have another connection to the synthesis of opposites. Or not, I don't know. But another thing related to pillar symbolism is 911 and specifically the Twin Towers. I believe that to the Illuminati, or whatever we're calling them, the Twin Towers were symbolic of the two pillars of Freemasonry. One reason I say this is because of the day they chose to destroy them. Which, if you don't believe that 911 was an inside job of some kind, I'd highly recommend that you watch the video I've linked in the description called Loose Change. And hopefully you'll at least keep an open mind about it. But the day they chose to destroy them on is significant because 911 in Roman numerals is IXXI. And it forms a similar shape to the 101 we already discussed. And as I said then, the 101 represents the two pillars on either side, and the portal in the center. And the same is true of IXXI. The diamond formed in the center is essentially equivalent to the 0 in 101. So it's the allusion to a portal between the two pillars again. But more than that, we have the synthesis of the two towers, just like the two pillars. What I mean is, the TWO World Trade Center towers were intentionally destroyed to make way for the ONE World Trade Center. And yes, that is literally what it's called. The One World Trade Center represents what's often called the third pillar, i.e. the amalgamation of the first two pillars. Basically a different way of portraying the same thing as the arch. The reason I point that out is because the One World Trade Center is actually an elongated square anti-prism. Which you're probably wondering what on earth that means. A square anti-prism consists of two pyramids that have been unfurled at their highest point, and then interlocked one to the other. As you can see in this clip. So what I'm saying is, the two pyramids that make up the new tower, likely represent the original twin towers. So that the One World Trade Center is a perfect representation of the two World Trade Center towers being synthesized into a single whole. Also, if that weren't enough, just think about the name. The One World Trade Center. This whole ritual behind 911 and the new tower is bigger than just buildings. It's a symbolic statement. The statement being made is about the great work on a worldwide scale. Remember, they think this planet is just a construct, and that all of us are imprisoned here. So that's why they want worldwide amalgamation, not just the combination of two buildings. Because they think if they achieve this, they'll destroy the construct, along with the demiurge, and then they'll be set free to ascend. And obviously, given the massive death toll incurred on 911, they are willing to do just about anything to achieve that goal. But just think about some things that are occurring around us right now on a daily basis. Can you think of any ways they're working to accomplish this goal in the world today? To show you one, let me backtrack just a tad. Before I mentioned that occasionally the two pillars are portrayed as red and blue. And often they use types of blue and red as opposing colors for their dualistic symbolism, as we saw in Tron Legacy. Remember also, back to the Hegelian dialectic I showed. The thesis I represented with blue on white, and the antithesis I represented with red on black. But the synthesis I represented with purple on gray. I did this because the combination of black and white is gray, and the combination of blue with red is purple. So purple is often used by the Illuminati to represent synthesis, or the third pillar. So the reason I say all this is because a few months ago in April Prince died. And Prince was quite famous for his song Purple Rain. So you had purple light shows and themes everywhere, supposedly in his honor. However, Prince at one point in his career seemed to allude to his being made up of two different genders. And even admitting that the symbol he used throughout his career was a combination of the symbols for male and female. And of course he was well known for being rather feminine in both his dress and mannerism. But what I'm saying is, Prince was a symbol to the elite of the synthesis of male and female, and his death, while tragic, seems all too convenient for them and their schemes, since transgenderism and the in thing now. Ask yourself, is this acceptance, and more than that, celebration of such a deplorable lifestyle even close to normal? Or does it seem forced, maybe guided by some kind of invisible hand? Like, I dunno, the media, movies, celebrities, music, huge corporations, and on and on. The culture has collapsed on so many similar issues that I believe are all a part of this hidden agenda. The LGBT movement, for instance, is clearly a psyop, which is short for psychological operation. But it's obviously been foisted on the public, and they've preconditioned to accept it. But the goal of the elite with this particular psyop is to swap gender roles back and forth over and over until there's fluidity between the two in people's minds, so that there will no longer be any distinction between the two genders. And hence the two categories will become obsolete, essentially synthesizing the two together. I mean, you can see this in the language that the LGBT movement uses too. They have a term called gender fluid, which refers to a person who doesn't identify with any single fixed gender. Which is utter madness if you think about it. So what's beginning to happen now, is because our society is beginning to see gender as a social construct, binary genders are no longer thought to be necessary. And so you have the synthesis of male and female occurring right before your eyes in the LGBT community. This of course is assisted by the bisexual, lesbian, and gay sexual preferences which also find their place in LGBT. They also assist in the destruction of gender distinction, as one might guess would happen when a person believes a male and female aren't gender binaries meant only for one another. But while on this topic, I'd also like to take a second to point out just how absolutely devoted the elite are to this insane plot. They seriously believe this stuff, because the makers behind the highly Gnostic Matrix movies that we discussed, who were the Wachowski brothers, are now the Wachowski sisters. That's right, they both became transgender for the sake of this Gnostic, Luciferian philosophy of theirs. Unbelievable. These two are seriously devoted to finishing the great work at any cost. But, another obvious part of the agenda is the current race wars in America, that like the LGBT movement will result in a similar abandoning of reality. But unfortunately, race will end up being rejected altogether, as another social construct. Which I've already seen this idea promulgated firsthand. Chapter 3. The Serpent with 1,000 Faces, Indra's Net, Flat Earth and Syncretism, and the New World Order. The Serpent with 1,000 Faces. Now, there's a wonderful regret of Schopenhauer. He says when you reach a certain age, your life seems to have had an order. It seems to have had been composed by someone, and the events that occurred which may have seemed accidental, turn out to be the main elements in a consistent and consciously composed plot. He said then that just as your dreams are composed by an aspect of yourself, of which your consciousness is unaware, so your whole life has been composed by the will within you, which likewise, your consciousness is unaware. Then he says just as those people whom you met by chance became effective agents in the structuring of your life, so you have been an agent in the structuring of other lives. And the whole thing goes together like one big symphony, he says, everything influencing and structuring everything else. Indra's Net. Then he said it's as though our lives were the dream of a single dreamer in which all the dream characters are dreaming too, and so everything links to everything else, all emanating out from the will. It's a beautiful idea. It's an idea that occurs in India called the net of Indra, or Indra's Net. Indra's Net involves a net of gems where every gem reflects all the other ones, and it also possesses the idea of a spontaneous and simultaneous arising, where everything arises in relation to everything else. And so, within this framework or model, you can't blame anybody for anything. It's all working around the footloose idea that there is an intention behind it all, and yet, it is also, paradoxically, always by chance. What myth do we embrace now? Star Trek. We can't have a mythology established anymore because things are changing too fast. The environment in which we are living is changing too fast for it to become mythologized. And myths are how we define our current understanding of reality. NASA has given us the outer space myth, and we have all inhabited this myth thinking that all the crazy alien monsters, outer worlds, light years of distance, and insane fantasies of dark matter and murderous spacetime sucking black holes tied to this myth are actually real. But now the world is reverting back to the empirical facts of a flat Earth with no evidence of outer space at all. Which myth do we believe? The myths are in conflict? Where does anyone find solid mythological ground anymore? If a person simply discards all myths, then that individual has to find some way to conduct his or her life. If astrophysics and astronomy are nothing more than the study of repackaged occult principles and the worship celestial fantasy, what is left over? The myths of Christianity and the Bible remain, to be certain. They are not easily going away. But can they match the reinforcement of the outer space mythos, with all of these Hollywood and television shows coming out to reinforce the outer space mythology? The primary function of movies like Star Wars and the Star Trek series is to reinforce the validity of the heliocentric Copernican outer space model, as well as perpetuate and maintain certain sociological and ethical values. By showing and maintaining an outer space federation of alien and non-alien life, certain societal ethical laws are transmitted to the viewer. Invariably, especially in Star Trek, we see a reoccurring liberal tolerance for all races and creeds, communistic idealism, blatant anti-Christian sentiments, Masonic symbolism, and the full acceptance of the universe as a pantheistic monad. With certain dangerously dark forces at large to unite the rest of the universe against these nefarious elements and alien races. It is as good a model for the rising New World Order as one could ever hope for. Star Trek is a functional myth which serves the pedagogical function of how to live in today's increasing emphasis on alien life and outer space. It is easy to make the basic prediction here that Star Trek will become the blueprint for the 21st century. The philosophy, the ideals, and the prime directive of Star Trek are so closely aligned with the Luciferian transhumanistic communistic model that it is hard to see Star Trek dying away anytime soon. We are all on the hero journey. Now Star Wars producer and director, George Lucas, had an idea of doing a modern fairy tale, and stumbled across Joseph Campbell's book, A Hero with a Thousand Faces. And so, Star Wars has been modeled after the same heroic journey that humans have been recounting for thousands of years, coined by Campbell as the hero's journey. Others call this the monomyth. In his book, Campbell explains that our hero faces this heroic journey as he ventures forth from the world of common day into a region of supernatural wonder, fabulous forces, talismans, mentoring and training, Yoda, and ultimately, in a decisive victory. Our hero returns from his adventure with a special and timely blessing, benefit, or boon to bestow upon his fellow man. Additionally, in mining the past by examining ancient myths, we can see modern applications, analogs, updates, or simply repackaged ancient myths existing all through modern culture. For example, Hollywood offers non-stop myth recycling, with every new release being nothing but a rehash or retelling of some ancient mythological story, albeit with new actors and new costumes, but with the same weird, ancient occult themes. In tapping this massive reservoir of ancient myths and modern retellings, it is easy to see consistent patterns in these perennial plots. Mythologist Joseph Campbell looked at these plot patterns, which show up again and again in myths and legends, and also in the way we're built as human beings, as far as our dreams, archetypes, and our personal psychologies reflects. And he determined that certain universal themes bind the collective psyche of the human race. But these themes are not merely intended to apply to our favorite hero, according to Campbell. They are intended to apply to everyone. We are all supposed to identify with that person who comes from a modest shire or hamlet, with no real claim to anything majestic or regal, and through our lives and a process of events and trials, we accrue talents, powers, wisdom, and allies which help prepare us to discover the elixir of life. Or highest good, summum bonum, or some magic boon which will liberate all of mankind. The story of Christ is one such story, as is the story of Luke Skywalker, Bilbo Baggins, and Harry Potter. Prizes such as the Golden Fleece or the Holy Grail bring back spiritual life into a culture, and so, again, the idea is that the hero has to go on a journey and learn some things, change, and bring something back to share with everybody, or else it's a total waste of time. Putting it together. Okay, so putting all this together, we fast forward to modern science, and its search for the holy grail of quantum mystical consciousness, or the theory of everything that everyone seems to be so on fire to discover. In this context, Indra's net seems to simply be an ancient Vedic holy grail quest, and modern science has taken on this ancient Vedic proclivity to create occult-based quantum modeling to explain existence. Indra's net becomes quantum entanglement and quantum superposition. Indra's net is now a quantum mystical pantheistic monad of oneness, the same false oneness that the New Age relentlessly preaches in its cosmic consciences doctrine. And the quantum basis of dark energy, dark matter, and black holes have become a sort of new holy grail as well. The new heroes are the astrophysicist, quantum physicist, and cosmologist who have bravely faced, at least in their eyes, traditional astronomy and physics and gone beyond it all to bring back the boon of quantum understanding, which they present to the world as the Golden Fleece or Holy Grail, which is said to unlock the door to the ultimate understanding of the universe and reality itself. Quantum physics was the gateway drug, all along, but they want you to participate in their journey. They want you to become the hero who walks this hero's journey of quantum understanding to arrive at the very same occult realizations about the universe as they are in their quantum mystical exploration of space-time. We are all being indoctrinated into quantum occult mysticism with each Neil deGrasse Tyson series, and with every word Michio Kaku snidely and flippantly spouts about how similar quantum physics is to the Kabbalah. Who would have thought? What a coincidence! It is not by accident quantum physics was the gateway drug, all along, to facilitate the mass absorption of the full occult spirit of ancient Vedic, Kabbalistic, and Hermetic doctrine, repacked as modern quantum physics. Indra's net, indeed, is quantum entanglement and quantum superposition. They both feed from the same occult trough. And so now we are all on this hero's journey with modern science to discover the ancient occult truths together, and bring back the holy grail of occult mystical knowledge to the world. All of us have been swept away, and indoctrinated into this ancient Luciferian cult through the conduit of modern quantum science. We are told that dark matter and dark energy comprise something more than 70% of the Copernican universe, or whatever percentage it is, and of course, it is generally presented to us on the more progressive science programs as this groundbreaking theoretical framework which so closely embodies ancient ideas from mysticism and occultism. In other words, just by chance, modern science is starting to sound like ancient occultic teachings, as though we have dug so deep into the fabric of reality that we have discovered that the ancient occultist had it right, all along. Of course, what has really happened is that modern science was simply repackaging ancient occult ideas, going all the way back to quasi-mystical Eastern European quantum scientists, Niels Bohr and Max Planck. And so now, most people are gradually softening up to the ancient occult idea of the universe itself, being conscious and alive like an organism. They even show this comparison between the human nervous system and galaxies in the universe to further drive home the occult Kabbalistic notion of, as it is above, so it is below. They use a computer simulation of what they think dark matter and dark energy would look like if you could actually see it, but of course you cannot see it because it's invisible and undetectable, but the math. The math. The math. Equations tell them that it's there, right? Wrong, but they do this and draw the conclusion that the universe is like the nervous system for the universe and everything is connected, and then it, of course, ties back into quantum physics and all these crazy ideas about everything being quantum entangled. And so, everything is connected to everything else and it's, once again, another take on pantheistic monadism. Joseph Campbell seems to be this kind of a nexus point for a lot of things, being a huge influence on George Lucas, and all the quantum mystical Star Wars stuff about the Force, etc. This makes sense since Campbell emphasized the power of myth being a book by Campbell with a series of interviews of Campbell with Bill Moyers, and what is mythology but a sort of veiled approach of incorporating ideas that come from the occult mystery schools. Again, the fact that Hollywood is notoriously big into occultism, and also big into making movies based upon myths is not by accident. They worship their occult deities with each blockbuster fantasy film. Star Wars is merely one example. Hollywood knows that if you just package everything as mythology, then they're just stories from humanity, and so, this whole idea of the hero's journey is something we easily absorb and assimilate. Our guards are down. We just think what a great heroic metaphor for life. When in actuality, the Luciferian occult are using the hero's journey as a template to draw the unassuming world into their hero's journey, which is nothing less than a path to understand Lucifer and become an occultist yourself. Look at Luke Skywalker these days. He is a Yoda-caliber occultist Jedi, complete with a dark and light side. His daughter, Rey, is even more dark than light it is appearing, with each episode in the franchise. They are rolling out the Kabbalah right before our eyes, where you are supposed to have this balance of dark and light inside you, and we are all going for it hook, line, and sinker because after all, it's Star Wars and what could be bad about that, right? Think again. What do they say in Star Wars all the time? It's all about the balance of the dark side and the light of the Jedi. What do they say in Kabbalistic teachings? It's all about the balance of the dark and the light. In Star Wars and in Kabbalistic teachings, good and evil are both required upon this hero's journey to become an enlightened master. This is why the hero's journey is so prevalent. Sure, Joseph Campbell made it popular, but it is an ancient occult template that he discovered from poring over myth after ancient myth. The hero's journey is fully embedded in ancient Greek, Norse, and Roman mythology. It was always there from the mystery school's influence upon literature and culture. That's why they incorporated it into modern myth and mythological retellings. The same occult agenda to occultize the world is in full operation today. Films like Star Wars are a metaphor for both the individual and humanity, as a whole, to face adversity, peril, and danger, and thereby learn lessons along the way which will usher in the Luciferian New Age. It's basically this whole archetypal representation of what we, as a people, and as a species, are going through on our journey towards rediscovering our own divinity, which is, essentially, the core goal of the mystery schools. And following the breadcrumbs, we are quick to discover that Joseph Campbell himself was influenced by a number of people, one of them being psychologist Carl Jung, who was a total occultist. No surprise. And again, all these terms that come from Jungian psychology are just veiled concepts from the occult. Archetypes, the shadow, the collective unconscious, the personae, anima/animus, etc. are nothing but ancient occult ideas, when you strip away the sanitization of modern psychological jargon. Flat Earth and syncretism. Syncretism is the combining of different beliefs, while blending practices of various schools of thought. Wikipedia. A syncretistic flat Earth mode is really gaining traction around the world. It's not a Christian biblical flat Earth model. It is anything but that. If anything, it is a New Age flat Earth model, involving various electromagnetic forces emanating from the universe and not Earth. The Thunderbolt Project is one such model, from the smallest particle to the largest galactic formation. A web of electrical circuitry connects and unifies all of nature, organizing galaxies, energizing stars, giving birth to planets and on our own world, controlling weather and animating biological organisms. There are no isolated islands in an electric universe. David Talbot and Wallace Thornhill, thunderbolts of gods essentially. This approach is a quantum metaphor for the entangled universe, another mystery school interpretation of reality. A very massively growing number of scientists, physicists, and electrical engineers subscribe to this new model of the universe, thus further debunking this whole Big Bang, astronomy, astrophysics model. The Big Bang nuclear furnace model is going down in flames, and it turns out maybe the ancients weren't so dumb after all, and that it is a primarily an electromagnetic universe. We may have gone backwards in our technological development, actually, in our zest for an artificial technology based upon natural technology. We're trying to replicate the natural technology of the universe that God created, which you might want to call magic, right? So we've lost that ancient knowledge of how to use natural states of being to create technologies like levitating stones, which is more than likely how the pyramids were constructed, as well as Stonehenge. It's almost like now we're starting to rediscover those natural technologies and move away from bits and ones and zeros, seeing what sound and resonance and things in nature can do to advance us. Like the stars being the result of electrometric sonoluminescence, is a far better understanding of what stars actually are than the nuclear furnace theory, which has never been substantiated. The New Age same as the old boss nevertheless. When we focus so much on all this newly discovered ancient electric universe and seek how to mimic and harness it, we are fully involved in the induction into the New Age. You can see how the Luciferian elite controllers are using language to get their way. The New Age is their buzzword, and all things New Age are lauded as the next big step in your evolution, when in reality, it is merely a revisitation of Babylonian technologies and mystery school teachings. These controllers have used words to confuse and manipulate us. A new age of pioneering science and spirituality has rendered everyone docile to the rising New Age ramifications of occult alchemy and techno-mystical slavery. The New Age is the transhumanism, the synthetic drugs, artificial intelligence, and the NASA style of universe. The New Age world is put out there to confuse us, and the reality of the New Age is really a world based upon occult technologies, mystery school spells and incantations, alchemical wizardry, Luciferian ideals, and the merging of man's mind with machines, transhumanism. Flat Earth, the final mystery school, and antediluvian technologies, and this merging of man with technology may very well not be new at all. Indeed, we may simply be witnessing the re-emergence of resurrection of certain antediluvian technologies, where it was a common practice to mix humans and the spiritual world. It all starts to look like a flat Earth, the final mystery school phenomenon, and the electromagnetic model of the toroidal electromagnetic dielectric, inertial, planar scales. And all the esoteric discoveries of the new flat Earth electric universe model are leading us right back into the same Babylonian mystery schools that we thought we had escaped by discovering the biblical flat Earth truth. The flat Earth, non-biblical, syncretism approach is leading us all right back to the new age of Luciferian occultism. We are really getting deep into the electromagnetic sand, and it is taught to us as the key to unlocking the true flat Earth map. Like we are going to finally find out how God's creation all works, the actual topology and layout to everything, and discover all the secret inner mechanisms and strategies of God. But is this not just the secret Babylonian mystery school teachings in full regalia? It's all becoming a vehicle for people to get sucked further into all sorts of occult ideologies and esoteric doctrines. And just reinforcing and pulling people deeper into mystery school teachings. But they think it is science, so they leave their guard down. Weaponized language, and so now, fast forward to the New Age, and the term, New Age, has been sort of weaponized in a converse way that conspiracy theorist has been weaponized. Call someone a conspiracy theories and everyone thinks of a tin-foil nut job, because it is used with a pejorative, negative connotation so often to discourage any free critical thinking about reality. But call someone a New Ager, and it means they are hip and cool with drugs like Molly and know about quantum physics and psi phenomenon, etc. It is still weaponized language, used to manipulate a desired end, however. The New World Order. We all know the New World Order elites are lying to us about everything. They're deceiving, murdering, and robbing us, but they have to tell us the truth, when it comes to the occult knowledge they use against us. It is their occult policy to reveal it all to us in order to suck us into it. Alice Bailey called it the externalization of the hierarchy. They indoctrinate us into their Luciferian cult by revealing all their secrets. As far as they are concerned, they cannot lose, and the more esoteric occult knowledge we absorb through Hollywood movies and New Age sources, the faster we shall become like them, servants of the Luciferian agenda for apotheosis, those secret knowledge. We are almost there. Everyone wants the next best cell phone and digital upgrade of everything. We are thirsting to merge with machines and join the digital beast system. We think we shall become better, faster, stronger, and happier through technological enhancements. The controllers have convinced of this. They know that this is merely alchemical occult witchcraft sold as science, and are mocking and laughing at us at every turn, as they complete their New World Order. It is also tragic how people convince themselves that they can evolve and ascend to some higher form of creation through merging with technology, which is nothing more than the Babylonian mystery school teachings repackaged as transhumanism. In spite of just the ridiculously insane amount of information that destroys this idea. No man has ever evolved. Mankind has and always shall be mankind. And trees will be trees. And tuna will be tuna. Species do not evolve. There are variations within species, end of story. And so, here again, is yet another perfect example of Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, where mankind takes this journey into the flat earth mystery school of an electromagnetic, toroidal dielectric earth. Sure, the Copernican model has been thoroughly shredded, but in its place, this New Age syncretic flat earth model may not be any better, and in fact, exactly what the Luciferian elite have been after all along. In other words, for all we know, the controllers are actually pushing flat earth to effectively seduce and anchor the world into a New Age electromagnetic, quantum understanding of reality, which is exactly the Babylonian mystery school dogma. That which is forbidden as most attractive electromagnetism is, essentially, the core of the magic that they have learned to wield against us, right? This is the ancient wisdom that the ancient shamanic peoples and different cultures all knew and were all in tune with. And they say we've lost it, and they've hidden it from us, and all these ridiculous claims in order to make all this secret knowledge more attractive to us. After all, if it's forbidden knowledge, it appears to be far more valuable. Rare and forbidden things are perceived to be more valuable. Nobody wants to be denied the inner secrets. And so, the bait is to say that the electromagnetic, toroidal dielectric flat earth model is the innermost secret of the ancient, which lures inquisitive seekers into this occult labyrinth. In a sense, this exploration into the electromagnetic properties of the flat earth brings us full circle into a quantum mystical interpretation of reality, which suddenly starts to look like Big Bang cosmology and the evolving, yet electric, universe. This type of hyper-focus on the mysteries of the electric universe, much like the Force from Star Wars, is really what the ancient mystery schools taught, with their emphasis upon astronomy, and the zodiac, and astral travel. The mystery school teachings forever repackaged from age to age. Additionally, the occult repackaging of the idea of the universe coming out of nothing, what we know as the Big Bang Theory, further parallels, embodies. and encapsulates the same ancient pantheistic concepts of a self-creating and self-organizing universe. All these non-falsifiable and unsupported claims align themselves quite nicely with quantum physics, and eventually, all of it taken into account, starts to look like the teachings of the Kabbalah. Hence, in effect, this syncretic interpretation of flat Earth can lead to a Kabbalistic interpretation of reality. And as I mentioned, this may have very well been the elite plan all along. They may have stacked the deck by pushing something we thought was so perfect and non-Luciferian, the flat Earth, that we lowered our guard. And yet, it all comes out of Kabbalah. Really, the whole idea of this being a planetary system, and how there are these spheres above us, which has never been seen or proven, of course, is all occult brainwashing. These ideas did not come from any scientific observational data at all. They came from the realm of the occult Hermetic and Kabbalistic teachings. Also, all these ideas of nuclear fission and fusion that we are hammered with continually, as veiled threats against our survival, whether it be nuclear bombs or nuclear-driven supernovas, birthing galaxies, etc., it all amounts to occult alchemy, turning quantum potentiality into reality. And the whole idea nuclear fusion and fission are concepts that go all the way back to ancient Hinduism and Eastern mysticism in general. These same atomistic principles came out ancient Greece, atom being a Greek word for invisible atmos, which were, again, inseparable from the mystery school's teachings from Hermetic Egypt. And they were found coming out of occult Rome as well. Then, eventually, the mystery school teachings got fleshed out through the quote-unquote Enlightenment, which was merely the sanitization and repackaging of occult doctrine and occult philosophies into modern philosophic rhetoric and unsupported rationalizations for blind secular materialism. Next, the scientific revolution repackaged the same occult ideas, but with even more sanitization and naturalism biases until the words alchemy and spiritual were entirely dropped from the conversation altogether. And the word science was pushed at every turn to convince the world that this was all factual stuff now. God, the Creator, was not needed anymore, for man had harnessed the winds of nature and was in full control now. Man had become the measure of all things with the scientific revolution. Man had created himself in his own image as a god. Cosmic consciousness. So here we have the syncretistic flat Earth model, where essentially it's all about embracing every last piece of the very same pantheistic monism taught in ancient Babylonian Hermeticism. And we hear famous flat Earth pioneer, Eric Dubay, talk about the Hindu interpretation of reality, and how God was basically bored, and wanted to divide himself up, and have an adventure. And so God fractalized himself into a trillion gazillion plus quantized packets of energy and information. What the New Agers call cosmic consciousness. The idea is that cosmic consciousness fractures itself, and rather impersonally I might add, into all these individual consciousnesses, which is what we, as a species, amount to. And then, our task is to go through the journey of life and experience the dualism of the temporary expressions of good and bad, right and wrong, and up and down, which seem to be necessary for the sake of this cosmic narrative. For in order to have the adventure, you need the protagonist and the antagonist, right? You need a hero and a villain. Worshipping the creation rather than the creator, quantum consciousness, but again, what we are given here is nothing other than another quantum mystical mystery school metaphor for existence by Dubay and Hinduism, in particular. It's another attempt to use the flat Earth idea to advance Babylonian occultism in the form of quantum consciousness. The Christian interpretation of flat Earth, where we simply respect the creator behind the creation, is relentlessly usurped by the need to crack open the cosmic egg of the creation and steal all the gold inside. For man, the creation exists as a strategic tool for man's evolutionary advancement. We must understand how it all ticks and harness it to our own devices and uses or die trying, it appears. This seems to be man's Luciferian curse, worshipping the creation rather than the creator. In Dubé's case, the hero is each of us is seeking the holy grail of cosmic consciousness. And the Christians, with their salvation through Christ alone, are the nemesis. So this is the whole argument, and it is nothing but seriously latching on to this evolving cosmic consciousness narrative because it serves a distinct function, for man to evolve and become God. It just all boils down to the same old seduction of becoming God, though the use of secret knowledge, the very same promise from the serpent in the Garden of Eden story. Worshipping oneself by becoming God and not having to answer to a higher authority other than oneself is pure Luciferian Satanism. Satanists hate the idea of worshipping a God who is sovereign, superior, eternal, who created them, and who can destroy them. And it's all the same belief system in the end. It always comes back to this central idea of the perennial philosophy, which says that all religions teach the same core thing, that right deep down they're all revealing the same underlying truths, and the same underlying things. That's why Flat Earth, in a lot of ways, can easily feed into this syncretistic approach. People start looking into Flat Earth, and they see that different ancient cultures believed in it, and they were from all walks of religious persuasion, pagan, Christian, polytheistic, what have you. And so all these hidden truths emerge about the Flat Earth, including Axis Mundi, the Axis Mundi, also cosmic axis, world pillar, center of the world tree, in certain beliefs and philosophies, is the world center, or the connection between heaven and earth. Wikipedia, toroidal electromagnetic dielectric, inertial, and planar scales, planetary alignments, enclosed cosmology, the function of the luminaries, and the list goes on and on. Essentially, the Flat Earth becomes this mystery school for New Age ideas, as I have been saying. From the ashes of the New World Order rises the real New World Order. The New Age. Everyone agrees that the current rising New World Order is this oppressive militaristic, materialistic regime that's all about war, death, stealing, and lavish wealth. It's sort of viewed as the antithesis of the New Age idea of true enlightenment and true spirituality, where everyone comes together, and we reject anyone. We all become one. We create this equitable society where everyone is accepted and free, and there's no more central banking system, and there's no more toxic allopathic medical industries, all the rest. Using the Hegelian dialectic to make us beg for the New Age, using 1984 terror to get a brave new world, and a technologically enslaved society, is the real New Age dream. And this is why it is so crucial for us to try and to communicate to people who are getting deceived by the whole New Age, one love, zeitgeist gospel of the New Age. The militaristic 1984 version of the New World Order is being pushed by the elite to get us to beg for their real goal, the brave New World version of the New World Order, which is what they have wanted, all along. They are forcing our hand using the Hegelian dialectic, 1, pushing a problem, the violent New World Order 2, then we have a reaction, fear and disgust 3, and then they offer the solution, the peaceful New Age of love, and light, and enlightened understanding. Which is simply the satanic Luciferian New Age of immoral darkness. The idea is to make us reject the militaristic nightmare of their current 1984 version of the New World Order in preference for their one love, one light, one New Age religion of Lucifer version. Of course, you don't have to work hard to demonize the current New World Order. It's horrible. But that is exactly how the elite want it. Once you learn about it, you inherently know that it's a bad thing, but then the elite throw Christianity and the Bible in there to make it seem as though the entire system of religion, secularism, and just everything is rotten to the core and needs to be jettisoned and replaced with the love and light of the New Age, Lucifer's love and light, if you follow, they preach to us using satanic Hollywood, media, education, and corrupt churches, that somehow the Bible and religion, in general, is all part of the control program that is holding mankind back from evolving into peaceful and enlightened love and light, the cosmic consciousness that we heard so much of in the 1960s. Everything but Christianity has embraced the reason the elite have been so effective in completely twisting and concealing the actual meaning of the Bible is that they have also successfully kept most people from even reading the Bible by aggressively and cleverly implementing centuries of slander, misunderstanding, and condemnation of Christianity through their Jesuit agents. Now, most people never even pick up the Bible, or if they do, they rarely read more than just a stray verse, here or there, and take it out of context, and twist it to mean whatever they want it to mean. But when it comes to the esoteric, occult teachings of the Luciferian mystery schools, people lap it up like mother's milk. Harry Potter films, occult-based Marvel superheroes films, Disney films about witchcraft and sorcery, all of it readily absorbed by the masses as great fun and harmless wisdom from the ancient Hermetic magic teachings of the ancient masters. But all of this presumed ancient wisdom and secret knowledge is coming from those very same satanic controllers that you hate, those elites of the dreaded New World Order, those child-sacrificing, Bohemian Grove sex-partying Satanists you know are evil. Yet their secret knowledge is somehow attractive and can be made to work for the good in our hands, right? Wrong. We are taught that the elite are hoarding their secret knowledge for themselves, so they can keep us enslaved, but nothing could be further from the truth. They actually control us with their occult knowledge. They want us to have it, to use it, to practice it, to relish in it, to be seduced by it, and to daily become darker and more like them. They are indoctrinating us into their Luciferian cult. How we got lured into lure us in, they make it appear like they just don't want to reveal the full mystery school secrets, and that we are only getting a watered-down and distilled version. They make it seem like they are only giving us distorted versions, incomplete, and never the full scope of all the ancient mystery school knowledge, because then we'll be able to rise up against them, discover our full human potential, and escape the rising New World Order. Yet, as I have said, the use of this secret mystery school knowledge is the New Age. In other words, the secret knowledge that they pretend to hoard actually transforms the user. That is the whole point of Luciferian secret knowledge. It cannot be used for good. It is in itself the wickedness we seek to overcome. We see it easily in all of these shiny technologies that we use. They actually enslave us in a digital grid, a prison for our mind. And so, the real New Age will come into being and will walk, lockstep, with the same ideological frameworks and the same anti-Christian, anti-biblical themes that were being spouted 100 years ago by Helena Blavatsky and her entourage of theosophists. Blavatsky and her protégé, Alice Bailey, were talking about all this for decades. Alice Bailey called it the externalization of the hierarchy, when all the dark secrets of the mystery schools would be made publicly available for all. The sum wisdom of the highly occult, emerald tablets, can be purchased for about $2.95 from Amazon. Tell me they are trying to hide anything when the ancient Hermetic occult secrets are at that price? It's all out there for anyone to get. The Luciferian hero's journey. There's only one spiritual belief system that they are adamantly opposed to, provide zero actual real insight about, and want to eradicate from the face of the earth, and that is biblical Christianity. In Christianity, there's no other way to salvation, but the cross and forgiveness of your sins. There's no salvation apart from Jesus Christ, and this is what the occultists hate. Particularly, the secret societies and satanic theosophists hate this. And so, they have invested millions of plus hours, innumerable men, and trillions of dollars to destroy Christianity. Their goal is to persuade you that Christianity is your enemy too. And now, it becomes obvious, going back to Joseph Campbell, and the hero's journey, that occultism is what has been pushed, all along. The esoteric truths of the ages are not being hidden from you, but rather, fully embedded in literature, myth, story, film and folklore to ensure you also take that journey to discover the holy grail of secret mystery school knowledge, and become God. The externalization of the demonic hierarchy and with his little agenda called the externalization of the hierarchy. Who or what exactly is this hierarchy? Is the hierarchy the real controllers of this whole oppressive New World Order system? Are they even human? Or are they actually spiritual entities, interdimensional entities, ancient spiritual entities, or even demonic entities? I think if you are on this journey long enough, you will come to realize that all these esoteric secret societies are based upon some very real interdimensional demonic entities and forces. Additionally, if you spend any time embracing the occult in the New Age, or even accessing these entities through psychoactive substances that induce any type of spiritual experience, like entheogens, you will experience them directly. Also, just in realizing that millions of people out there have reported to have experienced spiritual entities and believe in them is a huge indicator that they're real. And yet, the New Age and esoteric version of all this is relentlessly, that all these interdimensional entities and forces are acceptable on the journey to higher consciousness. Or, as the wayward and lost New Agers say, it's all good. They like to say that all these entities we get in touch with are simply fractalized aspect of the one cosmic mind, and so therefore, none of them are all good or evil. They are just what they are. And so there is nothing to fear, and we should just all continue to evolve and make our way, and we're all on this ladder back to divinity, back to the source. Free will and love contrariwise, there is the Bible which states there was a creator God, eternal and separate from his creation. The creation was not an extension of the creator in this version. God is not all things, as New Age pantheism preaches. Further, mankind was not an emanation of the creator, in the sense that man flowed forth from God as though God were some divine principle extending himself outwards into his creation. Rather, man was created separate than God and with free will to seek and choose the Creator's will, thy will be done, or ignore it. It must be stressed that man was designed with free will, regardless of what materialistic atheists claim about man being ruled by his instincts and biological urges etc. Sure, biological instincts move people to seek food and water, to defend themselves in a fight, to lust after a mate for reproductive purposes, but it is the decision of each person as to how to act upon those biological urges. A person has the free will to share his food with others or hoard it. A person has the free will to defend themselves against an attacker, or after defending themselves, to go further and murder that person in blind rage and cold blood. A person has the free will to look at a gorgeous mate or dwell on that person, generate lust, and follow that lustful feeling to actually attempt to mate. They make those micro-decisions, those free choices along the way. The New Age, do as thou wilt man was designed with free will as a separate thing, so that man could truly love God and love another, because without free will there's no such thing as real love. There is only the slavish and robotic reaction to events and forces. Real love requires freedom. Love, obedience, and respect for God or another person cannot be enforced. You have to have free will in the context of sinful versus non-sinful choices to make free will make sense. You need the option of disobedience on the table. And subsequently, without the idea of sin, or in other words, some moral guideline as to how to choose between right and wrong, which of course is the cornerstone of Christianity, there's no such thing as love. What value would there be for anyone to love anyone else, or to love God if one could not freely choose one thing over another? Free will is the linchpin to make it all work. If sinful choices and non-sinful choices were all the same, nothing would have any value over anything else. It would all be the same. It would all be one, as the New Agers say. In the New Age occult view, there is no sin, and do as thou wilt is what they call love. Nothing has any more value than anything else in this insane immoral world. And so it should be clear, the Christian Godhead is totally different than this whole convoluted New Age argument about a pantheistic God who splintered itself into infinite pieces of consciousness in order to create dualism. In order to have this adventure where it sort of creates amnesia for itself, and rediscovers itself. At best, the New Age model of God is a schizophrenic deity with a careless and selfish disregard for all morality. In the New Age, you can't blame anyone for anything because it's all part of God. And so, with this New Age occult view, even the current 1984-style New World Order that you hate now, and you want to replace with the New Age New World Order version of love, light, and peace, well, it's all just part of the dualistic cosmic adventure, so both versions are fine and dandy. Murder, as well as love, are merely aspects of the New Age cosmic consciousness, so it is all allowed and equal in moral merit. This is also the teachings of the Kabbalah. The balance of good and evil is necessary to balance the universe, etc. Blah, blah, blah. In this New Age occult view, there's no such thing as God's judgment, or evil, or objective morality from an objective moral lawgiver. They insist that doesn't exist, so yeah, why are the Christians so upset about anything? Why are they crying sin all the time? What's all the fuss about? Because it's just Shiva doing his dance, and this dualistic cosmos is just game, and nothing is permanent, as so nothing really matters, of course, and so just relax, and enjoy the ride. Take some more Molly and get a threesome going with your lesbian friend and her brother, and let it all happen, the good, the bad, and the ugly. We've all heard this before, coming from the New Age imbecile at Starbucks, majoring in feminist studies at UCSC. It's all good, baby. We hear from New Agers, just, embrace the story, man. Just embrace the dance, embrace the temporary dualism, 'cause it's all gonna fade away once God sort of pieces us back together again, and then God says, well, that was fun. Like there's no tragedy, no real loss, 'cause it all never really was and never really goes away, and just keeps returning and recycling round and round, and so who cares about anything, right? There's no loss. There's no gain. There's no real infraction. There's no real sin. There is no real good. There's no real evil. There's no real anything in this cosmic dance of consciousness, this quantum illusion of space-time potentiality, this holographic simulation, this infinite computer program that we experience as physical existence. It's all just temporary dualistic polarization. And God just wanted to entertain himself by dissociating himself like an ever-self-fractalizing schizophrenic God who dissociated himself into billions and billions of little consciousnesses to have this whole big play that doesn't mean anything because it's all just one, as in oneness. Just this homogeneous blob thing of quantum entangled superposition. It's all meaningless and nobody exists for any specific reason at all. It all just kinda happened chaotically and randomly and for no purpose or reason, and any sense of meaning or purpose you create is just your brain going psychotic with the existential nihilistic reality of everything. And get your oppressive Christian God away from me with his rules and moral doctrine of sin and salvation. There is nothing to be saved from since there is no right or wrong. It all just is. Forget your oppressive religious biblical God with his oppressive moral expectations and guidelines, because my life, my body, my time, and my money are all mine. I bow down to no God. I am my own God, and I'm the king of my own little kingdom. I don't need your oppressive Savior Christ God who thinks that I need to actually repent and seek forgiveness because I have done nothing wrong. I have tolerance for everything. I tolerate all. Nothing is right or wrong in this approach. It's all good, baby. We're gonna queer on, screw on, drug on, smoke on, party on, brawl on, and worship ourselves forever right into a cosmic oneness utopia. We are all gonna get our consciousnesses on a higher frequency, and get it all figured out then, yeah. We're just gonna have heaven on earth like no Christian ever imagined. And this is what they believe. And it is all nothing but Eastern mysticism repackaged and put in front of billions of people, so anyone who's still trying to act like they are trying to steer you away from these ancient occult truths, it just isn't going to fly anymore. This immoral, clueless, New Age pantheistic monism is everywhere you look, from EDM concerts, to higher liberal education, to quantum physics textbooks, to Google's DeepMind, to Terence McKenna's Food of the Gods approach to drugs and higher consciousness, to astrophysics and modern Copernican cosmology's emphasis on outer space as the supreme thing instead of the Earth, to bogus and proven evolutionary theory. It's ubiquitous, and it obviously is the result of agenda, and not just some random and chaotic, bumbling flow of cosmic nothingness, meandering around for its own entertainment. It is the direct result of the forces of good and evil at war at some subterranean level, and man's souls is obviously the prize to be won in the balance. The fight between Lucifer and Christ suddenly becomes as real and three-dimensional as ever when we take the New Age blinders off and witness the dark, fallen satanic world we live in. The serpent with 1,000 faces, so it must be said, as many people who are coming to the true God through the flat earth awakening, people who are finding Jesus Christ. There is still the flip side of the coin of people who are becoming straight-up Luciferian occultists, because of how flat earth is being spun as the secret mystery school awakening, in some sense. It's nothing really new, of course. TT's been the same way with the truth movement. It's been the same way with society as a whole, in fact, since the beginning of history. There's two kingdoms. There's God's kingdom, and there's Satan's kingdom. And no matter what truth emerges, the serpent tries to hijack it and twist it to its own purposes. It's the serpent with 1,000 faces, the serpent who's implanted its false teachings and lies through 1,000 different cultures, shamanic traditions, secret societies, mystery schools, and enlightened cultures. Islamic mysticism, Chinese mysticism, African tribal shamanism, you name it, all across the flat plane, different variations of the same underlying Luciferian one-world religion. A choice looms before you: the syncretized amalgamation of the ancient mysteries, and the ancient polytheistic, pantheistic quest for achieving our own divinity is currently being repackaged and syncretized with science and technology. They actually talk about spirit science in this discussion. The lines have been drawn even if you don't want them, they're being drawn all around you. And at some point, you either have to stand up and speak out and say, no, the gospel comes first and foremost before Luciferian occult scientism, the quest for mystery school knowledge, or New Age cosmology. The trap has been set, and the bait is the electromagnetic wormhole of secrets concerning the flat earth. This entire flat earth awakening, which is purportedly supposed to unlock the great mysteries of the ages and open the floodgates to a new age of scientific discovery about the real earth's shape and how God created it, and all the inner workings of God's power, and who we are in this new context, which is simple the ancient mysteries resurrected, begins to look like yet another Luciferian trap leading us into the labyrinth of secret mystery school teachings. So many flat earth truthers are screaming that they are leading us into a new age, the real humanistic salvation, above and beyond Christianity, with a sudden leap in consciousness for mankind. But they have bought into the same old lie from Genesis 3, where the serpent promised you could become God if you just ate of the apple of secret knowledge. And so, now we have these two camps, all the Christian flat earth stuff over here, and all the Luciferian flat earth stuff over there. And then people start to see it all as just some mixed bag of secret knowledge, and it's all the same. Is this not the perfect Luciferian strategy to corrupt Christianity? It is very similar to the satanic strategy of claiming Christ was just another ascended master, which waters the gospel down to just another book of spiritual truths, like any other. It's just sad how intellectually bankrupt that idea is. So many people are into it, trying to deconstruct the Bible like a riddle, focusing on the etymology and breaking down of words and bringing all the secrets to the surface, and unpacking inner meanings that the layman has no understanding of. So many flat earthers are saying the Bible is some kind of cryptic New Age astrotheology now, that it is encoded with secrets about how the toroidal electromagnetic earth works, and how the zodiac is a secret map to spiritual enlightenment, etc. The New Age Star Wars deception. Once we realize that this whole New Age deception is really about leading people into the New Age by destroying the old models, then it becomes more clear that the recent re-emergence of the flat earth model is a perfect way to usher in the New Age New World Order. The age-old dream about finally achieving the New World Order, the true New Age that will put the power back in the hands of the people and restore peace and justice to the galaxy, like a Star Wars movie, starts to sound chillingly like the rebel forces fighting the Empire. The evil Empire knew how to use the Force for darker purposes, but the Jedi uses it for the good. Likewise, we are supposed to harness the Force as white magic in the New Age, and this is what we see with those interpreting the flat earth in the context of discovering how to harness all the powers that God used to create the earth, and subsequently become little mini-gods by uncovering this secret Luciferian knowledge. And so, we see people putting their hope in meditation, and asceticism, and astrology, and hermetic knowledge, and alchemy, and witchcraft, and EDM music, and crystals, and cymatics, and the secrets of vibrational energy, and electromagnetism, etc., instead of Christ, and just confessing that all the secret knowledge in the world will not save anyone from anything. I mean, the sheer mountain of arrogance required to even believe you can benefit from secret knowledge is tantamount to a 2-year-old thinking he can survive living for 50 years, alone, in the frozen, sub-zero, abysmal void of Antarctica for 10 years. You get one life. No amount of secret knowledge will prevent you from dying. You were made to physically expire, because of the original disobedience of man that precludes man from living immortally with such defects as sin. A Luciferian Mandelbrot said ultimately, it just doesn't matter how much we figure out about the electromagnetic nature of the flat enclosed earth, or whatever models we come up with. No matter how much you learn about ancient civilizations and ancient technologies, it will not save you. All these ancient esoteric truths are just endless mazes, like a Luciferian Mandelbrot set, which is a perfect metaphor for the whole occult seduction. It never ends. It's a bottomless pit, and it's dazzling to the eye and seems really amazing and really deep and really spiritual. But in reality, it just goes nowhere and there's no end. There's no answer. There's no truth. It's just endless fractalization of meaninglessness that looks like meaning because it appears so ordered and intentional on the surface. It looks like an amazing design, but there's nothing there when you look closer. It just never goes anywhere. There's no conclusion. There's no satisfaction. There's no salvation. There's no freedom. It's just an endless rabbit hole, an endless pit, an endless labyrinth. And this is exactly what all the mystery schools offer. You are supposed to keep chasing this carrot on a stick until you die. And then, when you come face to face with the real Creator, and you realize that you are not some tiny little piece of Him, but actually a separate creation who was, all along, beholden to God, you must face why you did it. Why did you convince yourself you were a mini-God? Why did you ignore all the warnings along the way about how vanity and pride would lead you to satanic hell? You'll have to answer for this. No human will be able to help you. Ignoring there is a Creator will not excuse or protect you from the consequences of the fact that there is a Creator and you are fully beholden to that Creator. People hate the idea of fearing a Creator, but they are all about fearing falling off a cliff. Think of the massive disconnect in people's brains here.